So we are going to talk about the brackets just a little bit, I think, later on, as we also will take a look at today's schedule. But just to remind you guys, ISF, there are going to be matches that are non-streamed, and there are going to be matches that we are going to be casting over. So if you guys want more updates on that, you guys can check it out on the official website, isf.gg, to keep yourself updated. But again, like I mentioned earlier on, there are going to be 3 matches ahead of us. We're going to start in the quarterfinals. That later we will be making our way into the semi-finals. So there's going to be a lot of drama, a lot of action today especially, and I think we are going to be taking a look at this right now. So coming into ISF for WEC in particular, we had 16 qualified regions that were able to qualify from their respective regions as well. After the 16 went up in the GSL format of the group stage, we are now down to our top 8.
Yeah, Group A, surprisingly, it's Saudi Arabia coming out on top with a lot of mystery as to how exactly they were able to sweep Indonesia. But hey, Indonesia still made it to the next phase. They did end up going through as the 2nd seed. But yeah, the Saudi Arabians are looking great, especially since last year they did end as, if I'm not mistaken, the 3rd best team in the world. They are looking for their Saudi Arabia revenge tour here for this year's IESF.
Call it the home court advantage. Group B, on the other hand, has Team Philippines coming through as the 1st seed. That's your defending champions from all the way last year as we held the finals in Romania. And 2nd seed would be Malaysia. It was in these very same grounds that Malaysia took home another major MLBB championship, and they took a rough road down in the lower seed, but that's the beauty of this GSL format. You just basically win 2 series, you're in. You lose 2, you're out.
And it's going to be a little trickier as we get into the playoffs, right? Because it is going to be a single elimination. As we also take a look at Group C. So first feed, we had Turkey, and 2nd seed, we had Argentina.
Yep. I'm a big fan of Turkey, man.
Same.
Turkey is bringing out the big guns. These are the same 5 dudes that they've sent out for every single major international event in the past 3 years.
Yeah, that's why it's no surprise that Turkey was able to dominate Group C. But of course, Latin America is constantly a rising region, and Argentina will be representing Latin America well as the 2nd seed entering Group C. I'm excited to see how else they would have improved, considering that they will have to go up against Philippines later in the day.
Ooh. Things are getting even spicier as we also take a look at Group D. Now talk to us about this.
It's the same story as Turkey. Mongolia have the same, well, now 4. They did shake up a little bit of their roster. It's the same 4 dudes, better known as IHC in the other international outings for MLBB. But I have high hopes for this squad. We've always said Mongolia is a rising star. Mongolia is a real threat, like the dark horse of MLBB sports in every sense of the word. And they're coming through Group D as the 1st seed alongside the 2nd seed in Ukraine, who I think just haven't been given enough opportunities.
Not a lot of opportunities. And Ukraine, I mean, has been constantly been the top 2 teams in Europe. They've constantly gone up against Turkey in that region. 2023, they were able to defeat Europe in those finals. 2024, it was Turkey who got them back. So even though we don't think of them as an MLBB country, they are making a name in their own right. But yeah, lack of opportunities, as you mentioned.
So we talked about the group stage earlier on, and now we're going to center focus back onto the playoffs. So once again, we do have 4 matches, all in the quarterfinals, and whoever is going to be able to their respective matches will move forward in the semi-finals. And I believe our first match of the day is quarter number 4, right at the bottom there. Indonesia versus Mongolia. But here it is, the official schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, there are going to be 3 matches that aren't going to be on broadcast. So if you guys want updates on that, go ahead, once again, check out isf.gg to keep yourself in the loop. And meanwhile, we're going to now focus on to our first match of the day, our opening match of the day. Indonesia, one of the tournament favorites, going against the dark horse that you mentioned, Leo, Mongolia.
It's interesting that these 2 teams, they're sharing a stage that they have shared in the past. These are the best of the best when it comes to these 2 countries, Indonesia and Mongolia. And it's weird to say that this is just my opinion, all right? Mongolia's looking better. Walking into the quarters, I think Mongolia just looks better. Is that a hot take?
I think it is just a little bit of a spicy take. I think that's where we differ a little bit. Even though Indonesia did get surprised by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are still things that I'm seeing with the drafting decisions of Indonesia, how they're executing that. I still think that they are going to edge out over Mongolia in this one. But it's Mongolia. They've always been a region that's been synonymous with surprising opponents. As you mentioned, they're a dark horses. So I'm not surprised that you feel that way about Mongolia and that's your hot take with them.
And at the bare minimum, all right, I'm throwing back to what the M5 World Championships last year. Was that last year? Yeah, it was last year in Manila. This squad, led by Ethan, all right, the Mongolians, they're known as a download team. They're happy with a best of 3, happier in a best of 5. Luckily, we're starting with a best of 3 now. If they lose game 1, I'm not shaking in my boots. I'm not trembling. I'm with the Mongolians. I'm like, it's fine. Like, this is what they wanted to do anyways.
So you think if ever that in game number 1 it doesn't go well for them, that there's a little bit of downloading behind the scenes.
They're sandbagging. I'm pretty sure that's still in there.
Yeah, exactly. Just like what they did in the wild cards in Kuala Lumpur. That's what you're. You know what? I see that happening. I see that.
So with that being the case, how do you guys think that they're going to be faring against Indonesia? And how do you think Indonesia fares in a best of 3?
I mean, when it comes to best of 3s, Indonesia's we see them as a region that when it comes to like best of 1s, like you think, oh, Ross, Gill, Tex, you're gonna go ahead and edge out all of your opponents there. So if I'm Indonesia, best of 3, every draft has to be early game, mid game. You control that. You go aggressive right out of the game.
So with that being said, we are gonna open up the official lineup for Mongolia right now, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see that soon, because again, a lot of people, they are anticipating their performance. For quite some time, you guys mentioned them being one of the main, I would say, main teams to look at, right? How are they faring? How are they adapting to the changes in the patch and the meta as well?
They are them.
They are them.
Even when they were new to the scene, I think they've always been tabula rasa. They've always been a blank slate. The one thing that we know that they can do is they can really get in there, play MLBB from the paint, like from a losing position, and that they can change. I don't think there's any like hero pool or meta game specific differences that Mongolia loses on, like at best 50-50.
So let's take a look at their official team roster from Mongolia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Garu, Forbit, Ethan, Exora, as well as Aizen. Now, talk to us about this lineup.
All right, so the new face here is Garu. All right, he looks, based on the gameplay that we've seen so far and the stats we've seen from Mongolia in WEC 24, he fits better. Not to say anything wrong about their former gold laner in Bebex, but I like how Garu actually lightens the load for Zexora and allows for Forbid and Ethan to be a little more, how do I say, to rotate a little more aggressively.
Yeah. This current metagame with a lot of the flexibility coming up, especially with the EXP lane pickups, even though, let's be real, it's mostly heal dust, but creativity in the EXP lane will get rewarded. I'm looking at Ethan. What other heroes in your pocket do you have that you're willing to show out here that could apply pressure in the opposing jungle? When you're going up against Indonesia, you cannot just play a slow game. You're going to have to play pressure and apply pressure somewhere else in the map to pull the attention away of Keyboy and Sans.
Are you saying you got to play it like a brawl?
Yeah, heck yeah, go ahead. Play it brawly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You mentioned it already online that the brawly style is Indonesia style. Mongolia needs to stand with them on that, but it can't just be about the brawl. Again, it's not like you're applying pressure everywhere. Just, pinpoint accuracy to find an opening in the Indonesian defensive formation.
Speaking of Indonesia, we're going to take a look at their official team roster as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Indonesia. We have Luke, Albert, Sans, Keyboy, and CW. So again, up until this point, we have not seen Rez play in the EXP lane. It still will be Luke. But Luke looks kind of different here, honestly. Is there...
Keep on looking a little bit different too.
A little bit of a baby face going on.
There's a little bit of a switch up, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Fans know who they are.
Yeah, y'all know who they are, of course. We did mention when it comes to a team like Indonesia, you have to apply pinpoint accuracy to break their formation. You have to get through the wall that is the pokes and the crowd control of Sans and Keyboy, the mid laner and roamer of Indonesia. Eating heart of the rotation of Indonesia begins there. How you apply pressure in the river, how you poke them down so that you can advance a little bit further into their jungle to apply pressure into Albert. That's what you're looking for if you're Mongolia. If you're Indonesia, just play your game, man. Come on, you're the Indonesians. There's a lot of expected from you, and you are expected to deliver, so deliver.
Watching Indonesia in the groups when they went up against Egypt on broadcast, and what I would only assume would be the match that transpired between them and Saudi Arabia, I'd like to call what they're bringing surgical chaos. I'd like for you to have surgical chaos to answer said surgical chaos, because if you're not speaking the same language, you're just gonna totally miss. And when you totally miss, Indonesia being the faster team, the more aggressive team, the more brawly team, is gonna come out on top. So on behalf of Team Mongolia, I'd say be ready to step toe-to-toe with that. If you're a southpaw, all the boxing fans know, if you're a southpaw, switch it up to orthodox and answer that way, because you know what happens when you're southpaw and orthodox, like you just end up butting heads.
Yeah.
That's no bueno.
So to speak on that, are you saying that they should match the aggression that Indonesia can have in their gameplay? Is that what we're looking at? Let's dive a little bit deeper. Like, do they control objectives? Do they draft for something a lot more early game centric? What are we looking at here?
Well, for me, the best teams right now with this current metagame know how to build advantages. Not necessarily just like, all right, let's farm up. Yeah, we'll see them the objectives. Vision, cool, we got it. I mean, that's all fine and dandy. But then those little moments of, hey, we see the roamer, let's poke him down a little bit, so they're gonna think twice about how they're gonna be playing around this objective. You can't be one-dimensional. If you're a team like like Mongolia going up against Indonesia, again, you have to pick your battles. Accept that you will lose some, but if you're building advantage elsewhere, have a clear idea, not just around the center of the map, but knowing that your gold laner will be able to meet his power spikes as well. That's very important for them.
Yeah, I'd say avoid the 4-in-1. Avoid just waiting for Garu to be online and to get the 3 items that he needs. And assume that Garu's going to be part of fights come the second turtle. You can't just park the gold laner there. That's not how Indonesia's going to allow for it. That's not what I can see. Like, if Luke gets his hands on the Hilda, he's going to go ahead and run coast to coast and go check out, hey, Garu, how you doing? Like,
I actually like that you mentioned Hilda, right? Because we have seen some changes in the last patch that we had. We got a little bit of a glimpse on that during the group stage.
Hilda's so hot right now.
But like, what's changed, guys? Like, are we going to be expecting a lot more Hildas? Why does the Hilda work?
Yeah, but mainly because like with the little adjustments in Kali, the little nerfs that he got, Hilda now is the best EXP laner. It's hard to build advantage against her. She will bully you in lane.
Tiga. Satu.
Satu is what?
I always count backwards.
No, but yeah, she is number 1 right now in the EXP lane. So that's why earlier when we brought up the roster for Mongolia, I wanted to look into Ethan and how he's going to fare. Sometimes creativity is the best things that you can pull out as an EXP laner to go up against the meta EXP laners now. Because if you're not beating your opponent, you're in lane, you're beating them in a different aspect. Map presence, although funnily enough, Hilda's map presence is it's so great. So Ethan, come on, man, there's a lot of pressure on you in this one to give Luke a lot of difficulty in lane.
That's what makes Hilda so
hot,
broken.
Yeah,
I think it's just a perfect situation of the game evolving and the hero just staying the way she is. She's beautiful the way she was, and then the game just wrapped itself around that package and like, oh look, Khalid is good. How about you find another hero that rotates just as quickly, is sustainable, has solid damage, but doesn't fall off as hard in the late game.
Yeah.
So we've enforced the fact that Hilda is going to be a hot pick. Like you said she was hot, right?
Yeah, she is.
Hot
So
pick,
hot.
so hot in the EXP lane. Now, we're going to expect that the Hilda does get picked up, but the big question is, how do you counter the Hilda in the EXP lane?
In terms of the counters right now, there's no clear-cut hero that has come up. You can just mitigate what she can do.
Soft counters.
Yeah, soft counters, rotating into the EXP lane, not to necessarily take her down, because with Revitalize and how she can just play with getting shields in the shrubs, so great healing as well, that it's hard to take her down, but what you can do is just push her out of the game, make her uncomfortable, or make it so that you're winning in the team fights or skirmishes where she wants to be, that by the time the Hilda gets there, there's not much that she can do. So what you can do is to pick up mid laners as well that has strong slows, strong pokes, something that even with an increased movement speed, it's hard for Hilda to close the gap. That's why we've seen Eve rock up in the meta.
I was gonna say, she can't touch you when she's mid real world manipulation.
Yeah.
And you're just swiping away, and the Hilda has to think, all right, do I keep attacking this Eve, or do I go change my target, go swing at the gold laner, go swing at the jungler? I think that's the one way to take down the Hilda these days. Like, don't even think of countering her with a pick. Counter her with your playstyle. Counter her with your gameplay. Counter her with map presence, because that's her #1 thing. If you can... right now, Eve... is she's another cat. You know what I mean? Like these are the two big #1 picks from two. Because I was gonna say, when the cat is out, the mouse comes out to play. So find heroes that are mice. Find heroes that just come through the cracks. That's why Hylos is big these days. These are your top 3 picks, right? In your top 5.
Yeah.
Hylos, Eve, Hilda. What are the others? Gatot Kacha and
Valentina.
there you go. See, these heroes are either cats or mice in the current metagame. Wherein, let's talk about that Eve Hylos situation. When the Eve drops the real world manipulation, if the Hylos on the other team, best believe the Glorious Pathway is going to follow through next. Because you want to let that sit where your allies can get out, or where you can lean hard into it and the Eve's going to regret, all right, I should not have put this here.
So speaking of the Valentina, do you think that Valentina is the #2 most popular pick in WEC because she's able to replicate the real world manipulation from the Eve, or is there a different reason for that?
Well, there's a lot of power ultimates available for the Valentina now. We have to acknowledge that Joy has come back to the meta. And that's always been one of the best heroes that you can pick when you're going up against a Joy, because you can get her electrifying beats, it's a good escape tool, and even a good initiation tool for one Valentina to have. That's why Edith has come up, and why Valentina means, that means that Valentina has to come back in as well so you can get ultimates. There's so many great ultimates right now for the best heroes in the meta that a Valentina can just take.
Cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry, right? When you say Tom and Jerry, like, who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy? No one. They're both, you both root for them.
Okay, Tom's just doing his job. Jerry's just a mouse. So I get it. Yeah, I get it.
See?
I mean, but doesn't Jerry usually like spark conflict? No?
Jerry just wants cheese, man.
That's true, actually.
He's an agent of chaos. Team Tom all the way.
Yeah, if you think about it, like, it's Tom's house. Like, he's the house cat.
That's true.
And that's why Hilda, I think, is the house cat, is because usually teams would not be afraid to pick her blue 1, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a safe pick. Like, no one will ever punish you for blue 1. That's why when you give out the 2-pick swing on the red, that's where the real game starts.
Because this is why I think it's so peculiar coming into WEC, because after our playoffs in our respective regions, these are heroes that kind of fell off. I mean, other than the Gatot Kacha, we've seen the Gatot Kacha find a lot of prominence, but Suyo? Why isn't Suyo a contested pick in this top 5?
Suyo has slowly evolved to become not a... He's no longer just peanut butter. I talk about peanut butter.
Wait, what?
Peanut butter with everything. Think about it.
Celery.
Sure.
Peanut butter and
Suyo
celery.
used to be, especially before the hot fix. Folks, look at your client. They fixed Suyo recently. He deals less damage with a sever, right? So think about that. Suyo used to just be good with everything. Now you have to consider, all right, if the opponent picks the alpha, my Suyo is kind of whatevs. If the opponent picks an Angeling, my Suyo is also just whatevs. So that's why Suyo kind of like mellowed out, is because he became more of an actual tool now. Like it's kind of just the all solution.
So we'll get into that a little bit more later on, ladies and gentlemen, because I believe our teams are ready. So are you guys ready? Because I think we're going to throw it over to the stage, throw it over to our hosts. Bara, Jasmine, take it away.
Loving the entry here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here again in Riyadh for another beautiful tournament taking place in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, I'm Bara Abdallah along with the amazing, the majestic Yasmin. How are you today?
Thank you very much for that, Bara. You know what? I'm doing absolutely fantastic over here at the IESF World Esports Championship. We've had action, we've had non-stop games, and we've had gamers from around the globe. Over 500 players joining us right here in the beauty that is Riyadh. And let me tell you now, Bara, yesterday concluding with PUBG Mobile, my oh my, Team Turkey walking away with a victory. And who knows, they might just be able to do it all over again in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. What do we think?
You got that right. We'll see what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, with MLBB Habibi right here in Riyadh. But it's time to bring on the first match. So, shall we calling for the first team?
Go ahead, Bara, let's do this.
Let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Mongolia.
and hoping to take them down on the very big stage. Please give a very, very warm welcome to Team Indonesia. But a $160,000 prize pool on the line here. From 16 teams down to now only 8. Our first 2 teams are ready to go head to head. And I'll tell you 2 other people that I know are ready. And that's our fantastic casters. Take it away.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much, Jasmine. And once again, we're going straight into our opening match of the day here at WEC 2024. Everything is on the line if they want to continue and make it over to the next stage in their journey here. And guys, are you feeling a little nervous? You know, I'm feeling a little nervous, honestly.
Why?
Why?
I feel calm and excited.
Of course you guys are.
I'm excited. It's a best of 3 that I can just enjoy as a fan.
Yeah.
As a professional commentator, it's just, why are you nervous?
I'm okay. I'm okay. It's not like I'm Indonesian or anything.
Yeah, you're Australian, aren't you?
I was born there, so.
Yeah.
No, she actually was.
Anyway.
She actually was.
Anyway.
We're not joking. You actually were born in Australia, right?
I was.
Yeah, okay.
She's a true-blooded Sheila.
You can check my passport. Anyway, going back into the topic, guys. Okay, we started off talking about the patch earlier on.
Yeah.
So other than Suyo, what about Chip?
Oh, I'm glad that both of us heard Chip and just went, oh, Chip, right?
No, Chip. Even if the whole airborne situation with his, punch, with his little chipmunk punch, he's still a broken hero. Best believe you will still see 99.9.8% ban on Chip.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, it's not just a red side ban anymore.
Yeah.
Blue side teams can flex the fact that you can ban Chip in the first phase, and you rattle the red side with like, oh wait, that was supposed to be a Chip, and now we gotta ban something out. Now we have to be careful with what we take out with the last ban on the red side, so that we win the 2-pick swing when it comes to the first 2 picks with the red. And that's why teams have actually performing better on the red side here in IESF WEC, because that 2-pick swing that you pointed out earlier is so good right now with the abundance of options that you can go for.
Yep.
And the difference is massive. Usually we see like maybe a 40-60, like very, very, very small slivers, but this is a 30% win rate on blue side. 30%. This is very different to what we saw in playoffs for MPLID.
Even in the Philippines, even in Malaysia, everywhere. No, it's that same. What Reptar mentioned, what Renmar mentioned. We're working on it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Renmar.
Renmar.
There you go.
It's the fact that the 2-pick swim is so much more powerful than dictating the pace from 1. Again, we talked about how the Hilda is usually where you see 1. Suyo also is a solid 1. I can't think of anything else that make that 1 worth it. That's why the 2-pick swing is so powerful. You can pick up now again. Edith Valentina is valid again. You can block out the whole cat and mouse situation. You can go Alpha Hylos. You can go Matilda Alpha. Like, these are bad words I'm saying. Like, you're not supposed to put those 2 hero names together in the same side pick.
So we are going to get into the draft. So ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1, just to remind you, this is going to be a best of 3 as we get into it. And it looks like Mongolia is going to be having that first pick. So with the changes in the drafts, okay, we do see that the Gatot Kacha gets banned out here, but what other prio bans are we looking at? Is Chip still on the board? Is Suyo something that we need to look at?
Chip usually now lives in red 1. If Indonesia doesn't touch it, there you go. Likely blue 3 now.
Yeah.
You can also ban out the Matilda. You gotta ban out the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda Cho is a popular trade right now for the first picks of each side. Sometimes you see Matilda get picked up blue side, and then the other side will pick up a Cho, pair it up with a Khalid or a Gatot, or you go ahead and pick up the best heroes that you can pair with a Matilda that like to be aggressive and entry. I'm thinking about the alphas of the world. That's why Suyo has sort of fallen out. It's not always just going to be in the first 3 picks you can see it coming in blue 2, blue 3, or red 3. So with the Gata Kacha ban, that's usually a signal that the team will be thinking about an Eve in the blue 2 or blue 3. So that might be a pick that's going to be coming in their future that Indonesia might read into, making a Valentina pickup in the first 2 picks possible. And there it is. We were mentioning earlier, Chip is not a red side ban anymore. It's good on the blue side because now it forces your opponent to ban out heroes such as the Matilda.
I reckon Mongolia was double guessing themselves, and that's why it took the whole duration of the countdown for them to go, all right, we'll give the chip blue 2, so that we don't have to wait think about it anymore.
Yeah.
So that leaves their third ban open, and there's a Matilda. The average Matilda, she's so good. She wasn't touched in the patch, was she? The whole airborne thing, but that's it.
That was it.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's just how good she is right now. Formation breaking is the main descriptor that we go for
And
Matilda.
Formation making.
And
it
making, yeah.
makes so many weird picks just broken. Bane has seen a rise in picks almost single-handedly because of Matilda.
Yeah, and this drafting sequence usually means a Suyo or a Cho might be coming out of the blue side first pick of Mongolia. But knowing that they're up against Indonesia, I will not take it against them to actually contest the Hilda. So it's a very difficult choice actually for Mongolia. What exactly they're going to pick for the first pick? Because whatever they leave open, those are 2 powerful picks already and comforts for Indonesia.
That's what I'm saying. Blue side, that one pick anymore to dictate isn't worth it. If anything, that blue 2 chip, that felt like a liability. That felt like, oh man, like, do we really have to? You can see him struggle.
Oh, but we do have a Fanny banned out here by Indonesia in the last ban. Is this a respect ban Fanny for Mongolia?
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that they would. I think them taking out the Fanny was just them, number 1, respecting it. Number 2, they just make sure that let's just not go up against the Cho anymore.
Yeah, and it's also a proactive ban. They don't have to a lot of pick the hard lockdown. Fanny is one of those heroes that demand. If you don't have a hard lockdown for this, like a Kaja, a Kufra, or a Cho, forget about it. And their first 2 picks make sense. Is because we want to win these fights, and they want to win both cleanup and setup, even Suyo. So good. Like, they can just build around this.
So this is exactly what we were talking about even before the draft started, right? The Hilda coming through, we have the Suyo Eve takeaway, and now Mongolia respond with an Alpha as well as a Moskov here. So technically, what are we thinking about that mid lane presence, right? Because we were talking about the Valentina earlier on. Technically, as we get into the second phase, wait a second, that's a 1-1.
Whoa.
That's a trademark 1-1.
Yeah, and CW had a stellar performance with the 1-1 when they went up against Egypt. Like, less than 5 deaths, more than 10 kills, even double digits in assists if I'm not mistaken. So right now, Indonesia's looking at it in a way that, all right, we pick up the 1-1, we know what are the best options to deal with it. Burst, pick-off type. That right now, if you go something like, if you go something like Cho, you can answer it. If you go something like Kaja from Mongolia, you can answer that. You have the Eve there as well. That this is just confidence. That this is Indonesia signaling to Mongolia, whatever you pick, even if you decide to go Farsa, forget about it. It's CW on a 1-1 and he'll be comfortable.
Here's the thing though, if we're talking about comfortability, this is a 1-1 pick into a Moskov. Is this a lane that favors the 1-1 or the Moskov?
I haven't played enough 1-1 myself, but I'd like to think that these two are going to leave it to the early game. Like, for sure, they're going to lane. And then eventually, CW is going to want to leave that lane and then leave it to Garu to wait for that perfect hit. Because that's what the Moscow buys for you. And I think that's why Mongolia wins the first phase. Say what you will about their confidence and how they got like these solid pickups and how that mid duo, the jungler and the mid laner, are super strong. But I think overall, like, you have a solid XP laner, a solid gold laner, and then Alpha who wins. Like, I think, am I weird to say this is the best jungler in the game right now?
The Alpha?
Yeah.
It's contested. It's contested.
Okay, but because of those 3, I think Mongolia are actually setting the pace. They found a way to win blue.
Yeah. In terms of the lane, Mirko did throw up his hands just now. He did signal out 50-50 to us in terms of like the lane duel itself.
There you go.
So let's see if Mongolia will be able to pick something that, if it's not in the lane duel, are you going to make it struggle with being able to hit the weakness points in the team fights?
Forbid
That's why
Valentina.
We're looking for instant burst.
Forbid Valentina, do it.
Yeah. Pick up that'll make them very close range, but you would want to steal the real world manipulation. The Akai ban by Indonesia, by the way, is something that we have to talk about. It's a great pickup in the roam, great pickup in the XP. Usually it's the pick that would want to counter something like a Tigreal, but lineups that have a lot of crowd control and want to fight under specific areas will struggle with the presence of an Akai because everything just gets scattered. And Akai is also one of the best EXP leaders you want to pick if you want to break team fighting formations and be able to comfortably team fight under a real world manipulation. So there is the Valentina picked up by Forbid, but Ethan the Roamer, yes, that's me correcting myself from what I've said earlier, will pick up a Ella, who people have said is will struggle up against the Eve. No, it thrives against the Eve because one heal gives heal and gives you the movement speed to get out of the real world.
It almost undoes the whole ensnaring effect of the borders
Exactly.
of the real world manipulation. One more pick here for Indonesia. Still lacking that pick up on Keyboy. Wait, no. This is a roam, Edith.
Yeah, it went rope.
It's an old flame for
flex.
Luke. That's a Uranus.
Now we're gonna see here because these are two somewhat similar. Is Uranus like magical Hilda now?
That's how you soft counter the Hilda.
Let's see.
That was the big question, right? We've talked about how predominant that the Hilda has become in the EXP lane. The big question is, how do you counter it in the lane? Would you see the Uranus being picked up? We're going to see if it actually works out. But overall, analysts, what do we think about the drafts?
All right, so this boils down to the Valentina getting the right ultimate, the Primal Wrath of the Edith, because the damage profile right now, outside of the true damage of the Alpha of Mongolia, is not enough for this Uranus. The Uranus pickup might have just been really great to make Mongolia struggle. Indonesia.
Here's my take. Ignore the Uranus.
That's
it. Ignore Uranus and then you win everywhere else. I'm confident. I don't know why, but I feel good for Mongolia today.
So Mongolia for Leo?
Yes.
What about you, Reptar Renmar?
I mean, I did say Indonesia, so you, the
Indonesia?
Australian, you're the tiebreaker right
I
now.
can't. I'm a Desco, so I have to remain neutral.
Oh, come on.
So we're going to ask the casters. Naisu, Mirko, what do you guys think about the drafts?
Thank you so much, guys. Thinking about the draft here, one thing's for sure, we learned that Hilda's hot, peanut butter, and
Super
cats. Super hot. She was first pick. Welcome, guys, to here at the caster. I was going to say desk, the stand. It's me, nice to join with Mirko here to bring you finally the playoffs for the MLBB Open. Day number 1 here, kicking off with Mongolia and Indonesia. I don't know if I should even ask you, Mirko. Like, what do you think here? Are you leaning towards Indonesia draft? Do you think Mongolia has the upper hand here, like Leo mentioned?
It really comes down to how they utilize the Uranus, I feel, because for the Uranus, we haven't really seen this. And I'm not too sure if the Uranus is going to go for the Revitalize in the current meta with a lot of other, XP laners. Hylos, Gatot Kacha also going for the Revitalize. Leo did mention that it is a way to technically just match up against the Hilda. I think, though, for Mongolia, it really comes down to the Alpha. I think that's the key right here. If they're able to kite back and forth and choose when to get the Spear of Alpha right, they're going to have a lot of advantages to play with around the neutral objectives.
That's one thing is great, again, as someone who has always loved Alpha as a hero, playing him. He's been shining through the meta that we are in right now, and I would almost arguably say that, yeah, he is probably, based on how many lineups he can fit, he's probably one of the best, if not the best, jungler heroes you can bring to the current play and the current meta. And what we're seeing is such a shift, where, again, it's developed. Even, man, when you think about it, we've been a part of this since the online qualifiers for everything. Think how much has changed, actually, from that when we did our first online qualifiers for this whole run leading up to the WEC.
Depends which qualifiers, right? Because some qualifiers, we don't even follow the meta. They make their own meta.
They make their own.
I remember the African qualifiers, amazing time there with the Yin Roam.
Yin Roam,
I've
man.
actually heard some coaches behind the scenes talk about the Yin XP as a way to deal with a lot of these junglers who need to fight, need to brawl it out. Sort of like the Alpha, the Suyos, who really need to go for the contested neutral objective. So, who knows? Maybe we'll see more surprises. We've already seen one here in the playoff with the Uranus walking in. And I just have to say, Naisu, if this Uranus pick works with Revitalize, Mr. Wrecked is ahead of his time. He picked this up in Season 11, I think. And when he picked it up, everybody was trashing him, saying, bro, what is he doing? Maybe he was just ahead of the time. Maybe he knows in 2 years it'll be meta. It'll be good.
It's called...
foresight.
I was gonna say that's foresight. That's thinking ahead, man. At this point, and it's like they mentioned over on the panel stand. They're like, if you want the best way to win this game, if you're Mongolia, really is also just ignore the Uranus, because the problem is, and especially we're just gonna assume it is a Revitalize because that's typically what we see here right now. You're not gonna kill him. Like, even without the Revitalize, he's already almost unkillable. And obviously, he's going to be utilizing the fact that he is so tanky to play the whole macro of the game. Now, when we talk about, like, macro, the way that this has fallen into place right now is, you know, I'm not going to call it, it is kind of a brawl, actually. So whether
the brawl server.
The brawl server, yeah, I think you were quoted for that, right? But like the way you look at it is, you can still, even if you're brawling it out and you're fighting all these early skirmishes, some teams even go as far as like, just ignore these objectives. Like, don't worry about it too much. We're just going to win these fights and just kind of brute force our way in. To now where you see like, all right, if you have a pick, a hero, for example, that is Uranus, I mean, you're not really going to be joining these fights, right? Unless you're just that stalwart, you're that bulwark for these skirmishes. But you're going to be playing the map, cutting some waves, proxying those waves if you want to. And then eventually, again, Revitalize alone is not only good for him, but once he does join the fights, like that's good enough to go ahead and help things out. So as you guys can see, we are going to be talking a little bit more about the matchup while they go ahead and get things situated for us. It is our first time also today that we have moved the players. Now we are on the main stage, I believe it is, which you guys saw the backdrop, you know, of our panel area and everything else. So I can't wait to see this happen. I know there's other matches going on right now too, just like the panel mentioned. So again, if you guys want to stay up to date to everything, head over to IESF.gg. There's 4 quarterfinal matches happening right now.
Then 2 semifinals.
And 2 semifinals. So definitely keep an eye on. I know a lot of people are going to be watching the other matches too and want to see the updates, because this is tough, man. I would say we're in a position now where, you know, I know we had last year over in the WC23, that was in Yacht, Romania, where Philippines won that. At this point, I'm not sure, because we spend so much time talking about meta, for example, and it's because it really does kind of paint the picture of what teams are going to shine. And I would say that there are definitely some teams, Mongolia even being one of them, like the panel mentioned, that can shine with the current state of the game.
Sure, you know, again, it's a very, very aggressive meta, so whoever gets control over the early to mid, usually they just end the game in, what, 12 minutes, 10 minutes?
Before
We've been
15.
seeing super fast games, and I'm not even just talking about, obviously, the games where you would favor one team over the other. I'm talking about the 50-50 games, too. A lot of these games go 10 minutes, 12 minutes. We don't get to see the Evolve Lord in a lot of these matches, so for Mongolia, that's kind of their style for the longest time. Yep, they do take quite a while to download their opponents, but once they get the download, they play in the early game so well. And I think here, unfortunately, I think you brought it up as well, the fact that a lot of teams can go for trades. A lot of teams can actually let go and sacrifice the first few neutral objectives to play for the mid game, to play for the late game. But knowing how both of these compositions were set up, I find it hard to believe that they're going to actually look for trades. You know, both the compositions are really made to go for neutral objectives, to fight for neutral objectives. One is the out-sustain kind of deal with the Rafaela. They have crazy initiation with the Alpha, and a lot of damage with the Hilda in the early game. But yeah, like you mentioned, you want to try to ignore the Uranus. Now, my question is, I think it's easier said than done, is it not?
It is,
Uranus to be ignored in the early game.
Because he's just there. Like.
Yeah, and the Valentina can't kill him, the Hilda can't kill him. The Alpha is the only one that can really shred through the Uranus. But again, like we mentioned, Mongolia's composition really depends on the Alpha. If the Alpha goes in, let's say Zixora pops in the Spirit of Alpha to Uranus, Indonesia have already won that fight.
Yeah, and you know, I know they're up against a formidable opponent here in Indonesia, but man, you and I have seen this squad from Mongolia. Like, they're, you know, under different banners.
Lil Gun, when they were called HC.
Exactly. And even back before, when we first, I would say the world got their first preview of them back in the Asian Championships last year for ISF. And so I feel like if you've been watching competitive MLBB esports for a while and you've seen these names from Mongolia, you know that they have developed quite a bit, you know, from that first preview that a lot of people got last year from them. And even with the change that they've had, they can make things work for them. And again, they have to make it work against a team like Indonesia. So we did get word, guys. We are going to be taking a short break here while they go ahead and set things up for this first match. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here, it's not just about the game. It's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire. Gun was loaded when he was brave for him. Decided to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for being patient with us here while we get this all sorted out. It's me, Naisu, once again, joined with Mirko, and we are waiting for game number 1 here in this best of 3 between Team Mongolia versus Indonesia. So hopefully everything got settled out here.
Hopefully.
So we can jump into the game, man.
Yeah, if you guys want to recap real quick, in game number 1, based on the draft, Indonesia went for something kind of crazy. They went for the Uranus in the XP lane for loop. Don't know if it's a Revitalize or if it's a normal Purify sprint kind of deal for the Uranus, but it's up against a Hilda, Valentina, and the Alpha. A lot of early game aggression, focusing mainly on the neutral objectives for Team Mongolia, but I think it's kind of the same for Indonesia. What I do want to talk about is that Suyo pick, because I think we are currently playing in the patch of the hotfix, so the Suyo has been nerfed quite a bit when it comes to the damage towards objectives.
It's changed a bit. I think he's still going to be, in a way, maybe not so much prioritized, but I think he's still obviously a great choice in the jungle. We were just talking about this before we had that break too, that the fact that the Alpha is such a prominent hero right now in the jungle that fits in pretty much, I would say, almost every team composition that you can literally have for the most part. And then again, while we speculate is pretty much how does Mongolia deal with this Uranus pick? How do they approach the playstyle that we're all so familiar with when it comes to Indonesia's playstyle and how fast they come out swinging out of the gate? Because that's another thing when you're looking at the pacing of the meta, the pacing of these games, they can end pretty quickly. You guys have been watching a ton of different games going on and tournaments going on right now. Like we said, average game time right now is probably under the 15-minute mark, between the 10 to 13 in some cases. And even to the point where, again, like our panelists were mentioning earlier, sometimes it's like some teams they don't even care about the objectives. They won't care too much about them. They'll just go for the fights.
They'll utilize the objectives just to bait their opponents, go for the team fights, and again, use the objectives to bait out the resources of the opponent. So a lot of teams who just are fully focused on neutral objectives, they actually have fallen and dropped a few games here and there. A lot of the brawly-ish metas have been rising here in the current meta. So I guess, again, we'll just have to see who gets control of the early to mid. The only games that we see actually go and become a comeback of the games with Natan. So I guess if we want to talk a little bit about how the game can turn around completely and how the late game power spike can hit, we have to bring in the question of whether Natan is prio, right? Because I think the main strategy is still early to mid game. If you can stop your opponents from even getting to that mid to late game power spike, you're going to be good. But a lot of teams are really good at just holding back. We've seen this many times, I think in MPL Indonesia as well. I think the term right now is geekable. Is it geekable?
Geekable?
Yeah, what GeekFam did to Onyx, they just held their ground with Eve plus Natan, kept on clearing the waves, and they didn't contest any objectives. They lost like 7 Lords, and they won the game with 1 Lord.
I think how often that happens, like 7 Lords deep into a game,
I think it's only
how
happened
long was
twice
that game? I remember.
It was like 50 minutes, dude. It was the longest game of MPLID.
I was gonna say, when have you ever seen a game go in recent, recent terms, like 50+ minutes? Even 30 minutes, like 30 minutes.
Even 30 is crazy.
Even
It's a
30
big
is
ball
crazy,
board, right?
Yeah, and at that point, again, I think that's also why the Eve was talked about so much. I know Leo was mentioning, what was he saying? It was kind of like cat and mouse almost.
Yep, cat and mouse.
You have to have a pretty much set lineup to deal with it. And wait, what did he mention? Who were the mice? Like the Hylos?
The
Hylos was there. Mostly like the.
Yeah.
I
We
was
gotta bring in
trying to
Leo here to talk about the metaphors again, man.
the Tom and Jerry and everything else, but you know,
None of them are villains, apparently.
none of them
Just
are.
Tom
He
just
just
doing
wants
his
cheese.
job. Jerry just wants cheese.
Just wants cheese.
Shout out Leo, man.
Shout out to Leo, Redmar the
Leo
Reptar, and Eterna. We'll have them back on with us again. We're waiting to jump into the game here, guys. So, you know, as we talk about the lineups too, the other thing is there's a Rafaela.
Yeah.
And
Against
that
the Eve.
works, yeah, that works pretty good against the Eve. I think Renmar pretty much said, like, for a lot of teams, they think the Rafaela is not a good choice against an Eve, but it actually turns out it works really well. Not only that, but you also get some good movement speed to help if you need to get out of that death box that we always talk about when it comes to the Eve. But also, I want to ask you, because you were signaling to the panel earlier, man. You were like, when they were talking about the gold lane matchup between the Wan for CW, and then for Garo, you have the
Moskov. Yeah.
You said the 50-50.
I think it's 50-50, right? Against most of the marksmen who have blinks, 1-1 is a 50-50 kind of lane. It's very skill dependent. It's a skill matchup. 1-1 versus Moskov, 1-1 versus Claude, for example, as well. 1-1 versus Natan, maybe you could actually bully the Natan a bit earlier.
Yeah.
But for Claude and Moskov, it works a bit differently because they have ways to poke, they have ways to disengage, and most importantly, they have ways pre-level 4 to blink out of that weakness point behind them. So it really comes down to how CW plays the 1-1, how Gato plays the Moskov. That's why I sent over the 50-50 signal for that specifically, for that matchup. Because, again, when we're talking about 1-1 and Moskov, most of the time, it's just a weak side matchup. It's just both of them farming. They probably won't even go and trade a lot. You know, they'll walk up once, throw a Spear of Misery, one will throw skill 1 over. But for the most part, they're just farming. They're just waiting for the power spikes. And most of the fights are going to be happening towards the other side. Strong side XP. That's why we see Uranus. That's why we see Hilda. And I like how you brought up the Rafaela, because I think that's a big concern for Mongolia. The big concern for Mongolia with the Rafaela is the fact that they don't have any initiators except for the Alpha. You can call the Hilda an initiator, but she just goes in.
Kind of just running for them.
She doesn't really initiate for the team. She just goes in. So it's all on Spear of Alpha. It's all on Alpha's ultimate to get these picks, to get these massive initiations to open up the wars. So it comes down to how they can actually utilize the ult itself. They're going to have to be very, very calculative. Go back and forth, waste some of the abilities, bait some of the resources from Indonesia before they ultimately go for that big initiation tool.
That's why this is like such a big test for Mongolia too, because again, you know, you're here and it's a single elimination. So you've got to be able to bring your best to game number 1, because it's a best of 3 that you have for you. And you know, when we talk about it, I think that's why it's also so important when we look at, you know, the mid lane trio pick that's going to be coming through for this game. And you know, how does Mongolia actually play against the fact that, yeah, we might actually want to go ahead and if they can get an early lead, especially with an alpha, that would be great. You have sustainability and everything else and build up off that. But if they slip early on, I feel like that's where you see, and it's not just a Mongolia, like it's not just Mongolia themselves. Indonesia does this to a lot of the teams they play against. Like, let's be honest.
The death ball.
The death ball strategy, they come out swinging. And even if they just need time for the gold laners to build up, because traditionally that's what's going to happen here, even with a 1-1 in the hands of CW, like, they can make plays elsewhere. And that's, again, where even with the changes, like you would call it like a nerf towards Suyo, right?
Yeah,
like he was
it's a nerf. It's a nerf.
He was a little insane when he was released.
Ridiculous.
A little ridiculous at that point. Great song though, by the way. Still one of the best.
Yeah. We heard that like on loop for the entire qualifiers.
Entire qualifiers and almost the entire like professional seasons too.
Yeah.
Once it came out.
That's true. And MPLID, MPLPH.
They were blasting that in the speakers, man.
I wasn't complaining the first 3 weeks.
Right? I wasn't complaining
After
at all.
I was like, okay, I don't know, man. I don't know about the song getting replayed 24/7 every single time. But yeah, I do agree. The nerfs actually make it more balanced. It was absolutely ridiculous, Suyo. not only are you good when it comes to clear, and the early game, your ganks are just insane. You have so much kill pressure, a lot of CC, a lot of sustain, and the execute.
Yeah.
That is just, it's too much. Even up against the opponents, it's too much, right? But the fact that now it's not as easy to go for the 50-50s, it's not 100-0 anymore, I would say.
Yeah.
There's a cap, and I believe the cap is at 500 for the damage towards objectives for the Soul Sever. That's the second skill. That's the execute tap button of the Suyo. But I think more nerfs are to come for sure after maybe the next patch when they're planning it, because this hero still seems busted despite the fact that the nerfs have come through for the objective damage.
And it's funny that because of that, because again, even here, I believe just for ISF, it's a little bit different where blue side has this like low win rate. You know, it's like what, 30%? I think it's 30% right now for blue side, which is different from if you guys, you know, watching all the MPLs going on and everything, and even some of the qualifiers. We just had a dominant kind of blue side win rate for a lot of the teams. So that's changed too. And again, if you guys missed the draft, happened a bit ago, but Hilda was the first pick. It was the priority.
Chip was banned on blue.
And the chip was banned on blue. Like, even the bans have relatively changed, like in terms of
swapped.
like priorities, swaps, everything else.
The Phobius was banned on blue. The chip was banned on blue. The
No.
Suyo wasn't first pick.
Flip side, we have what? Fanny banned out by
Fanny
Indonesia?
banned out by red. That's still normal, right?
That's
red
still
side
normal.
Fanny. But yeah, for the most part, it's really been different, and it's due to the chip nerfs. I think all the chips that have been picked up actually haven't been able to get a win too.
It's funny though, because even though he's been nerfed, like he's still banned out all the time.
And it's still annoying to deal with. I wouldn't say it's like it's not an auto win anymore. It's still a massive advantage when you have that much macro power on the map. You can teleport everywhere.
I was gonna say, like even with the change that they had with his damage there, it's just the fact that the guy can travel across the map and like
shortcut everywhere.
He's got
bro.
shortcut.
He's literally a rival without getting a rival. He's just utility. And on top of that, you just deal so much damage on that hero, right? Early game concussive blast, crash course takes half HP away from the squishies. You get
No roamer's doing that, by the way.
Boom, no roamer's doing that. You get a stun, you get concussive blast on him, you get him to half HP. And on top of that, the changes that they had with the shortcut, you get shields as well when you get in. It's like an Angela ult plus a full teleport.
What were they? Okay, let's just say what everybody's thinking. What were they thinking? Let's just.
Hey man, I don't think we can say that when Suyo's still here. You know, like, I mean, at this point, it's battle out with the broken heroes, man. It's the battle of the bees.
We might have to get to a point because of the battle of the bees and broken, whatever we want to call it, and we might need some more ban slots here, man.
At this point, we might need those two heroes just to be banned. just take it out
on the list so that they don't have to use one in the actual
add
ban.
one more with Fanny, because I hate that hero. I know a lot of you guys like Fanny. It's very entertaining.
I was gonna say the audience loves the hero.
They love Fanny, but hey, do you guys like going up against a good Fanny? Exactly. So,
have you seen many good Fannies?
I've seen a lot of good Fannies.
You shaking their hands?
At this point, Naisu, everybody's a good Fanny. We're in that we're at a point in the game where everybody's a good Fanny.
I don't know.
I'm really good.
Brother, to be honest, I have not even picked her once in my MLBB career.
That's fair.
That's it. So
you play Gord, right? I play Juan and Melissa.
You play all I play is Gord, and he got a little adjustment too, a little bit of a buff on his first skill.
It's
but
not Prio, by the way.
He's still do it. It's not Prio, but we did get word, guys. Again, thank you for being patient with us. We're gonna be taking another break while they set things up and settle things on stage. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yes, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Alrighty, here we go, ready to jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 here again in this best of 3, the first quarterfinal match. So we're gonna have, thought we were jumping in, but looks like
we're gonna have to wait.
We're gonna have to wait a little bit.
Don't you worry, guys. Please be patient with us. Don't know what's going on here. Another technical pause, it seems.
Hey, look, it's not a revitalize.
It's
Mr.
not.
Luke.
Yeah, it's a purify.
He's got to purify.
It's a purify, and it's a sprint for Aizen. It isn't Hilda revitalize, so already a little bit different to what we are used to coming in for both these teams, for the XP lane at least. Usually it's just all about the revitalize meta, all about out-sustaining your opponents around the neutral objective battles. But it does seem like at this point, maybe they're looking to just outmaneuver them, right? The purify, the sprint as well. Trying to bait out those resources like we spoke of.
Yeah, I guess so. And even that said, I'm just going to look at the emblems real quick. Yeah, so we still have, you know, this is a Rafaela with a focusing mark. Oh, there we go. Now we got to look at all the tier 1, tier 2s. So we got the focusing mark, Rafaela here.
Okay.
Yeah, you got the common emblem over here on Luke for the Uranus pick. Even with that Brave Smite like we talked about. What do you think about the Wan?
Yeah, very aggressive emblem build here. Pull yourself together to get Inspire cooldown to a, you know, just decrease the cooldown of the Inspire just a bit more so you can actually have more pressure in the lane itself. So actually, I won't be too surprised if Indonesia try to play around the strong side in the gold lane if they lose out on the first few neutral objectives and start to bully the Moscow to give CW on the 1-1 a good road ahead.
Yeah, and even with that, again, we're going to have to see if this Rafaela ends up playing its part, playing its role. The fact that you have a focusing mark, though, like, you could actually set things up, because I know we talked about this a little bit before, when it was like, you know, initiation-wise for Mongolia, most of it's going to be the Spear of Alpha. Well, it's still the case, but now that you have that little bit of extra damage from the focusing mark, if they decide to give a call and take the initiative on these fights, go in with an aggressive play using the Holy Baptism to help ensure a Spear of Alpha.
Yep.
That could be an option for them. And again, for Mongolia, part of this is really just going ahead and getting whatever advantage they can when it comes to those skirmishes and those team fights early on and dealing with that. So that could be playing a part to the puzzle. But again, I think this is why part of it was you see some of the Purifies come to the table, because both teams have that capability, like to set things up with kind of a snap of the finger. And if you have the Purify, then it at least buys you that extra minute to go ahead and kind of adjust from the initiation.
Yeah, because it's a Purify on the Uranus, Zixora is going to have to be extra careful now when he decides to go for the Spear of Alpha, because if he does go in, he's going to be going into an Onward, possibly an Earth Shatter, a Primal Wrath Edith, or perhaps a real world manipulation that just gets used on top of the Spear of Alpha that he decides to use as an initiation. So many more tools, I would say, from Indonesia to actually counter the Spear of Alpha. That's why it has to be really, really clean for Zixora and Mongolia. They're going to have to really try to bait out as many resources as possible with the healing, with the movement speed that you get, with the holy healing before you actually decide to commit in these skirmishes.
Even for this, like the fact that you have, you know, we talked about the Hilda quite a bit. Now that this has been popping up in the XP lane, it's such a dominant pick right now, currently. So you have this, you have great tankiness, Concussive Blast as well. You're looking to just go and pretty much, even at some point, just roam around the map, whereas, again, like we said for Luke, he's most likely just going to be cutting lanes, putting pressure macro-wise, and dealing with that. And even so, like, having a Tenacity emblem there makes him even that much harder to kill and deal with. So we've discussed, we've theory craft. It looks like we're jumping back into the game here. So finally able to kick it off once again. Best of 3, quarterfinal match number 4. And a little update to throw it to our viewers as well. Some of the games that are going on right now. We did get word, I believe, you know, some of the 1-0s are happening. Some of the first games are done, so they should be into their second matches. This one is game number 1, though, for this best of 3. And yeah, we have to get this eventually started here and then find out what's going to happen, because we're going to have to find out who is going to be playing against one of these two teams moving into the semis.
Yeah, we just have to wait. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us here. We're trying to fix the issue going on. I'm not too sure what the issue is, but like you mentioned, Naisu, Malaysia versus Turkey. I believe Malaysia is leading 1-0. Just an update for you guys.
That one was a close
one,
right?
It was a close game 1, man. Turkey were actually winning the final fight, but Malaysia had the waves controlled in a way where Skies could just go in, end the game, get the job done for Malaysia.
Yeah, and I think that one's still, again, maybe the you know, some of this, There's another stream for that one, right?
That was another stream, yeah.
There's
That's,
another
I think,
stream
in
for
the Bahasa Melayu stream.
Okay, so if you guys, you know, while we get things situated here, you might want to go ahead and bounce around and see some of the other matches going on while we wait to get this one started, because, again, I'm sure you guys have, you know, your ideas of who are going to be, let's say, top 4, or who's going to end up in the grand finals. And I think, again, when we talk about these teams that have been performing so far up to this point, there's been some obviously surprises. You know, I would love to know, because I don't think we got a glimpse of it even like yesterday. I think a lot of people were shocked with the result that happened with Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, for example. 2-0. And I think the last word we got, Saudi Arabia is up 1-0 in their series right now against Ukraine. So part of that is, again, like what did Saudi Arabia do in that matchup against Indonesia? How were they able to get that sweep in and even come up with the adjustments that they had? Because, you know, a team like Saudi Arabia, we've also seen those players quite a bit over the course of just the past year even, and their improvements are obviously there. And I think, you know, as we get through this, just we've got, what, 2 days left here for us to go through. And with that, a lot of surprises can actually happen. So let's find out. Are we jumping back into this game? Okay, we're back into it. We're moving around mid-action right now. Keyboy, go ahead. Just doing some damage early on. This is the thing, too. We haven't seen, the Edith roam as much as we used to in the past.
No, it's been a pick that kind of has disappeared from the meta, man. The Edith in the roam position. Most of the times you use it in XP, but it is still a very, very good flex pick. And this time around, Indonesia will be utilizing Keyboy, the key moment maker of Indonesia, on the Edith. Early on, Zexora, you can already see the advantage, I would say, that the Alpha has now compared to the Suyo when it comes to clear after the hot fix.
It's pretty fast still, right? The Alpha has always been known. Whoa. Okay, mid-action.
Earthshatter and the Flicker earlier there with Albert as well. A little bit of a miscommunication and a misinput, it seems, for Indonesia early on.
Yeah, to start things up, if they can get that first blood, either of these teams, like you said, is going to be very momentum-based. This matchup, more so in the XP lane, kind of a dead matchup. You're not going to really see anyone go down or too much happen between the Hilda and the Uranus unless there's some support through one of the jungles to come up. And it looks like, you know, you at least have Albert on that top side. But eventually that first objective comes up, and that's where you see, you know, who's got these level 4s available, who's got these ultimates that they can actually utilize for the fight. And when it does come through, again, you're looking at the sustainability that a Rafaela provides to this lineup for Mongolia. So if they can play into that, they wait a little bit longer to get things set up, they should have somewhat of an advantage for the fight. But again, as long as they deal with that death box coming out from Sands here. Keyboy doesn't have a level 4 just yet, so he's going to give the information. And right now, both junglers just focusing on the buffs. They'll grab that and then make their way for this objective here. You can already see it. Getting in position, Mongolia. Luke, given the information.
Oh, a lot of damage placed. Spear of Alpha already connecting onto Luke, but again, use it onto Luke. I think Indonesia's going to be very happy. Onward in the Earth Shatter, locking him down. Nice and very, very low. Caught on the real room inflation, but still has a sprint to escape. Keyboy now going to get all that damage placed onto him. First blood over to Mongolia. Luke trying to find an angle for a bit. Go for the 4, Spear of Alpha, now towards Albert, we burst it down. Indonesia losing 2. Purify out from Luke, he's trying to dish out some damage to get with Sands. Over to the Turtle, Retribution not ready just yet, still Zexora picks it up, Luke picks up a kill back, but it's traded again. 3-1 plus the Turtle for Mongolia.
And that was the passive coming out from the Rafaela to clean that up, and that was a great take for Mongolia. We were talking about building the momentum early on, and that, man, Miracle, that just proved how much value those heals alone actually really help out. You know, they extended the fight enough where even Luke, as tanky as he is, as even having a tenacity and the Brave Smite emblem, he took quite a bit of damage. And at some point, again, the concentration is going to be gone. You're going to run out of some of the resources that you have, and you just get out-sustained and outgunned. So Mongolia, they get a little bit of lead that they can work around with. A couple, you know, confidence kills in that too. Mid lane.
Wrap use up. Orbit will match it. Real revelation at the Holy Baptism to lock him down as Zexora picks another kill up for Mongolia.
So they pick it up. They move around from this point. Great start. Again, early game, Indonesia can still go ahead and try to find their footing at this point, but with this and how we were just painting the picture leading into this match, when you get a lead like this and you can build into it, either of the compositions are going to work.
Alpha over to Luke. Good stun over from Albert. Xora picking up some damage. Earth Shatter over towards Xora. Very low. Chased out by Luke, but still able to escape for now. Luke picks the kill up. Now going to be terrified. Still able to pick up some damage. Our Wilderness already with a flicker out from Ethan. Albert with a snipe. Unable to get the full kill down. That's an onward, bringing Aizen back all the way towards the rest of Indonesia. And they're able to get 2 kills on the board.
A good response coming out from Indonesia. Even with the sprint, Aizen not able to get away. And that's, you know, that's always kind of the unfortunate thing when you are playing Hilda. As great, as hot as she is right now, like Leo mentioned.
Super hot.
Super hot. First picked, by the way, for this blue side for Mongolia in game number 1. You can still get caught, even if you're sprinting out. And again, that's why the Edith was such a good pick, because with the onward, with the Earth Shatter, if you can kind of follow through that, even if the real world manipulation isn't used, you can still catch Aizen if you need to. Really, you can catch multiple people from Mongolia with that. So once again, second objective for the taking, second turtle, half health here.
Xora trying to look for an opening. Good onward from Keyboy. As the turtle secured, now it's done over to Aizen. The rotation should be able to get the weakness points. Albert, Soul Sever, picks up the kill. That's a kill and a turtle. Meanwhile, though, Garo playing for the Moskov split push up top.
I don't know, man. You know, we talked about Suyo getting some of those nerfs. Still seems pretty good right now. I mean, look at the damage.
Crazy damage. Garo already forced to half HP. Meanwhile, CW given some space in the bottom lane.
All right, with the Valentina that we see so often, if you look across from this, the best choice really for the ultimates to be able to take, yeah, Aizen, oh no.
Good onward over to Aizen. No revitalize, so Indonesia could have gone for the commitment there, but CW will respect it, doesn't know where the rest of the team is.
It's going to be fine. They're just trying to hold down the turrets that they can, but you can see that, right? There's already pressure on the tier 2. Forbid holding on to the Primal Wrath, and that's what I was going to ask earlier. Like, you know, if you're Forbid, you most likely, the majority of the time, you want to have your own real-world manipulation to fight in. This is a big item, big up, by the way. Flask of the Oasis now picked up here for Ethan, helping with that sustainability a little bit more. It looks like they want to fight this out.
Onward just brings down Spear of Alpha as well, just committing down onto Keyboy.
That was some speed, too. Like, that again, this is what you have when you have a Rafaela on your side. Not only with the heals, even that Flask picked up, but also the ability to roam and just kind of move around the map as quick as you want. So they're actually going to go ahead and trade things out here. Top turret goes down. Indonesia claims that one, and Mongolia will take the bottom tier 1 turret now in the bottom lane. So you can already see it, damage kind of falling into place, and this is where Mongolia has to kind of play catch up. They got to be able to get to where they need to be. And this is what we talked about the whole time, guys. Luke will do this all game. You can't ignore him, but also at one point, you've kind of got to deal with him. You can't just let Luke continuously push in the lanes, because then next thing you know, you don't have any turrets left. And now the last turtle of the game comes up. It's started up by Indonesia.
Earth Shadow over Xora earlier. They're going to focus it down. Only got some mana. The Spear of Alpha already used it. Now Aizen walking up with the crossbow. Tank is ready. Xora jumping to the back line, but Sans will pick up a kill. That's CW in the back just tearing it apart. And Forbid will be executed by Albert, who jumps in with a blade. Now it's Garo all isolated. It's a double for Sans and a wipeout for Indonesia.
That was tough, man. That was a not the most synergized initiation from Mongolia. Even with the Spear of Misery coming in a little bit late, where Garo just shows up and he's like, oh no, everybody's dead. That's tough to deal with at that point, so Mongolia is going to lose a massive swing in terms of momentum. You can see it, Indonesia gets that last objective, the turtle down, plus some turrets now, and they play into this. Hold on, Luke.
Gonna go on to him, Purify out, baits out a whole lot of resources. And the Suyo, Albert, up top, was able to just shove in for the way to be set up for another siege.
That's that power of the Purify we talked about earlier, especially when it's available. And then you have the Consecration. Here's an item we don't see often. The Malefic Gun is picked up by CW.
Over to Sans, still able to escape. The real world ablation should be able to lock him down. We do have a pause. Oof. Does seem like we're going to have to get through this. Don't know what that was exactly, if it was a disconnect. But yeah, Sans,
he's probably gone.
Overextended.
Yeah, he's overextended. So maybe again, we can only speculate. But Sans is probably going to lose his life here. You still have CW around and Keyboy, and it looks like they're on the retreat. Part of that though too is if this little team fight goes in favor of Mongolia here, they're able to get a pick off. Again, it's still a big swing that they have to bring back. You're talking about 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead right now for Indonesia. And this all happened on pretty much that last turtle fight we saw earlier. Like, it was a wipeout, an objective in the hands of Indonesia, and then they go and put pressure on these tier 2s. That's all to open up the opportunity for Indonesia then to take the Lord, and with the lineup that they have, you know, they're able to box out Mongolia. And so I think when you're really looking at Mongolia's chances to go and contest, you know, this Lord that's going to be coming up here in a bit, it's how do we fight into that objective box? Because that's exactly what it is, and that's why Eve is picked up so much. Do you think that this is enough? Like, because we've seen little catch-outs now from Mongolia where they're able to catch Luke, or at least someone. They catch Sans here, by the way, with a little overextension. But does Mongolia, are they in actually position to go ahead and contest in this first Lord?
I don't know. If they get Sans, I don't really think the death timer will be that long to punish over to the Lord, right? There's 81 seconds on the Lord, so it actually gives Indonesia still a lot of leeway. Despite making that mistake, despite making that overextension, they should still be able to recover very, very easily here with the death of Sans. And we'll get through into the game again. 4-bit picks up the kill over to Sans with a stolen RWM. And again, yeah, there's not really much they can do. Maybe put pressure on the mid lane turret, but that's it, right? No neutral objective to be taken here.
Well, I mean, when you're looking at the lineup, right, and every time you're up against the Eve, that was what the panel even talked about. You know, do you have enough to play that cat and mouse game? Do you have enough to go ahead and fight for these objectives? And for Mongolia, when you look at them across the board, as long as they approach those fights, that Lord fight that does come up in under a minute here, as a cat and mouse game where you're trying to just hunt for that right moment, trying to, you know, swivel your way through that real-world manipulation, that might be the chance.
Hold on, Purify is taking a whole lot of damage. Maybe again overextending. Luke will lose his life. That's 27 seconds on the death timers. And again, I don't think it's enough to really give Mongolia a chance to go for the Lord just yet. The Spear of Alpha over to Keyboy, still able to disengage. Real World Inflation locks him down. Aizen still able to escape. Keyboy with a flicker forward. Plus the Primal Wrath. Both just baiting out resources from one another.
Mongolia really wants to fight, man. That's what I'm noticing. They just want to go ahead and duke it out, brawl it out with Indonesia. It doesn't matter if they were behind, you know, 5,000 gold earlier on. They managed to pick up a couple kills now off of Sans, off of Luke earlier. So it gives them a little more leeway to work with. The Lord is up now. And this is where we have to see how do they play that macro game too. They're going to send Garnu up to deal with that top wave, but they're just going to give it a go on the Lord.
Yeah, he's getting blitzed now by Zixora. That's the power of the Alpha when it comes to the Lord clear. Luke in the midst of it all. Now, it's going to be a knockoff from the Lord. Ethan,
there's a
spear. Escape for a bit. The Spear of Destruction will land as well, but Zixora picks it up, winning the retreat battle. Aizen very low. Sans still looking for an angle to go for the poke. Primal Wrath from Orbit. CW re-engaging. Luke walking up. CW with a killing spree. Now on the chase onto Ethan. Zixora will be able to get the holy healing from Ethan to disengage, and that's a Lord for Mongolia.
Hey, great pickup objectively for Mongolia to play into. Even to the point where Garnu didn't have to follow through with the SOD. Like, he just landed and he's got the call. Like, you know what, we got this under control. Go ahead and farm up and do what you need to do. And that's, again, what they have to do for this game and how they decide to take these fights. I'm surprised with how decisive Mongolia was to be like, you know what, let's just start up this Lord, take it down as fast as we can, and then win that fight. And so they're going to play into this. This is what they've needed for the past few minutes, right? They might still be down in gold, but you can see how you got to respect what this lineup can do against the lineup that Indonesia has. Tier 1 in the mid finally goes down. C. Albert also picked up by CW to help with some of that sustainability, that healing coming out from Ethan. Crucial items here, too, picked up. And, you know, even to the sense, like, we haven't seen a huge crossbow of tank just yet. You know, that could change some of these later fights that we get to this. You might see them kind of set things up here.
The thing about the Wanwan here in the current meta, Naisu, is you actually fall off, right? You think about the crossbow tank, it's a big ultimate, it can be game-changing. But in the later stage, 11 minutes onwards, we're going to see a lot more Winter Crowns, and we already see it for Zixora. He's already picked up the Winter Crown. It's going to be a good way to actually neutralize the crossbow tank threat.
You know, that Winter Crown, it deals with the Wanwan so well, and I think part of that too is like, if you can just get them, that might be part of the game plan, you know, for Indonesia and for CW alone, is just get that crossbow of Tang off so you can proc, like force the proc with the Winter of Crowns, force Mongolia to use it, and then you follow through after that. So at this point, Boy was in concealed, not going to connect. The turret does go down. With an Earth Shatter early, now with the Primal Wrath as well. Good Spear of Alpha on the 2. Zixora still now going to be caught. Pops in the Winter Crown. Luke
Purifies out of there. Good bait from Luke. Now it's going to be Garo taking a whole lot of damage. CW just picks him up. 4 minutes looking forward. CW will be able to survive getting the shielding, I believe, from the Rose Gold Meteor. He's got Rose Gold, dog.
He's got Rose Gold. He's got everything. He's got the 4 kills. He didn't even have to crossbow of Tang off. He's just doing enough damage at this point, too. And so with that, again, Indonesia will go in the swing, now knocking on the base turrets of Mongolia in this game 1. They're looking to possibly finish it here.
Another wave just trying to help Mongolia. Here, Aizen, I don't know if he can clear it up just with a Rafaela. 7 seconds on Garo. That's 2 for Zixora. That's 2 base turrets taken down for Indonesia. They must disengage now. They should be happy with that.
Okay.
14 seconds for the enhanced lord to spawn in the game.
They buy themselves some more time in the game. Look at this big gap, even between the junglers. We talked about the Alpha and the Suyo matchup quite a bit. We see it so often, but Albert also is just able to scale up really quickly here. Here's another Malefic Gun picked up now by Agaru. So he's got that. You can see how the gold has fallen into place. And now, once again, objectively, the Lord for the take, Zixora won't land that spear. So they might be forced off of this. It looks like already Indonesia's going to force them off of the Lord the best they can. You have Garo now down towards the mid. How do they play this out? About a half health on the Lord for now.
It's a window of opportunity with no hold on Zixora. They just burst him down with real manipulation. Keyboy went in for initiation earlier. Now it's a crossbow attack ready. They buy him in a crowd, but it's a bit too late as Ethan will just get disintegrated by the crossbow attack. Another chase forward as Albert will try to get the Soul Sever. Not in range, but they've wiped out Mongolia in a way. It's just Garo. There's a few waves coming down. They're going to try to manage it for all of it to crash down together.
They already know. They're getting in formation here. Indonesia ready to end the game. The minions marching in.
Let's see if Garo can make a miracle play. Luke will just tank it up. He gets stunned up, and there's the inevitable wipeout to come for Indonesia in game number 1. It's a 1-0 lead now in a best of 3. Remember, single elimination.
Took us a little bit to get to, but we got through game number 1. Again, 14 minutes and 13 seconds. Indonesia to go ahead and cap it out for game 1. Again, a great showing from Mongolia in the early portion of the game. They even had some moments where they were able to turn things around in their favor, but then just the power switch happened for Indonesia in the lineup that they had. Whether it was a crossbow of Tang or whether it wasn't, you know, CW was able to pop off and show us that he didn't need it, but then even in that last fight, Miracle, we already saw that he utilized it, and you mentioned it in the play-by-play. Even the Winter Crown wasn't picked up in time enough to proc that, get that going, and live through it, because the damage was just so much. The overloaded just interactions with the real-world manipulation really helped them out. So again, we'll see if the adjustments can be made, but we're going to throw it over to our panelists to see what they have to say about game number 1. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much, Naisu, as well as Mirko, as we're back on the panel here for the English broadcast. And once again, it's with me, Eterna. And, you know, let's talk to the panel here. Let's talk to our analysts. What did you think went down in that first game?
Well, that looked like Mongolia early on, feeling comfortable, but then they were just outsmarted, outpositioned, and out-executed when it came to the big team fights. Sounds as real-world manipulation became a big problem for them.
And the aforementioned big dog of the current metagame, the Hilda, suddenly looked like a little scaredy cat. I think Luke has introduced to us, if not the de facto solution, maybe a temporary band-aid to that. The Uranus, it held down the lane more than enough for the Hilda to run away and look for something else. And then even in team fights, sure, in the first 2 or 3 major engagements, it looked like the Hilda had it under control, right? Like, it looked like Aizen was able to re-engage, Aizen was able to find targets that were straggling and then hide into the bush, get some regen backup, some shields. But Luke's Uranus, I can think of one word to describe its performance here, starting from the early to the late. It's inevitable. Like, he was going to get there anyways.
It's a long-term investment. I mean, in the lane, the Uranus' job was to just temper the Hilda. Early on, we saw that the Hilda, played by Aizen, was able to provide instant gratification once it would join the team fights. But as the game went on, throwback to MSC 2023 when Fnatic Onyx, then Onyx, brought out the Uranus, it had one job: manage the rest of the map, pressure the far lane, and watch your opponent's formations and macro crumble just because one lane was getting pushed by a Uranus.
And I think Luke really did right? And it's also interesting because when we're thinking about Luke, we usually want him to be on heroes that are more playmaking. But on the Uranus, the impact was definitely there. He was pushing all these side lanes. It was very difficult for Mongolia to actually look for a proper engage when it came down to it. It felt like they were scrambling. Like, do we go for this team fight or do we hold on to the lane?
I think it's a crime to say that Uranus on Luke was not a playmaker. It was the worst kind of, the best kind of playmaker for Indonesia, the worst for Mongolia, because everything Luke does, Mongolia have to account for him. Is he here? If he's not, okay, we can do this. Is he dead? If he's not, watch out, he might put stacks of the Ionic Edge on you and you might die. If I'm not mistaken, Luke has what? 3 kills? 2 of those were on ZXaura. 2 of those were on the Alpha. If you can use an XP laner to answer a jungler just like that, I'll take that deal.
And you can see with the itemization of Luke, that will be a big struggle. Again, we mentioned earlier in the panel, the damage profile for Mongolia is not going to be enough to mess up this Uranus. In lane, the best thing that Aizen could do was again to provide the instant effect come the team fights in the lane close to theirs. Every time Aizen would dish out a full combo, concussive blast, first kill, max out the second, the Uranus is just gonna heal through it. But then as it went on, the Uranus was just almost unkillable. Yes, eventually you saw the little adjustments by Mongolia. Malefic gun onto the Moscow so that it can free hit a little bit further. I mean, the true damage of the Alpha will always be there. But even though you've already done enough to bring the Uranus low, what happened to the rest of your team? The Eve was there to damage. CW, deathless, and had a very comfortable game. Even Keyboy looked like a killer with his positioning and the timing of his Primal Wrath.
Now, it also begs the question, right? You were talking about the Malefic gun earlier on. Was that a wise item to go for?
Yeah.
Considering, I mean, Garo on the Moskov, he was the sole damage dealer for that team, right? I mean, despite there being a Valentina, wouldn't he be the one to be expected to get through the Uranus and its regen?
Malefic gun is an item now. I wouldn't call it a good or a bad item. I see it built on like 80% of marksmen these days. It's because the way that it provides the range, the penetration, and just sheer damage output, you can't beat it, like economically speaking. But in this case, when your job is to, again, maybe, I'm not in the room where Mongolia talked about the game plan, but I don't know if he's the only one that they've assigned to take down Luke, right? But if you're talking about that responsibility, I don't think the Malefic gun was the bit. Like, I don't think it does enough to take down the Uranus alone.
Yeah.
I would have gone for the Halberd.
Yeah, they needed, along with that, a little bit more range. Yeah, Malefic gun was there, but if they had a longer range mage, it might have been a little bit easier to provide a little bit more problems to the Uranus. However, you do get why they picked the Valentina. They picked the Valentina because you're thinking, okay, we can steal the real-world manipulation. That's a long range we have.
And the
but
Edith.
and the Edith also. But we barely felt the effect of the Valentina stealing those 2 big-time ultimates. They weren't able to make the most out of it.
And that leads us to a problem that Mongolia have to deal with immediately, right now, game number 2. 2 things. Number 1, we can't play that Hilda Gambit anymore. Indonesia have the solution. Number 2, how do we fix our draft's innate weaknesses? One weakness would be the damage profile. It's hard to account for when you're mid-draft. Suddenly, you're at pick 4, or the last 2 picks for whatever phase you're in, and you're like, oh, we don't have burst. You gotta consider that. And number 2, find a way to not be reactive.
Yeah.
A part of me thinks phase 1, yeah, Mongolia won the draft, but when they finished up and you look at it 5 versus 5 and you watch the game, it was Indonesia calling the shots regardless.
But like, remember in the early portion of the game, it looked like Mongolia had a little control, right? They were picking up, skirmishes here and there. They were able to get pickoffs here and there. So when we're talking about control, why did that change?
Yeah, well, I think we have to boil down to what Sans and Indonesia has been doing for his hero pool. He's picked up 3 heroes mainly before today. Lo Yi, the Eve, and the Angela. Well, still 3. He's still within that same hero pool. So that shows control in different aspects. Lo Yi, of course, the crowd control in the team fights, but then control all around the map. Eve, we know what she does. Angela, it's that hero that we don't like to go up against in our ranked games, because just when we think we're gonna get kills, suddenly there's a hard guard, and then boom, all the efforts that we have are wasted. So that begs to show what Indonesia's approach into the drafts have been so far. Control in different aspects, so that sounds like a mastermind from afar can just be like Eve's ultimate. He's just like playing chess. You go here, you go there, then we're gonna punish them like that. So if you know that you're going up against a team like that, you need formation breakers. If you're gonna ban the Gata Kacha blue side, pick up a Hilda first, that's an easy setup for an E. So you have to approach it from what is Sans in Indonesia, thinking about it within that mindset control.
Wait, so are we thinking that Sans is one of the main pillars to Indonesia right now?
That's stating the obvious.
Yeah.
Sans has been a
Interesting.
pillar
100%.
for Indonesia, for Fnatic Onyx, for MLBB and that whole region of the world. I'll even say it now. I think Sans, the way he plays, affects how even Malaysia and Indonesia, how Malaysia and the Philippines play the mid lane. That's how good Sans is. So now that you mentioned it, you're right. After that Hilda, immediately the answer was the Eve. So they denied it directly. So this also speaks to the genius of their coach and Coach Adi.
He was up front,
Very vocal.
just monitoring the players in the teams while the game was playing.
Very vocal
so
indeed.
yeah, he has been a big influence to that. But I find this really interesting because I think a lot of people have been discussing the fact that Sans has kind of deteriorated in his performance.
Whoa, that's a big word.
Well, deteriorated. Another way to look at it potentially maybe is that he's evolved in his game. The mages for the longest time that we've associated with Sans are the mages that he himself can be like, all right, time to carry the team on my back, do something crazy. Well, this time alone, it's just now it's Sans playing with the rest of the team, the entirety of the team. That, although there were some moments where it seems like there might be a little bit of disconnect between Kiboy and Sans, Kiboy a little bit too fronting, Sans not completely just there at the right time. Once they sharpen that up, again, the fact that they've literally only played 3 heroes in the mid for Sans just goes to show how confident they are in their approach so far in IESF.
Agree with that?
Yeah, no, I'll never see Sans as a lesser player.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? Because that's, deteriorating is a huge word. Like, as a non-Indonesian, I'm offended for all the Indonesian fans of Sans.
Okay,
But
that's great.
yeah, no, I think it just came in the form of a question. And I think Renmar's right in saying that Sans is now a team player. So it's more clear whenever he's missing these little beats between him and his jungler, him and his roamer. And I think that's something that will, work out all the more in the coming days of the playoffs.
Yeah. So he's evolved in his gameplay.
Yeah, evolved, exactly.
Evolved in his gameplay. Okay. I'm thinking about it and I'm just like, yeah, that's good. Because he himself has actually mentioned in interviews, he's been saying like since, all these jungler assassins have been, popping up into the jungle, it's been very difficult. Exactly. So he wanted to be able to hold on to that killer instinct in the mid lane, but things have gotten a little bit harder for him since the assassins came back. So now that we're shifting kind of back into the fighters in the jungle, I don't know. I would have expected him to go maybe a little bit more aggressive this time.
Oh, well, maybe the aggression again has evolved in what that aggression means. Because this aggression, I'm looking at if you are a team that has prioritized mainly Loi, Eve, Angela, that's a different kind of aggression. That's someone else being aggressive for you. Or that's you telling the team, all right, here, we're going to go together like this, follow me. So in a way, that's why I want to see it more as an evolution of what Sans has become. Because it's no longer like, nah, I can do this. It's, hey, we do this together. It's a little kumbaya moment for the star mid laner of Indonesia.
All right, and it looks like we are ready for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to break it down once again for the drafts. Now, are we expecting both of these teams to opt for the same sides later on? But before that, it looks like, a little bit of an update for you guys. We did mention that there are going to be games that are not streamed out there. So this is the score that we're getting. Turkey 1-1 against Malaysia right now in that best of 3. Saudi Arabia actually won it 2-0. So Ukraine is out of playoff contention.
GG well played to Team Ukraine as well as to Argentina. They got swept by Team Philippines.
Wow.
It looks like we're getting a little bit closer and closer to what our brackets in the playoffs looked like last year in Romania. It was Saudi Arabia and the Philippines who faced off in the semifinals before the grand finals. Again, this could be the potential revenge of Saudi Arabia because Philippines sent them to the lower bracket last year, but now there's no lower bracket. They send you to the third place if ever you lose.
You can't climb up.
You can't climb
Your
up.
cap is third place.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm happy to see, on behalf of all of the Turkish and the Malaysians, I'm happy as an MLBB fan to see this go all the way. There's a lot of history between Team Malaysia and Team Turkey, better known as, well, then Fireflux and Selangor Giants, in this very same block. Like in a building just about a few feet from here, they had a great 5-game series.
Because we had a little bit of a peek into their first game, and it looked like Malaysia, they were dominating them.
For sure.
Yeah.
Right?
So what happened to get
Exactly.
Yeah, we had to watch what was happening in our broadcast.
We have to do a job.
Yeah, we have to go back and check out what potentially happened in Turkey and Malaysia. I'm pretty sure we can talk about that later on, maybe, if ever. I mean, at the end of it all, we won't be able to get to see it. We weren't going to see it, but
why couldn't that matchup have happened in the semi? So at least we see the other drop to the third place match, right? But
That's true.
That's the nature of the beast. That's just how the WEC 24 playoffs bracket goes.
And you know they're going all out. Remember the prize pool, 160K USD, guys.
Yeah, it's country. It's pride for your country. I mean, of course we have our club championships in the MLBB space. This is our country world championship. You know, it's country pride. And lately, I mean, of course, for both of these two, with Turkey and their achievements recently, they are a top 4 team in the world, top 4 country in the world.
That's
and
right.
now they look to push that envelope, go even further. While Malaysia, of course, they're trying to solidify that is their #MY era.
That's right.
So hopefully, whatever happens in that game 3, if we get the recap maybe later on or a little teaser of what happens, hopefully it becomes a very competitive game number 3 in that space. But hey, we still have this one, which I wouldn't be surprised if this goes game 3 on all the way as well.
Let's go back to game number 2, right? Because we're heading into the drafts now once again, ladies and gentlemen. Mongolia versus Indonesia, and it looks like, yeah, they're on the same side again. So Suyo, Hilda, going to be the choice of band here from Mongolia. Jushin and Matilda. So the big change here, the big plot twist here, is the Hilda band.
That's right. The Uranus only came out from Luke because of the Hilda. If you put any other XP later there, it wouldn't make sense to put a Uranus planted against this pick that Eisen will be picking up. So now the chip is still at large. The chip is still at large. Where's it going to show up? Red 3 or blue 3? There's no way it's coming through.
Unless, I mean, it has shown in the past before that even if the chip would be completely open, teams would still say, yeah, we don't need to. But Mongolia decides to ban it on their side. It's a good call up against a team like Indonesia. And see, this is what I mean about Indonesia's, again, going back to the idea of playing around like sounds and that kind of play style. The heroes that we mentioned will struggle up against Jushins and Matilda. The Jush will make it hard for Keyboy to get into position and find the right timing for Sans to poke and provide vision. The Matilda is built to break formations, get past the front lines, which means you make Keyboy react and you make Indonesia struggle, you take out the Fanny. So Mongolia will go ahead and pick up the Phoveus on their side. And if ever Keyboy would want to pick up the Cho, that's totally fine. You get the vision, you get to be aggressive. They will still rush the Eve though, which still makes sense and is perfect for what Indonesia wants to do with their playstyle. And the Alpha, the instant response to the Phoveus. So right now, this Phoveus pick is not happy.
What do you think?
It wasn't worth it. It
What
wasn't
about
worth it.
Gatot here, guys?
The Gatot is open, that's right.
Yeah, that's a great
Hylos
pickup.
too. There's so many rogue picks that, here's the thing, Indonesia don't care about. They're going to save this red 5 for Luke again.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous. I think the fights that Mongolia have chosen to pick against Indonesia partially might be the wrong one. And here's a breakout jungler for WEC 24.
Yeah.
We've seen maybe 2 or 3 X-Borgs a day.
Yeah.
Out of groups.
So back in the day, X-Borg was a really good counter towards Alpha in the jungle. You know, a really good counter towards heroes that are very sustainable. How does it fare in this meta right now?
Well, yeah, because of the rise of more beefier lineups, high defense lineups, the X-Borg, because of the poke damage that it can deal with, has become the main answer to that. Now, there's an interesting relationship between the X-Borg and the Eve. Some people would argue that the Eve will be able to take down the Farago armor quickly. Some people would argue that the X-Borg actually makes it sad for the Eve to team fight because you bring down the box, that's an easy target for the X-Borg to go, hey, I know where to put down my last insanity.
Right there.
I don't care to fight under your ultimate because you will still eat my ultimate. That'll be a big trade. You force the Eve low, and then that's a chance to go. But the problem right now is that you're up against the 1-1. And if Indonesia decides to pick a tankier frontliner here, yeah, it might be able to take some damage, but it supplements it well enough that the X-Borg might actually not be that big of a deal. Again, I'm going back to the idea of around the Eve right now, that Mongolia in game number 1 didn't fight well around it. Now, Tigreal's open.
Edith banned out, Luo Yi banned out as well in the second phase. What are we looking at for the mid laner for Mongolia here? Luo Yi's gone.
Valentina's
Tushin's
still
gone.
open.
Valentina.
Valentina's
Do
still
they
open,
want to
but
do that again?
It's proven that it's tough. It's proven. The Edith has been banned out, so there's less of a reason for the Valentina to want to be picked up here.
Exactly.
So something tells me it's not the Valentina anymore.
What are we looking at? Vexana maybe?
Vexana Aurora.
Yeah, somewhere along those lines. If this is a slow frontliner, and if they want to provide it even more problems, they might even opt to go for a Lilia. And with the Lilia presence, that might mean that the 1-1 has a lot of things to deal with. So, you pick up the Gatot Kacha here at 4th, because if you decide to go for a backline mage, the formation of Mongolia, with how scrappy their team fight already is with the X-Borg and Phoveus, the backliner mage will not have a good time.
Yep.
It still might end up becoming the Aurora and Vexanas of the world that you mentioned, but I would like Mongolia to really highly consider the Lilia here.
And what makes it more interesting
Yeah.
is this Gatot doesn't show where it goes. You still don't know. It could
flex.
be Kiboy, it could be Luke. And that's what I said, right? You leave that red 5 for Luke because Luke is the wild card.
Yeah.
Luke is the X factor in Team Indonesia. Anything he does and any play he makes affects everything on the map.
Yeah, that's been the template that Indonesia has been drafting with, right? Using that flexibility between Keyboy as well as Luke as we get into the final 2 picks from Mongolia. And that's going to be a Lunox as well as a Khalid. Very interesting.
We've seen one more Lunox mid in the groups. I'm not so sure if I would say I support it.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if we're talking about heroes that can kind of fend for themselves in the mid lane, like a Lilia, a Lunox does have that, especially at level 4.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you have the brilliance to save yourself, you have that capability, but it goes down to the classic idea from that game number 1 where this looks like a lot of pressure right now just still on the Moskov. And now you have 3 tanky frontliners that even though, yes, you think of Lunox as the one to shred down frontlines, and hey, honestly, surprisingly enough, the X-Borg is a little bit happier. This is still a tough game for a Lunox, and the lineup that has a Lunox and a Moskov together as your main damage dealers, that now it falls back to this 1-1 game for CW might actually be even better than the last one.
I'd say it's better for the X-Borg, worse for the Lunox, and that's weird because the X-Borg came in the draft first. So it seems like the priorities for Mongolia can only really be described, could only really be explained by them. Us from a spectator standpoint can only assume what they're thinking of when they picked up this Lunox, because I'll tell you now, it's very dangerous. It's sure gonna save itself via the brilliance. Sure, it's gonna shred down the good, the front liners good, but if you don't get there, what happens?
What happens? I guess we're going to have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, as we throw it over for game number 2 towards the casters. Naisu, Mirko, take it away.
Thank you so much for our panel once again for breaking down the draft here. Game number 2. As a mid lane specialist myself, Mirko, I have to say, I don't know how this Lunox is going to work out.
Okay.
I don't know
I thought
if
you were
I'm
going to tell him to play core or something.
I wouldn't go as that crazy, you know? As much as I love him, but with the current things, how they stand, I'll still pick him, but that doesn't mean he's the right pick here. Now, the Lunox, what do you feel about it? I mean, I think that's all you can do. Like, you've got an escape plan with the Brilliance. You've got some, you know, damage you can penetrate through some of those defenses in the front line. But even then, I think then you just kind of fall off after that.
I think I understand the idea behind Lunox though, right? The fact that for Indonesia, they just have multiple frontliners to deal with Mongolia's draft. They needed someone to actually shred one of the frontliners as well. Because if you take a look at the Xborg and the Moskov, you shred down these frontliners, but it's not an instant kind of delete button, right? For the Lunox, I would say you kind of have that instant delete button, especially in the mid to late game.
Like you got one job.
You got one job. When a Terizla goes in or the Gatakacha, you target him down. He's super shredded. By the time the guy is dead, everybody would already be kind of chunked low by the Xborg, would have full stacks, and the Moskov would just be chunking them out.
Well, we're going to find out if they can chunk it out or not. Jumping into the Land of Dawn again, game number 2 in this best of 3. Can Mongolia go ahead and even out this series? Again, it's a single elimination, so if this is a sweep by Indonesia, Mongolia will have to dip out of here for the WEC 2024 for IESF. And similar things, you know, you're going to see this kind of fall into place in the early portion of the game, and I think once again, that is always going to have to be what we look to see if Mongolia can do. Can they get their footing early on? And even if they do that, like they did in the previous game, they've got a whole lot to deal with. And this time around, it is a Gatakacha, which we have seen do so much for teams that draft this hero in, and with the Revitalize. So we can see a fight breaking out here this early on already, but it looks like they just post up. Mongolia will go ahead and get that Lethal Wander and set things up again.
It's just a battle for the Lethal Wanderer. Bit of an advantage now, over towards Xborg. Sans getting quite low, good taunt over to Forbid. Albert's hovering over, Ethan putting some damage back on Sans again. Albert not level 4 just yet. Ethan will flicker out, respecting the possible instant level 4 that Albert can get.
Yeah, that's troublesome because again, you saw there, if Albert wanted to go ahead and Spear of Alpha, he probably could have caught him, but they decided to be a little bit more disciplined, take things in their favor where they can. And the fact that Ethan doesn't have a flicker right now, you know, it puts him in a kind of precarious situation even with this. So look at this, they're trying to go for Sans.
Last Insanity, flicker out from Sans. They bait out a big resource before Turtle 1 spawns in the game.
All right, again, objectively, the team that usually gets this first objective does kind of have that upper hand in the early game. They build through it. You could see both teams kind of going and trying to make the plays if they can. Mongolia has been the aggressor, I would say, throughout the series. A lot of the times, they've been trying to get the early advantage going on, but they've just got to go ahead and respond now. So Albert, he'll start up the Turtle. Ethan gives the information. This could just be a situation where Mongolia maybe gives this away. He's not level 40 yet, so half health from the Turtle.
They reset it. Kibo is so far away. Good penalty zone from Luke to stop him. Sans will be the one to pick up the Turtle. Now as Ethan goes in for the healing Forbid. Jumps into the back line, but first blood will be claimed by Sans as Albert deals with Zixora, who did not have the Faraga armor. Now it's Aizen, all isolated. Has a demonic force. Brox to go for the Infernal Pursuit, will be bursted down before he can even get this next one. Forbid in the mid lane now zoned away. And Indonesia pick up 3 free kills and a Turtle.
Mirko, I know you saw it, the flicker forward coming out from Forbid, and then there was, you're waiting for the damage to come through, and then you're like, oh wait, it's not there. It's not there. It's not there for the Lunox, even against Sans trying to pull through, and even with that, they just got a whole lot in the hands of Indonesia off that first objective plus these kills, and this is what we always talk about. When this team, when Indonesia, their players get the advantage, they will not let up. Mongolia has shown us that they like to fight even when they're down. So they could still come out with a response from this, and that might mean that, hey, Ethan, now that he's got that level 4 available, he might be the one to start things up with the Raging Sandstorm. He had to burn his flicker earlier on, so they didn't really have many tools to be approaching that first objective. And once again, it's all about scaling. They're scaling.
Exactly.
We already got a preview of the damage. It's not there right now.
It really isn't. And that was the big concern, I guess, for Mongolia, right? Even though we see what they were going to do, what they can do with the composition, it relies heavily on mid to late. Luke, penalty zone in the bottom lane, unable to connect onto Aizen. Good spacing there. But back to the point, it's all about getting to mid to late, and I honestly feel like after losing its first Turtle, they should try to respect Indonesia here. Second Turtle onward, maybe look to go for some trades around the map, because if you just go and brawl it out against Indonesia with this big of a lead early on, it'll be very, very tough. You can already see Ethan put some damage down onto Albert, who wants to fight it out. He's an alpha who's a level ahead of the enemy jungle.
How do we feel right now about Khalid Rome? Is it only working for certain teams, certain players?
I don't know. I don't know about Khalid Rome, man. It's literally just an initiation tool, and you want to buy a little bit more time too, technically, with the pick. But there's so much CC for Indonesia. When you heal up, you can't even heal. And this is going to be a free Turtle over to Indonesia. No steal for Mongolia. They're just going to have to concede this, but there's no trades being made on the map by Mongolia. Indonesia are just doing what they want. Avatar the Guardian connecting now. Even Purify, the layering from Luke as he goes into the penalty zone in the back line, but Zixora plus 4 bits damage will be enough to deal with FCW. Pops in the Inspire, gets out. And Zixora will just have to burn out the last Insanity. They only lose Luke out for that.
They only lose Luke, but I'm also, you know, at least Mongolia punishes that, because that's a very aggressive play. Under the tier 2, under 5 minutes in, but they do this because they want this objective.
No Purify Garo, they were setting up for that, and now it all becomes worth it, losing Luke to burn out the Purify for them to dive and get a tier 1.
Almost there. Come on. Okay.
Okay, they want to save it.
They delayed a little bit. Eventually, that's going to go down. But yeah, it's all part of the plan, Mirko. Like, again, they initiated under the tier 2. They forced out some resources. They stay. They hang around, and then they capitalize it after that. So what ended up being, you know, not such a bad situation for Mongolia ended up being actually pretty bad. There's the turret going down as well. And so, as we were saying, you know, Indonesia will go ahead and continue to put pressure where they are able to find it. And right now, it's kind of all across the map. The next thing they're looking for here is the mid lane. If they can get the 3 for 3 on the Turtles, Mongolia is in a position where do they have to think, do we have enough damage to actually fight this through? Can we win a team fight against Indonesia for that next Turtle, or do we just let it go? We've seen teams do that before too, where they don't go and they're not able to get any of the Turtles, because the biggest obstacle in front of Mongolia right now is that zone that Indonesia is setting up.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about Sans. Like, just the fact that you have a Gatakacha and a Tarizla alone in the front line is why, again, they picked up, while we thought they picked up the Lunox to hopefully, you know, burst down one of these tanky guys, and they should be able to, but later on. I don't think they're quite there yet. But it looks like Mongolia, flicker burned.
Look at the targeting from Sans, always putting the Void Blast onto Zixora. Now, RWM, last incentive to be used, but he's going to be very, very low. Keyboy jumps into the Avatar, and again, it's CW, who's just wreaking havoc. Zixora backed away by Keyboy. He's the one who's zoning the X-Borg. This is the pick to counter the Gatakacha, but Zixora, I don't know where he can go. Sans will be rotating as well. Keyboy will be the one to get the kill. Though it is traded, it is definitely worth it for Indonesia, 4-1.
Again, as I was asking before that broke out, is this the right moment that Mongolia wants to fight, to contest? No, it wasn't. That was not the fight you wanted to take, and now you get further into the hole that Indonesia has been building up. And you're going to find himself, even Albert, confident enough.
1v4, Albert. I don't know if you want to take this. The Chaos come through. Luke, penalty zone only onto Aizen. And it's Mongolia who have to back away from 2 members of Indonesia.
So they back away. Again, some resources are down here. Now the Malefic Gun picked up by CW. They'll go ahead and work in on these tier 2s. That's the next site for them in Mongolia. Like I was saying, they've got to kind of check themselves. You know, stop trying to force some of these fights for a little bit until you're ready for them, because even so, whether it's a Lunox, whether it's a Smozkov, they have not been able to find favorable fights. Look at this pressure here. Spear of Alpha already going to be used from Albert. Enough to go ahead and just put pressure enough to get these tier 2s. Even the Brilliance being used right now. And I'm sure Forbit's thinking, man, you know, was this the right pick for this lineup? Because they can't really do much but just to watch this. Good push, though. Trying to get something out of anything up top.
I don't know, though. They're going to get a tier 1, but I think for Indonesia, they're very happy trading the tier 1 for 2 tier 2s.
Shields popped as well.
Shields popped. Holy defenses already down for Mongolia. Luckily for them, I would still say they have pretty good wave clear. RWM to chunk them away, to try to zone them away, to try to take this turret without utilizing great raging sandstorm from Ethan, but he gets bursted down. CW so he can kite away now. The last insanity gets used up. Luke uses the penalty zone to kite away, and they have been able to do it. Great kite back from Indonesia. 2 of the frontliners down, and it's in the perfect time for the Lord to spawn in the game.
Mirko, if they weren't down to 7,000 gold, that could have been different for Mongolia. It was probably the best initiation they could hope for after Indonesia started it, but they're just outgunned right now in terms of the items and economy. So that's an objective secured, a Lord secured for Indonesia. And if only Mongolia had a little more firepower in the exchange, they probably could have gotten a couple kills out of it. But like you mentioned, great kite back and just disengage from that fight, from that setup. You know, Ethan couldn't have hoped for a better Raging Sandstorm in that situation, but now they have to go and prep up. Can they defend this? We're under the 10-minute mark. The shields are already down. They were worked on earlier. Here's the Lord in the mid lane.
Let's see how to utilize it. Lord of the mid lane going to be able to charge into the base. CW getting rid of the Holy Defense up top, as that's going to be a Spirit of Alpha over to Xora, taking the Faraga armor away. Also an RWM, interestingly, already used up. CW unable to get the turret in the mid lane, but it is already very, very low. The look towards the second empowered waves to try to get this turret down. Again, for Mongolia, they have pretty good wave clip. Penalty zone. Luke catching Ethan. Now the Avatar of the Guardian. They all just crash down onto Mongolia. It's still a lot of damage placed down. That's a shutdown. CW taking out, but look at Albert on this Alpha, who's an absolute monster at this point. A snowballing Spear of Alpha. As he goes in, Xora, even with the Faraga armor, will not be able to survive. Sounds of the Poke still trying to zone Garo away. 2 more base turrets to deal with.
2 base turrets left. They got a couple waves pushing in. 4 members right now. Indonesia, Luke picking up a Winter's Crown. They could possibly still look to push this in. They're going to have to clear the waves out. Rest of the members from Mongolia do come up. So right now, they hold on into this game at number 2. They don't want to get swept here. Making Indonesia work for this win. Once again, Mongolia trying to just hold things together. It's slipping out of their hands, though. 10,000 gold behind at this point. Really looking to see where this Lunox plays its part, plays its role. Yes, they defended. Yes, they're still in their base. They got 1 base turret. But is this the time? We're 11 minutes in. We already talked about that mid to late game for this lineup from Mongolia. But when you have a 10,000 gold deficit to work for, it gets even more grim. So the fight's here into the jungle.
Oh, CW still able to cut away now. Oh, the Demonic Force connects. CW will be chased down. Crossbow Tang from CW to turn it around again. And the translation over from the Crossbow Tang over to Eisen as he goes in for the Infernal Pursuit. It'll be Albert in the mid lane together with Luke escorting this one melee minion. That's a penalty zone to bait out the Purify. Now the Spirit of Alpha as they go for the shred onto Garo. So many turret shots tanked away by Indonesia. But it's a given for this full tanky lineup. Now a taunt to take Morbid down. He will go for the Brilliance, but Mongolia will be knocked out from the IESF playoffs of MLBB. Indonesia move forward.
Indonesia, quick work here. Now game number 2, 12-minute mark, just under it. Able to close things out. And again, the panel talked about the draft, and I think that's really what showed the weak point here for Mongolia. They just weren't able to utilize the game plan that they came in here with. They lacked the damage, they lacked the ability to just respond to how much initiation came from the fact that you have a Drizla and of course a Gatacontra starting things up. Again, fist bumps all around. These players are getting very familiar with themselves, by the way, for all the times they faced against each other internationally for the different MLBB tournaments. But again, Indonesia is always that team that teams look to aspire to beat, I would say. One of the top teams, of course, just internationally for MLBB at this time around. Again, Mongolia not able to get over that massive obstacle that is Indonesia.
And for Indonesia, their next matchup will either be Malaysia or Turkey. We're going to have to wait for the results on that matchup, whether Malaysia has got it done or if it's Turkey who was able to get that win. Oh, Malaysia won. We got that information earlier, just right there.
Malaysia won?
Malaysia won 2-1 in game number 3. So Indonesia versus Malaysia will be our semi-final match.
And then I think we also have
Saudi Arabia versus Philippines.
Saudi Arabia versus Philippines. That's going to be a fun one, man. Either way, like, again, we're getting to the point where, this happens pretty quickly. If you guys have been watching, trying to watch and pay attention to all the streams for the MLBB Open, we've only got 2 days. So it's today and it's tomorrow. We find out who the champion is going to be tomorrow. But right now, we still got 2 matches that should be on the live stream today. And I don't know. It's looking like Indonesia's ready to go to the grand final the way that they played this one. If they can get there, again, formidable opponent ahead of them. And this is where, we start to see some of these powerhouse teams that might have had, a little bit of a different roster because we're talking about ISF than what you're used to seeing them play under their own organization banners and everything else. But ultimately, the play style is pretty much the same. Indonesia, we already talked about it. They're going to come in swinging, coming in hot, getting the advantage if they can, and that's exactly what they did here against Mongolia. And I still got to say, respect to the fact that Mongolia hasn't changed too much in the fact that they like to fight, man. Even if they're down, and sometimes it's not in their favor, they'll fight. Like that third turtle take, that fight that they just got
Second one
demolished.
even.
That was tough, man. You know, that was tough to deal with. So
It's definitely really, really tough for Mongolia, but I believe for Indonesia, we have a few words for some of the players there with an interview.
yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to the stage over there with CW. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to hear what CW has to say.
CW, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. I gotta ask you though, you boys have certainly bounced back. You lost 0-2 against Saudi Arabia. Talk to me, after that match, did that affect your confidence at all continuing throughout the rest of the tournament?
I think it's not affected our confidence. So we have another match, right? So yeah.
Well, you won against Egypt, right? So talk to me, heading into that Egypt map, were you kind of feeling a little bit worried about that series?
No, I think we just play, enjoy, and yeah, trust each other.
And are you feeling any pressure coming into this tournament? Because previous Indonesian players at IESF WEC 2022 on home soil, they walked away with a victory. Then 2023, they came second. Now 2024, are you and the team feeling any sort of pressure?
I think we are not feeling any pressure because yeah, it give us more boost confidence. Yeah.
Knowing that players before you have done it, so that means you can as well. I like that. And finally, you're going to be facing Malaysia. How are you feeling about that? Pretty confident?
Yep.
What's going to make you guys win over them?
Maybe we are better.
Just better. I like it. Quick, easy, and simple. CW, congratulations again. And it's back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you so much, CW, for that quick interview. Very, very short, very nice as well, and very confident.
Calvin for you.
I have not seen CW that confident before, guys.
He's chill.
Really? Is he more of like the meek and
He's usually
chill kinda
like,
guy?
yeah, we were lucky.
Yeah.
Hoki bude, you know, that's the common term in Indonesian. Like, we were just lucky bude.
Yeah.
Bude is the host in
In
ID.
Indonesia, yeah.
But he was like, yeah, we're going to win against Malaysia because we're confident.
We're better.
We're better.
His exact words were, I think we win. We are better.
In some ways, I hate to say this, I'll agree because what we saw here in Indonesia versus Mongolia is a far cry from Indonesia versus Egypt. I like how Jasmine threw back to that last match they had in the groups. You'll see here, highlights were playing out. Sands, always so amazing on the setup. Like, it just defines where and how far Mongolia can take their fights. Not to mention how Reptar was just, Renmar was off broadcast saying, why would they pick the Phobius into a team that plays E?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much the Phobius can do up against a team that likes to play and prioritize it. You already know that. I mean, it is a common idea that Phobius is one of the best EXP laners that you can pick now in this meta. They know that they're going up against a 1-1, so they're thinking of the cooldown reduction because of the little dashes that you get from that hero. But you already know the biggest problem again was the Eve that was causing issues for you in your team fightings and your execution. That one simple real-world manipulation exposed the fact that in terms of the team fighting, your positioning heading into the objectives, heading into the team fights, weren't just up to par with what Indonesia are known to play against in the region.
That's one way to put it. It also exacerbates the fact that the things that we pointed out that Mongolia have to work out before Game 2 began to force a Game 3, they just couldn't address immediately.
Yeah.
Draft alone, let's look at their lineup. Phobius, that's their first pick. And then they followed up with a Moskov, which was also problematic because Moskov has seen such a huge decline in major regions and picks going into their playoffs.
Yeah.
The closer we got to WEC 2024, less countries, less teams were picking up the Moskov. And then it just went downhill from there. It's safe to say, it went downhill from there. The X-Borg, reactive. They were expecting more frontliners. The Khalid, they were looking at their line like, yeah, that's not enough map control. Let's get a map control pick. The Khalid might be their only proactive pick. Everything else was super, all right, let's see what they're going to do. Which is what the Lunox also kind of spelled out. That was telegraphed. We just want to melt down tanky frontliners.
But even like from game number 1, I felt like Mongolia didn't have enough tools that they could work with in these particular skirmishes or even in these team fights for them to be able to regain the control that they wanted against a team like Indonesia. And talking about control, we were talking about Luke and his performance on the Uranus.
Luke.
And it was bad enough that he was performing on something, I would say, as passive in team fights as a Uranus. And they took it up a notch and put it on something that was super playmaking, like the Terizla. And we saw what he was able to do on the Terizla.
He was second top kill participation.
Yeah. The rotations that they had, you saw at some point it was the Alpha and the Terizla playing together. Then they switched it up as the Gata Kacha and the Terizla. It's there's a lot of dynamic elements in the drafting of Indonesia that for the draft of Mongolia, I'll credit them this. The fact that they rushed the X-Borg early, I would commend that. X-Borg, I feel like, is a pick in this current metagame right now that you can leverage because of its flex nature. But then you already showed that it was going to be in the jungle. That's them proactively thinking they're probably going to end up with a very tanky lineup. So I get that. So that's one thing that I would credit Mongolia for. But then it boils down to, it just seemed like in the draft, Indonesia was always one step ahead. But it got to the point where even though you saw Mongolia and their thought process with how they wanted to draft up against Indonesia, it boiled down to the idea that you mentioned, they just lacked the tools to deal with the lineup of Indonesia.
I think the tools extend not just from the draft, but even gameplay-wise. From a much smaller MLBB region like Mongolia, compared to, I'd say, the mecca of MLBB sports in Indonesia, strategies, utility, and metas just evolve so much faster in Indonesia. So already you have that large gap between the two teams. And here in Game 2, more specifically Game 2 compared to Game 1, it shows.
Yeah, under 12 minutes, I believe. 11 minutes and 55 seconds. I mean, very different to game number 1. I think it was 14. There you go. 14 minutes and 13 seconds.
There was a little bit of a give and take in Game 1. Like the early game belonged clearly to Mongolia, and then, you know, Luke happened in Game 1. But Game 2, it was more of just like, just.
Yeah. Here they just like ran away with it. I think it then boils back into one of the main ideas that not just here in WEC, in the leagues heading into IESF, we did mention how important it is. The tandem of the Roman mid, how well they control the river, how well they control the map. Up against a tandem, if you are rocking the Lunox and the Khalid, you thinking of aggression. All right, we'll give them that. That's aggressive. You can punish, you can poke. That's what they were doing in the center of the map. There were times where the members of Indonesia would be thinking, you see the hesitation, the back and forth, but then you look, because there is an Eve on the other side, a little bit safer, a little bit more in the distance, where it's like, no, it's cool. Hey, Kibo, you're low, that's fine. We can poke them from afar. And then once we saw that early flicker forced out from Ethan in the mid, it just goes to show that, yeah, that was a struggle for the Khalid and Lunox to control the center of the map. But it also goes to show, as we all mentioned, we've been mentioning, Indonesia look ready so far, and they look very strong. That's 2 straight series now where they've scored sweeps, they've looked dominant, and I think Malaysia is going to have a run for their money later.
And we're going to get what we wanted. We're going to get
I'm not going to say anything.
A good matchup between these two teams because you started against Mongolia this way. You started Mongolia Indonesia this way.
Yeah.
Why can't you be why can't you be more confident?
Yeah, it's not that I'm not confident. It's that there's like this thing with Indo-casters, when they're confident, something goes wrong.
So you're doing this for your country. You don't want to curse them.
I don't want to curse it, no.
You don't want to be confident.
Which is it? The latent curse or the fact that you're Descos, you need to be neutral? Pick a side.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
All right.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. She got us with that.
She's efficient. Work smart, not hard.
But once again, congratulations to Indonesia for moving forward in the first day of the playoffs as they will be making their way into the semifinals. Once again, I think the casters did touch on that a little bit, going against Malaysia, I believe, Philippines, and Saudi Arabia as well. Do you guys know when these matches are going to be happening? Today.
Very soon today.
It's going to be today.
Yeah.
Wait, we're getting confirmation? The next match will be the
Saudi
Philippines and Saudi. Oh, guys.
The defending champions versus the hometown heroes.
Now I get to relax for this next match. Now it's up to you guys.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Is your anxiety not through the roof because your country's playing off stream?
We're casting over it, right?
We are casting over. From what
For match
I know,
3.
yeah. We get 3 best of 3s. We called it earlier, 3 best of 3s.
Yeah, we're casting it.
So you get to take a break. Like you
yeah,
get to
I get to chill
and
for
then
this match.
you suddenly choke out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you guys think about this? Saudi Arabia and Philippines.
Well, okay, I'll say it as early as now. because with the result that Saudi Arabia was able to get with them sweeping Indonesia, that goes to show that, again, this is why I mentioned the Saudi Arabian Revenge Tour. It's almost the same story as last season. Now it's if Saudi Arabia will get knocked down to the third place match, or will they shock the world and go into the grand finals by taking down the defending champions.
It's a very different Saudi Arabia. It's a very different team.
Yeah.
So I think they're coming in well prepared to face off against Philippines.
And we're all excited for it, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to head over to a short break before we get into match number 2 of the day. So with that, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it's Barron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yes, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to WEC 2024 ISF MLBB Men's Playoff Stage. And we did have one match done and dusted earlier on with Indonesia moving forward against Mongolia in a 2-0 fashion. And you know, just to all the Mongolian fans out there, all the other Mongolians, like, we're excited to see what you guys can offer next year.
Yeah. And we're going to be seeing them in action in another World Championship in a month or so. So there's always a lot of hype around that region, and I'm looking forward to seeing, as you mentioned, what else they can bring to the table and how they innovate with their own style of MLBB.
We would like to also hand out a GGWell plate and see you very soon to Argentina and to Ukraine. They were knocked out by Saudi Arabia and the Philippines respectively. That's why we're witnessing Saudi versus the Philippines coming up very soon. And as well to Turkey. This was a match that happened in a different broadcast, and how I still wish that we had the time to watch that alongside the match that we were casting just recently.
Yeah.
We were backstage, and I think one of you guys mentioned it could be Turkey. It could be Turkey.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it was still Malaysia.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was a surprising outcome for that series because it was just a trade of dominating performances. Game 1, Malaysia dominated. Game 2, Turkey dominated. Then in Game 3 was Malaysia that dominated. So it was just both teams trading early game domination translated into full game domination.
Which I was hoping it was a trading of a different sort. I was hoping that these two teams would take it very long and trade in like a 20-minute bout. But apparently it was just domination for domination. And sadly, it was a best of 3, and all it took was just 2 games.
Brawl meta.
Is that what's happening?
That's all I'm going to say. Brawl meta. But I'm also going to say this. It looks like the official roster for Saudi Arabia is ready. So we are going to take a look at it right now as we are going to be welcoming Sano, Troll, Cuffin, Tarzan, as well as Sanji.
There are 2, well, one of them is an actual doctor now, and then another doctor in the making, and an engineer in this lineup.
Wow.
Yep, the brothers Troll and Tarzan, and Sanji here. And of course, some would argue who would be the best gold laner in MPL MENA is Sano, and Cuffin, who is just MLBB extraordinaire. Like, did you know that Cuffin in his world championship debut, if I was like a year ago, played in gold?
Oh.
That was him.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, remember. So that just goes to show how flexible this roster is. And again, we can go to their storyline a little bit later on because there's this very interesting story around Saudi Arabia, but it's time to learn more about the defending champions.
Yeah, so let's welcome the Philippines and their official team lineup. We have Fernandez, Galante, Sison, Gomez, and Torres. These are players that I have not seen
except for
just yet, except for him.
Yeah, like I'm sure you've casted and analyzed for a fair few amount of games for Sison in the jungle, commonly known as Kyle TZ in the world, but
Kyle
he
TZ.
is with the members of RRQ Kaito, who at the time where they qualified as the representatives of the Philippines for global esports as Team Seaball, they were the champions.
They were the reigning MDL champions as well.
Yeah.
And they qualified.
In Season 4, though, their story shifted. They lost in the Best of 7 Grand Finals. They had a jungler shift up, seemingly because of the shift of the meta with more assassins coming in. So now that they have Sison with them, an experienced assassin, a world championship assassin jungler, well, it's going to be interesting to see what this RRQ Kaito, now Seaball lineup brings to the table.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes.
All around the world, people are still referring to the Philippines as the powerhouse of Mobile Legends.
They're not wrong.
Time after time, year after year, season after season, it seems like PH is always still on top. Now, in this next upcoming match, we are going to see an MDL team go head-to-head against an MPL team.
The champions of the MPL, by the way.
Exactly. How do you think they're going to fare? Are you confident?
I'm confident that this Seaball squad, Team Philippines squad, is respecting what the Saudi Arabia squad can bring to the table. Because if you look down on them, if you don't think that there are any draft surprises that won't come out, if you think that they're not going to match you blow for blow, then you are going to get surprised by what the Saudi Arabia roster can bring to the table. However, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't play with confidence. They still have Sison with them. The RQ Kaito lineup, those members are very, they have a long playing chemistry together. So just respect what Saudi Arabia brings to the table, but don't be afraid to show why you were champions of MDL Philippines.
I'd like to think that their confidence is through the roof, given that they're coming in as the defending champions. They have Kyle Teasy with them, who gets to extend the world tour. But if you watched if you got to pick up what you can from the 3-game series against Malaysia to be able to qualify as the upper seed out of groups, you will know that it's not all a cakewalk. It's not a nice day in the park for Team Philippines. Like, this is a very different Team Philippines that we've seen from the recent years of the World Esports Championship. So I'm going to say now, against Saudi Arabia, and this is because of what Saudi Arabia has proven in the group stage and how they're looking like now, I'm not going to be as loud or as, as confident as I have been in the past. Like, I'm gonna do what you're doing. I'm gonna say, let's have a good time here.
You're gonna be a little bit more conservative with it. Yeah. All right. Sure.
See, it makes sense,
It's,
right?
it's infectious, Eterna.
No,
Wow,
I mean
you're right.
now you feel how I felt earlier.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I ain't gonna judge you for that anymore. I get you now. I totally get you. After all of that, yeah, I get you now.
Because these are the MPL champions, MPL men of season 6.
Yeah, and they are a championship squad that wasn't expected to even win the championship. I mean, our good friends, the talent team from the Saudi Arabian League, the MENA League, excuse me, they said that, hey, Twisted Minds, this roster, this Saudi Arabian national team roster, winning it all in that previous season that we had, no one expected it. They are the champions that no one expected them to be the champions. They've gone from being the loud, brash counterparts from the previous season,
the villains,
to now the unexpected heroes. Now potentially to even include a World Championship bout for your country in that regard. So the evolution of the Saudi Arabian squad, which is why we mentioned earlier, their story is so interesting. Now that they're going up against a Team Philippines that has a completely different story from what they're used to. This, in the drama, in the storyline alone, is such an interesting matchup.
So, could we be facing an upset today? Is that possible? I mean, technically right now, because we are in a single elimination system coming into the playoffs, we won't be eliminating anyone per se, but it is going to be a fight for third, fourth place, right?
You
in
get
the semifinals.
You get capped at 3rd and 4th if you do drop from this best of 3 coming up. So with that said, I think Saudi Arabia has it all now in the bag. Like, they have everything that they need, and this is their best chance, their best shot at vengeance. From what happened last year, from what's been happening in all of the other major international events in the MLBB space. Like, this is it, like right here on home soil, when it's a best of 3, and when you just came from they also just swept their opponents. They also swept Ukraine. So like they're
Exactly.
They're just larger than life right now.
I think you could pass off as a member of the Saudi Arabian squad. I see it. I see the semblance just a little bit with Tarzan and Troll. I see it just a little bit.
I'm like the older brother to the.
Yeah, you're the older brother of them. Yeah.
Who did follow? Who wasn't a doctor?
Yeah, who wasn't a doctor and an esports pro and champion.
Yeah. No, hey, I'm not trying to glaze up Saudi Arabia just cause, right? I'm just saying, like, this is a real match. Like, you look at Philippines versus Saudi Arabia in any other league, and with a different kind of build-up, we wouldn't be talking as much.
Yeah.
But now I think you really have to, the devil's in the details. You really have to see and make sure that everything in the draft goes right. The chemistry between the non-RRQ Kaito member and the rest of RRQ are on point, and that nothing else out of the game goes wrong. Because I think we were talking about this off broadcast while the matches were going on, while we were waiting for Mongolia and Indonesia to unfold. Champions are made not just in game.
Yeah.
Champions are made from your training, persevering with your difficulties, all the things that come with travel, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, they need to be ready.
Yeah.
They need to be ready, like they are right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the players, the teams are ready to, hop up on stage. So with that, we're going to throw it over to the stage with Bara as well as Jasmine. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, awesome peeps. Me, Barah Abdallah, along with Yasmin, ready for another match. But just to let you know, I just came from the CS2 scene. Oh my God, the hype is real. Grand finals, that's it. France made it.
Grand finals is slowly but surely approaching. But you know what? Let's focus a little bit more on this MLBB action we've had up here on the big stage right now. But the best part of all of this is best of threes, and the fun is not over yet. Should we go ahead and introduce our first team?
Let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, calling in for the first team taking place in this match. Let's hear for Team Saudi Arabia.
And the 2023 champions, hoping to take them down a peg or two. Please give a very warm welcome to Team Philippines.
Well, there you have it. Team Saudi Arabia, Mamlaka Al-Arabiya Saudiya against Team Philippines. You know, I've seen what's going on over there with the talents. They don't want to do their prediction. So how about we take off that kind of stress out of them?
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and go first. I'm
Tell
seeing
me.
the energy from the crowd. I've seen the energy from the boys as
Okay,
well.
okay.
My prediction is Team Philippines is going to walk away with a win. What do you think?
Well, maybe Team Saudi Arabia.
You know what? On
I'm
that
so
note, we
sorry.
should go ahead and find out what the rest of our analyst desk thinks. You've got to make a prediction at some point.
Thank you, Bar. Thank you, Jasmine. Man, they're really putting us on the spot here.
Yeah, they're really putting us on. I can't believe that we have the Philippines.
2-0.
2-1. I'm more conservative. I lean more towards a little bit towards 2-1 here.
I'll say Philippines 2-0.
All right. Then.
Okay, I'll go for Saudi Arabia then. I'm confident that they're going to be able to win this. 2-1.
Are you not
Wait, what?
Southeast
Did
Asian?
you just say, I'm confident they're going to win this 2-1? What was that?
Hey, sometimes teams take some time to adapt to one another.
That's true.
And going up against the, defending champs.
That's right.
2-1.
Yeah, and I think we talked a lot about the story of the Saudi Arabian team right now. They are champions. That you can't exactly look at this Philippine squad as underdogs. They've done a lot. They pushed Malaysia to the limit, or they were also pushed to the limit by Malaysia, but showed that they are still within their right to be one of the top teams in the world right now. They are the defending champions. There's a lot of pride in the Philippines when it comes to this squad. They knew the weight of responsibility that comes to being the national team of the Philippines, to be Team C1.
And yet, Leo touched on it just a little bit before we went into the player walkouts, right? It takes more than just in-game to be able to win a championship this big. Do the players from the Philippines have that advantage at the moment, right? Do they have the experience on an international stage against, Saudi Arabia and what they have already in their pocket?
I'll tell you now, this is a Team Cebol, Team Philippines, that is very different from all the older iterations. I'll tell you how, all right? Number one, you have the 2023 iteration of Cebol, which is the Falcons AP Brand version, right? The one that went on a world tour. They've gone all around the world, twice and over, and then they won the WEC 2023 championship, right? So they have the international experience. Done. 2022 was the one that was, that was blacklist, right?
Yeah.
So they already had a world championship under their belt. So yeah, they have the international experience there. You consider that, and you ask the question, very valid. Can this Cebol do it?
Yeah.
Well, they have Kyle Teasy, and they have MDL champions, and they have these 5 other athletes that have that understand and have gone through the circuit of community MLBB from the Philippines all the way up to the pinnacle of that with the MDL.
Yeah.
You know who else they have? Coach Pau.
Yeah.
Munsayak, also a well-renowned coach that has international experience. Coach Ducky is also amongst the ranks.
Yeah.
And Glindro, yes. And Leather Goods.
Yeah.
Coach Leather Goods, he's a part of their coaching staff, and he's been around. He's been part of every single iteration of Cebu since. So I think if you're wondering if they can face off against Saudi Arabia, if they can do what the previous Cebos have done, I'll tell you now, they have the tools.
Okay. I guess it just depends on how things are going to pan down, because I bring this up because they're going against the home turf here.
Yeah.
And Saudi Arabia, they have a lot of fans in the building.
Undeniable
if you
advantage.
lack the experience to be able to maintain a level head, when you hear the cheers and the roars for the Saudi Arabia team, I think even the best of players, that still can get in your head.
For sure. And which makes it understandable as to why there's a lot of questions for this roster. Again, they're development league, mainly a development league roster who are used to playing in a setting of it's them playing from the boot camp.
Relative comfort.
Relative comfort. They had that one season in MDL Philippines Season 3 where they played on stage, in person, with a live and intense crowd, and they won it there. But you also have to understand that Coach Lyric, a coach from the Philippines, one of the content creators turned coaches who have gained renown in global MLBB.
He pushed the envelope.
He pushed the envelope. They themselves are used to pushing the envelope. This squad mainly plays from a global ban system, and that introduces a whole different layer of pressure because you can't draft the heroes that you drafted in the previous game that you've already played in the series. So these players are flexible. They're known to that kind of pressure on site in-game draft. Coach Pau or Munsayak is used to that as well. So every time there's a question that rises about this Philippines roster, there's an answer that you can dish out that just makes you go, well, that's a good point. I mean, that's a possibility that it actually won't bother them.
And it's not even an answer that boils down to, oh, it's because it's a Filipino team.
Yeah.
It's a factor that no one has ever considered, or it's a combination of answers and experiences that make for such a unique and distinct style of play from Team Philippines. And not to mention, how often is it that it's the world champion, Saison, that's out of his element? Like, these four other dudes can play global ban pick. I have my pool, and I'm used to my coach opening up picks for me, and now suddenly they're like, what about this, what about this? I'm pretty sure that's a conversation that's popped up.
So what are we expecting here? Because we're moments away from the drafts now for our second match of the day here in the semifinals. What are we expecting in the drafts?
I'm expecting crazy picks out of Team Philippines.
Yeah.
Crazy picks.
Yeah, because the whole global ban pick system, the experience that RQ Kaito, this iteration of Cebu have come through, is going to allow for old favorites like Arlot in the XP lane. We don't see that as often anymore. But yeah, Fernandez, an Arlot specialist in there. CY, Filipino Torres. He's a 1-1 specialist, much like a CW in the previous series. But I know that he also plays a mean Brody, Claude, Nathan, right? So there's almost infinite amount of picks.
Yeah, and there's one pick on the side of Team Philippines that they showed up in their series up against Malaysia that just goes to show that they have an understanding of the meta right now and how it's currently evolving. They can play Jawhead in the room. And that applies a whole load of different pressure, whether it's because of the damage of the Jawhead can dish out, that the poking phase of the mid lane duel in the first 3 minutes might not be as clear-cut for Saudi Arabia. But for the Saudi Arabian squad as well, they have some surprises, if I'm not mistaken. One thing that I liked about the drafts that they've shown up is that they're not afraid to play the Bruno. That sometimes gets overlooked, but actually does really well with some specific lineups. They have a wide pool for Tarzan, who's played Xborg, Suyo, Nolan, and Alpha. That's 4 different heroes already played by him. And they're one of the few teams that got to actually play the chip in the roam. So as we now talk about the flexibility and the unique hero pool of Team Philippines, Saudi Arabia now also has their own clampback. So the more we talk about them, their stories, and now that we're evolving into discussions about what they can potentially show out in game, it's like I'm starting to nerd out. All the possibilities in my head are sort of going crazy right now.
They're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
And a part of me hates the fact that only one of them can move on to become the champion. And the other has to be happy with the fact that we can reach at best third.
Yeah.
Because there's a potential for Saudi Arabia to suddenly, like here at this moment, play their minds out and show us a form of them that we've never seen before, short of the M6 World Championship, right? And to do it on home soil against Team Philippines, would that not be a treat?
That's different. That's a different level of feeling, man.
Yeah.
It looks like once again both of these teams are still getting ready. We see, serious faces coming in from Team Saudi Arabia as well, as they're, getting accustomed and adapting towards their battle stations right now. So we talked about storyline. We talked about possible picks that we might expecting. What about this? It feels like right now the meta is shifting in a way that whoever is able to pick up that early lead is usually the one to be able to win the game.
Oh, for sure.
Comebacks are so rare, you're right.
Yeah, that's why you see the rise of the comeback specialists, not in terms of like the teams, but in terms of the heroes. That's why teams would want to, if possible, get the Nate, pair it up with an Eve, or pair it up even with a Sicilian. Those late game mages that really shine with defending, playing from behind, and punishing any miscalculated engagements within the base. And I feel like that is going to be a factor between these two teams if we get to the point where it's when we get to a game number 2. What I want to see in this game number 1 is both of them just trading heroes that are hyper aggressive and can control from the early to mid. That's a little bit of a history throwback. Remember the M5 World Championship, the World Championship for clubs last year. This roster that is playing right now for the Saudi Arabian squad was the roster that for 10 minutes made us believe that they could defeat an Onyx Indonesia at that prime. In that game number 1, it was these same individuals. It was Tro, Sano, Cuffin, Tarzan, Sanji that made even Indonesians go, wait, they might actually take down our champions.
Yeah, I was sweating.
Yeah. Hey, you were sweating. I remember I was on the desk with Mirko then, and we were really going like, even with Yasu from Mena, where we were like, oh, wait a minute, what? So I feel like that spirit is still strong with the Saudi Arabian squad.
All right, and with that, we're going straight into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 2 of the day here in the playoffs. Philippines, looks like they're going to be able to get that first pick. Wow, interesting. Yi banned out. We haven't seen that just yet today. Alpha gets banned out alongside with the Jushin and the Fanny.
Yep, and banning Eve right away, and you take out the Alpha as well as the chip, shows that we may be seeing Team Philippines signaling a lineup of early to mid-game aggression that if ever it gets into the late game, at least they won't have an Eve that could bother them and stop that. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia taken away, of course, the Jushin, respecting the pool of, I'm used to calling him by Mingwin.
Yep.
Galiantes, if I'm not mistaken.
Galantes?
Yes. Yeah, Galiantes in the
Galiantes.
mid. Respecting assassins. So, we're going to be seeing a unique trade right now. In terms of the assassin pool, you still have the Nolans of the world still available, the Julian. Hilda, if Philippines want to lean into that early game idea.
Something tells me they can go Hilda here.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure if Coach Lyric is going to allow for this. I want to say it out loud now. I've seen it happen a couple of times. There's a Phobius, all right? So they don't want to ride the Hilda hype train. What if Angeling swing 2 and 3 blue?
Whoa.
I've seen it happen a couple of times, and this Phobius, it blocks out the 1-1, and it allows for still that strategy. You could put an Angela on a Phobius, call it a day. That's a good mid-power spike right there.
That's a possibility. So this is a confident pick by Philippines. This is them saying that, okay, we prioritize this Phobius because right now there's a lot of picks that might actually give it the difficulty. You take out the Eve, you took out the Alpha, two of the heroes that when it shows up, Phobius would say, I'm not gonna have a good time here. But Saudi Arabia goes ahead and picks up the Matilda, which they could pair later on with the likes of a Bane. They can still get Nolan here for a pick out, but they won't do that. So this is them showing, you know what? We're actually gonna respect your hero pool in the mid lane. We get a high control mage that could potentially buffer any aggression by Team Philippines, while at the same time they can play fast and play a quick tempo around the Matilda.
I personally like this, right? Because essentially, sure, Angelique could come through, but them being able to take out the Matilda also denies another possibility that the Philippines could have explored as well, right? Because Phobius, very one and done kind of hero, right? Once he's in, it's very difficult for him to get out unless he opts for something like a Flicker compared to something like a Vengeance. So the fact that they've eliminated that, it really does put Philippines in a particular corner. So we're not going to see that particular assassin just yet, Leo, but we will be seeing a Hayabusa.
The read here from Team Philippines is they just want to outplay Saudi Arabia. They want to force out the limits of Saudi Arabia's mechanics, and that's essentially what the Hayabusa and the Valentina are doing here. Regardless of what Saudi Arabia picks, Philippines can play for a better position early to mid.
Yeah, I see that happening. So in terms of the heroes that the Philippines can pair up with this Valentina, they can go high poke, high crowd control, the Joe and Jawhead. The two heroes that Gomez has played in the roam that we've seen. Again, there is some certain draft picks that we didn't get to see from the Philippines in their series against Morocco. However, Saudi Arabia does respect that, so they take out the Cho. And let's see if they are gonna take out another roamer. Because right now from the lineup of Philippines, if they decide to take out a roamer, it might actually be a little bit too focused on the center. They can take away a gold laner.
Yeah, they don't need to take out a roamer. The Matilda's already there.
No, I mean Saudi Arabia taking away another roamer.
Oh yeah, if they attack that still. Given the whole MDL experience of this version of Cebol, I think there'd still be something in the bag for Gomez.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like there's such a deep hero pool there. So Philippines is respecting the Bruno. And that's something that we mentioned earlier, that Saudi Arabia is comfortable playing around, and they are respecting it. So in terms of the gold lane laner situation for the Philippines, they might actually lean towards a magic damage gold laner. Again, it's still just a Valentina as their main source of magic. So for Saudi Arabia, then, they can pick up a physical damage dealing gold laner instead.
Nathan still looks good.
Yeah, Nathan for the Philippines.
Yeah.
If Saudi Arabia steals the Nathan away, that might be too much.
Yep.
And Saudi Arabia takes away the Joe and the Jawhead. They respected it.
I like this. Every single hero that you guys mentioned as being unique gets taken off the board, right? You mentioned the Cho as well. The Cho also gets banned out by Saudi Arabia. Now, my big question is, usually when we see the Hayabusa, sometimes we do see a Ruby being picked up in the roam. Sure, Saudi Arabia has a Matilda, but does the Ruby still fit in the EXP lane to kind of combat this?
Well, I would not mind a Ruby for Saudi Arabia. As you mentioned, they have the Matilda provided a little bit more mobility, but nope, it's not going to be a Ruby. It's going to be straight up just like Atakacha.
They're protecting Sano.
Yeah, this is going to be a backline 4 protect 1 lineup. You're right.
Yeah, but still, I think the Magic gold laner is still a solid pickup for Team Philippines. That's what Torres is looking at. So we still need a gold laner and a roamer. Tigreal is still out.
Yeah. Tigreal would be okay, for sure.
Okay, I don't think it's the best. There's so many things stopping.
If they want more magic, Edith, roam, maybe, well, but the catch isn't going to be quite, and the export pokes might be a little bit too much. Philippines will actually need something with catch, because Saudi Arabia can go Irithel for their last pick. Lots of mobility, supplemented with a good distribution of magic damage, crowd control, that if Philippines doesn't have a hard catch... Oh, there it is. It is an Irithel last pick right away. But it's a 1-1 and a Khalid for Philippines.
Wow. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The drafts have been set in stone for our first game in match number 2 between the Philippines as well as Saudi Arabia. Now, I want to predictions. Whose draft do you guys like better?
You know, The play style for Team Philippines will be there, but there's something about the Saudi Arabia lineup, and maybe it's because I got to predict a good amount of the picks that I'm leaning towards them more here.
Okay.
I don't think it's enough to do 4-1 against the Philippines. You're really asking to go for that comeback, and against this version of Team Philippines, I don't think it's going to happen. They're very proactive. They're very capable in the early to mid. Up Team Philippines here.
So you've heard from the analysts on the panel stand, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ask the casters now as we throw it over them to game number 1. Mirko Naisu, take it away.
Thank you so much for the throw. Eterna, Renmar. We just have to figure that out. And Leo Manjaro, thank you so much, man. Oh, nice. We got a crazy draft there. Towards the end, I think we were already expecting the Natan to come out. Saudi Arabia were looking to go for a very protect Mr. President kind of composition. Full peel for the gold laner. But then they saw the 1-1. They immediately improvised with the Irithel pick. And man, if they were talking already about the Moscow pick against 1-1, that matchup being 50-50, this is a very, very heavily favored matchup for the Irithel. So, hey,
so
I'm a
you're.
1-1
I was
player.
gonna say. So are you? Are
I
you
hate
saying
Irithel.
You hate Irithel?
I hate Irithel as a 1-1 player.
I have to answer the question the panel asked us. I'm gonna say Philippines.
All right, well, there you go. Because you go Philippines, I'll go Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in the semifinals. Winner here goes to the grand finals, and the loser will be forced to play a third-place match tomorrow.
So we can see that once again, too, with things falling into place. I love how the panel just kind of went through the history of the fact that, you know, most teams or most people are looking at Indonesia and the Philippines. Like all the international teams, you know, or international tournaments, that's usually what's the eyes are set on here. And yes, Leo was right. This is a very different team from the Philippines, albeit Saison is there. That's Kyle Teasy for those that are familiar. Obviously, champion from last year's WEC 2023 in Yash, Romania, and he's on one of his signature picks. So we know that the game plan here for the Philippines is very similar to what we saw even from the last series with Indonesia. They want to start fast and strong.
It's all about that early game, getting that lead early on. But if we take a look at the emblems, Torres going for a different emblem here compared to CW on the 1-1. It was Weakness Finder for CW. Torres will go for the War Cry.
What do you like better?
Personally, for me, I like Weakness Finder more. I think the utility, the added utility that you get gives you a lot of value. But for War Cry, technically you do deal more damage, especially after you get those weakness points, throw out a few abilities. So I could definitely see Torres also utilize this really, really well. And for Saudi Arabia, you gotta talk about the export pick. The export pick up against this Khalid, against the Phobias, it's great, but then they have some really good poke, I would say, and also some damage to get rid of the Faraga armor. You can already see from Saison here, putting the pressure down onto Tarzan, forcing the guiding win, all to set up for the first neutral objective that, honestly, on paper, if it's an assassin versus utility, should favor KSA. But if we take a look at the side pressure that Philippines has, I think Saison might have a very, very good route to just go in and get the neutral objective.
I think that's one of the things too, is like if you can, again, anytime you have a assassin pick in the jungle, you like if you can get the momentum going, that's great. If you don't, then the play from the other side of the team is to go ahead and punish that. You know, force you into situations where maybe you're being a little more risky. So they go ahead and start up this dance for this turtle. You're gonna check it out a little bit. Troll 2, still not level 4, so it doesn't have the circling eagle, but right now they take this slow and steady.
Really, really good rotation here from the Philippines.
Look at the orange.
We were talking about, again, the Khalid robe, right? When does it work? And honestly, if you can get pressure around the map like this and you have an assassin jungle to capitalize on the pressure that you can assert in the map, you can have the Hayabusa go across the map, get a lot of different farms, and now he's rotating up top. That's a trade, I think. Kill pressure up top for the 1-1.
Oh, look, Saison's going under the turret on the top side. Might be able to actually get that kill. He does. First blood in the hands of Saison for the Philippines. So all this part of the plan, that gives the information to Saudi Arabia. They're going to fight for the objective, though. Crashing down into the pit. Still going for it. Cuffin will secure the turtle. Wow. And Fernandez able to get away. So that's a trade. The first blood, though, for the turtle.
Ridiculous macro, man. All from the pressure of Gomez. All the setups there. You can definitely see it. The setups from the start of the game, right? Where Gomez was just rotating from XP to mid, rotating and swapping lane with Fernandez to go into the mid lane again to assert some more pressure onto the Aurora and then to hold onto the turtle. So that rotation from Saison could be used. He got the orange buff, got the level lead, went up top in a matchup that really, really should not be favored towards Torres, but somehow he pulled off a great trade, got Sano low enough to assert more kill pressure, and Saison, Hayabusa, gets that free kill.
gets a free kill. Not only that, but it gets basically a free buff as well. He got the orange from KSA, and then he gets his own after getting the first blood. So that's something that obviously Tarzan is also going to want to be aware of. You know how they approach even to the next objective about a minute away. Because part of the game plan, anytime you have a Hayabusa specifically, is obviously just go for kills. We've seen teams do this before where they're like, you know what, forget the turtles, go for these kills, snowball out of control. Even before when we had the Sky Piercer that was always picked up, we still see some heroes, obviously like a Hayabusa, if they get a lead, they do still opt for that item. So he's going to put the pressure here on the orange buff. No steal though. Tarzan able to secure it. They're going to force the fight with Circling Eagle, Raging Sandstorm as well. Crashing into the jungle they go. Sayson finally goes down. Last Insanity though, pumping out the damage. Now Cuffin trying to be able to get away. Has the passive there, but will eventually go down. A big trade again. The 1 for 3 favored for Philippines.
Great turnaround again from the Philippines. Saudi Arabia, they saw an angle. Saison had already committed the quad shadow in to go for the red tree steal on the orange buff. They saw that angle, went in, but unfortunately, they didn't account for the shadow kill that was still ready. That could buy so much time. And when he popped in the shadow kill, no kill pressure all around. They could steal out of the big ultimate. Galantes, amazing usage of the IMU. Didn't go for the Frigid Glacier. Actually stayed back, took Tarzan's ult, taking that last Insanity to finish off the rest of Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia are going to be very, very desperate to look for something on the map. They have lost control over the winning side of the lane, which is up top. Again, the Earth versus 1-1 matchup. So they're going to have to put all their marbles on the neutral objective, or they just hold out until that mid-power spike hits.
That'll be what they go for. This time around, though, Philippines wants to go ahead and contest this one. Demonic Force, there's the Raging Sandstorm once again. Sayson trying to go again, gets stunned up a little bit, has to back out. So disengages from the fight. Gomez on the run as well. Tarzan handled by Fernandez though. There's the jump. Avatar of the Guardian now. They get the taunt off the Unbreakable with the Demonic Force is a little bit too much to handle. Fernandez still looking for more and will pick up the killing spree and the objective as well.
And this is where it gets really, really tough for Saudi Arabia. This composition that needs a neutral objective. Shadow kill.
Goes in with a shadow kill. Not going to be enough damage. So able to put the pressure, and luckily Sano was there. So they hold on to that mid turret.
Back again to the point, man. The Assassin has won the neutral objective over Torres. Free hitting.
Oh, again. You see how much pressure is being put here on the jungle of Saudi Arabia. They're going to constantly deal with this. Also now down bot lane. One hit away. That tier 1 finally goes down. And this is what we're always talking about. When it comes to the Philippines, the macro level that they go at. Even some of the micro decisions obviously highlight too. There it is.
Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer. What do we call that? Back in the online
Sky Pierce Abuser. That's a spa right there.
The spa. The online qualifiers when that item just came out and everybody was getting it first item. The spa.
I mean, if you're this far ahead at the early stage of the game on the Hayabusa, you already got your first kill. They're now looking for turrets, and for Saudi Arabia, they really need to start respecting Sano. Oh, man.
Oh, he's going for it. Crossbow of 10 going to be used.
Revitalize.
Revitalize does come out. They're going to jump in. Avatar of the Guardian looking for Torres. Won't be able to get the Unbreakable. Now Sanji jumping in as well, taking the brunt of the damage. Cut off from the team. Will be able to Guiding Wind out. What an escape, though, utilizing Troll. But look at the push. Sayson once again now. Even that tier 2 worked on. So it looks like they're still going to be going Philippines happy to go ahead and cut these waves in and take control of this side of the jungle.
Really, really good usage. Again, again,
Sayson again. Jumping in. Shadow kill going to be used. Doesn't get the kill. 1 HP left alone. And there's a forced out once again. Last Insanity taken by Galantes. So this is what we're seeing. They're trying to catch up. They're trying to catch their breath, man.
Philippines are truly just suffocating Saudi Arabia here. They're not able to leave their base. Once they step into their own jungle, there's Sayson who walks in. And remember, the fact that he can actually dish out that much damage while you have a Mathilda is some crazy stuff. And again, due to all that pressure they have taken into the enemy jungle of Saudi Arabia, this is going to be another free turtle. 2 of the last turtles taken for free. A Melfic gun already for Torres. As now, I think he's kind of already outscaled that winning matchup for the Irith, though, right? For Sano, he's so far behind that even if they go 1v1, I think Torres will have enough attack speed to get close, to gap close, and then to just follow the motorcycle, man. Just outsprint the motorcycle.
Follow that Ducati.
The Ducati.
You know, at this point, I have to say, like, because we've seen this now a couple times, you pick up the Melfic gun when you play your 1-1?
Yes, especially because for me, you know, Eman is my idol.
Yeah.
Picked up Melfic gun. first, before even the nerfs or the changes to the Melfic gun in MPL ID. So yeah, I go for Melfic gun. It seems like Torres loves the Melfic gun as well, especially to the changes that have been made to the Melfic gun. Now, I think most marksmen just prefer that over the Melfic roar. You get a bit more range.
Get a bit more range.
Great penetration too. That's a bottom lane tier 2 for free. And now this is a problem for Sano.
Yeah.
He has a Ducati. He can ask you, what color is your Ducati? But Torres can just dash away from the Ducati, man. And look at them. They're full pressure all around. Purple buff, red tree forced out, and then you see Hayabusa walk up top, taking control again of the enemy jungle.
I don't know, man. Personal life, I'd love to have that problem. You know, having a Ducati.
What color is your Ducati?
What color is it? And at this point, this is the tough point for Saudi Arabia because it's almost just like, you know, you've tried to like stop the bleeding from happening even back in the early game, the mid game, and it's just it hasn't stopped. It's actually gotten worse, and you're trying to catch up with that, keep things under control. But with this happening, even when it comes down to just your own buffs, you're having this hard of a time. It's tough, and look at this. Torres picking up the win in nature now.
Yeah, that's where it gets real tough now. That's why it's an orange buff steal as well, I believe.
I think Tarzan, did he get it?
Oh, Tarzan might have gotten it. No retribution used up. I think they were baiting out, trying to get the retribution. But Tarzan will still be able to pick it up. Now, that was the problem. Nice, Sue.
Yeah.
Yes, not really a problem if you have a Ducati, but now the Ducati does no damage, right? The girl with a crossbow has the win in nature now. You won't be able to put any kill pressure on Torres. He can walk up, and all the poke that KSA can throw at them doesn't really matter at this point. That's a free Lord. Lord number 1 taken by Philippines.
And I think at this whole point, like the past 5 minutes or so, it's like everything's on discount. Everything's free, almost 100% discount.
Bargain Hunter. Everybody has Bargain Hunter.
Bargain Hunter at this point for Philippines, they've gotten everything nearly for free. And it's up to Saudi Arabia to be like, you know, we got to stop this. We got to be able to do something. So, and that's probably going to happen in their base. Now, if we think about it, like defensive-wise, do they have the lineup that can actually stall this game out from this first Lord push? Most likely so. Their clear is actually not bad. They can also lock down, you know, that push. Just the fact that they have an Aurora on their side in the composition here, but it's still going to be tough, even with this first Lord, because of, again, the glaring difference.
Yeah.
We got like 10,000 gold deficit we're talking about here.
I get you, man. For Saudi Arabia, they can definitely look to still clear it out, but what are they going to do if Philippines just try to run down on them, right? The fact that it's a 10,000 gold lead, they can actually afford to do things like that. Saison can walk up, pop a shadow kill, zone everybody away from the turret, and then they'll take it slowly but surely. Look at the way that they're actually managing waves right now. It's a slow push in the bottom lane. They're going to use 2 waves to crash down. First, Lord push with the wave will get the Holy Defense, and the next wave should be the turret take.
All right, so they work on the Lord here. It's going to be worked on pretty quickly, but the shields are going to pop. That might be what Philippines is just looking for. Berserker's Fury also picked up now. Saison once again. Look at the damage with a shadow kill alone, and this is what we're talking about.
Oh, man.
With that lead, that hurts. That stings. As he picks up the next item, it's the Endless Battle.
And if you guys were confused why we call it a spa, it's because, yeah, it's a Sky Piercer abuser, man. Kaltizi Saison is an absolute Sky Piercer abuser. You saw that?
He saw
it. No stacks, by the way. 0 stacks. So he finally got 1 stack. He has something now. He can go for another dive.
Seal going to be used. Saison on the top side. They want these base turrets. Every turret being worked on. Bottom base turret finally goes down. Looks like KSA will be able to hold on to the 2 top and mid for now, but still scratching, you know, with their backs against the wall, trying to claw back into this game. And really, when you know you're Rome, with stacks or not, and you get deleted that quickly, how are you able to utilize the utility you have in this lineup?
It's going to be real tough, man. Even all your initiations here, there's so many ways for Philippines to just outmaneuver you. You pop into Avatar, there's a built-in Purify in 1-1. Galantes will probably just steal the last Insanity again and get through the frontliners again, dive in towards the backline, and dismantle this front to back before it even starts. For Philippines, I guess, getting the turret in the bottom lane, they definitely wanted to get the far lane, right? But it's still a win, man. They have a Hayabusa. Meanwhile, for Saudi Arabia, they're really kind of forced to just group up together every single time, and you can see the retribution faded out again from Tarzan right as the Lord is going to spawn in the game. And this is going to be the 13th minute Lord. It is an enhanced Lord that Team Philippines can take and probably utilize to end the game. If not end the game, at least 2 more base turrets. So more advantages. They'll play it slow, go for another Lord, and this should
still
be
Bargain Hunter.
It's another Bargain Hunter.
It's another one right there.
Bargain Hunter, it's pull yourself together. It's all the cooldown, man.
It's all the cooldown that you need. And with that, so Lord's coming up, and this is where you have to wonder. I mean, we've all been in this situation Oh no, well, there's a flicker in. They want to force the fight. Sandwich in, last insanity going to be used already. Troll's still going to be alive. Luckily, Tarzan was there to help him. But that is some key ultimates, but also battle spells used up that they might need for this defense here as it's making its way down the bottom. So this is going to be a push into the base, and Philippines definitely wants to end it on this one.
Let's see how they utilize it. In terms of items here, after the nature, he's actually gone for the Malefic Roar too. So it's a Malefic Gun plus Malefic Roar for Torres. Two ways crashing down into the base turrets.
Again, they're going to try to hold it together here. Lord still has to be worked on. Saison picks up a little bit more damage. Conceal going to be used as well. They swing around the corner on the bottom side. Sanji fronting it all on this Gatakacha with the base turret. Last one still going to be worked on. They hold it so far together. Galantis still holding on to that last insanity. Last turret being worked on. Winter's Crown picked up by Fernandez as well. And Divine Glaive, there's the push in with a Raging Sandstorm. The jump in, trying to clear the waves the best they can. Gomez pops the Immortality. He's trying to disengage. And right now it looks like Saudi Arabia is going to be able to successfully defend against that push despite being majorly down.
They hold again, but the gold lead is just absolutely ridiculous. Take a look at it. It's a 13,000 gold lead from Team Philippines now, and it's still building up. They have so many advantages around the map. Sano has only now in the 15-minute collected the win in nature, so now you can kind of say that he should be able to survive a lot of these skirmishes, but even that I don't know, right? Because they have so many more layers to put on you. Let's say Saison goes in, you pop into Win of Nature, what are you going to do against Torres, against Gomez, against Fernandez, and obviously Galantes, who is still just going to deal magic damage, will bypass that Win of Nature like it's no problem. And as expected, after Enhanced Lord, they'll take the last two base turrets. Now they have the far lane control, they have everything. Saudi Arabia's jungle is now Philippines' jungle.
Yeah, it's pretty much Philippines.
And they'll just continue to suffocate Saudi Arabia, wait for the next Lord, no rush whatsoever, and try to end after the Lord spawns.
I'm trying to think of this like we're like, even if you're down this much, I mean we've all been in that situation where you're down like massively, you know, even you and your teammates are like surprised, like, wow, we actually are still in this game. And it's like, how many times can they continue to do that with the lineup that they have, you know, and then possibly turn a fight around where like then the death timers are so long that they're able to swing in. And mind you, they don't have any turrets.
Yeah.
So let's say one more successful defense for Saudi Arabia. If Philippines gets a little overzealous on the way they approach that fight, and they lose that fight, it's going to be a good swing in the favor of Saudi Arabia, especially when it comes to map presence. Because right now, you have no choice but to just go ahead and park up in your base and watch your buffs mostly get taken, unless you're able to get that too.
At this point, I gotta agree with you. The only strategy now is to park the bus or to go all in on the Lord, right? Maybe go for a fight here, gamble it 50-50. Try to look for a win, but against a composition like this, when they're all level 15, except for Fernandez, when they're all so far ahead of you, I think Philippines wants to corral them outside of the base, and Torres is walking up.
Torres in the front alongside Fernandez, but that's going to be a Lord again, secured here. Yeah. It almost looked like KSA wanted to fight, and now they're going to have to disengage. So even though a couple health bars are low, they'll go ahead and Guiding Wind on out, and it repeats itself once again. But they've done it now a couple times.
Yeah.
Can Saudi Arabia do it again?
If this is what it's going to look like all the way from the start of the game, I think Saudi Arabia should have really leaned on to the initial strategy that they had, right? It's a full front-to-back composition. They were clearly setting up for something like a Natan as well, right? A pure hyper carry. Whoa. But they decided to go for it. Bottom lane, trying to go for Saison. Shadow kill.
They're going to get cut off here. They went in with the Circling Eagle. There's the Raging Sandstorm again. Even before the Lord, they're just forced to fight it out. Last Insanity going to be used as well already. Torres getting the double, looking for more. Base going to be worked on as well as they try to clear out the waves. A triple's already picked up for Torres. Won't be able to get more, but they get game number 1 for Philippines.
And we called it Naisu. Beautiful layering from Team Philippines. Once you win a nature to shadow kill, there's a crossbow attack. There's a Raging Sandstorm. There's so many angles of attack the Philippines can put on you when they have that big of a lead. And now for Saudi Arabia, it's back to the drawing board. For Philippines, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Continue what they are doing already. They're just so creative with how they tackle around these early game neutral objectives. Phenomenal performance from Team Philippines.
That was almost like a last-ditch effort coming out from Saudi Arabia there. Like, you saw it happen. The Circling Eagle was used. They tried to, of all people, by the way, they tried to get Saison. They tried to get Kyle Deasy on the Hayabusa, mind you. That's already difficult in itself.
Very, very.
So they then they had no choice. Once they committed, they full sent it, and then they got cut off with the sandwich.
Again, they got the win in nature. It kind of played well to the Philippines because they got the win in nature. It was a green light for the rest of the team. Khalid to Raging Sandstorm and Torres to just get that crossbow tang down. And with the translation of that kill, we know that duration of the crossbow tang, it adds on and on and on. Triple kill at the end of the game before they destroyed the crystal. It could have been a Maniac.
Thought he was going for the Maniac.
I thought they were going for the Maniac, but hey, a win is a win. They'll just go for the crystal. Doesn't matter if you get a Maniac. Doesn't matter if you get a triple. A win's a win. What do you guys think on the panel? Analysts, do you like that game?
I'm pretty sure 2 out of the 3 people on the panel right now are smiling at the moment. Thank you, casters, by the way. Huh?
What you want to smile? There, you're smiling.
Oh, I'm smiling
So
because
that's
it's
3
like
out of 3.
professional.
Ah.
Yeah.
Are
like
you smiling?
internally smiling. Like
I'm
my
smiling.
soul is
All right.
smiling.
I'm happy.
That's an interesting.
Yeah,
smile.
I ate my own words. I ate my own words. The Philippines just outclassed, straight up outclassed the Saudi Arabian squad in that one.
That's what I was looking at. Again, the individual execution and the lane-to-lane pressure that Team Philippines could apply. You saw it from the early to the mid, up until that last play where they're like, why is Sano that deep in?
Yeah.
What is Troll thinking? I mean, I'm sure they were thinking, all right, you built your Malefic gun, you can go for it. But when you see a lane that well controlled and you see Team Philippines playing with macro, that's basically just Mike Tyson in boxing. That's Tiger Woods in golf. Like, that's just the nature of the beast. And that means they allowed for Saudi Arabia to get that deep in so that they can punish. As soon as I saw the timer at 5 minutes? 4 minutes, 5 minutes, no kills, I knew it was going at PH's pace.
It was a Hail Mary play that they made, right? They were already so far behind. All these lanes were pushing. Philippines were able to pick up another Lord. So they gambled on it. They gambled 50-50. And unfortunately, it didn't really work out to their favor. But that was a 17-minute game, 18-minute game, nearly. This is one of the longest games we've seen today.
Yep. Classic Filipino discipline. When they weren't able to get Saudi Arabia down, once they were able to take down all the turrets and they were able to survive the dive coming in from Team Philippines, well, Saudi Arabia had more time to work with. The magic number that they were trying to reach was around closer to 45, 46, because leading up to this, they already got the Malefic gun on that Airthal, so it was a full build Airthal. Even once that Malefic gun came in, I was already saying, oh, it's going to be a little bit better now, a little bit harder maybe for Philippines. However, it would have been difficult for the Philippines if the Airthal wasn't in that deep. They decided to commit that Hail Mary play that you mentioned, and it was one shadow out by the Hayabusa that took out the efforts of the entry of the Matilda and the Irithel. Once Saison was able to shadow out, and then they realized, oh, what we committed on the target isn't here. They had to run, force out the Wind of Nature, as the casters pointed out. That's an easy call by Gomez to commit the Raging Sandstorm, flicker into the back line. It was a free play for the Philippines to punish.
In addition to Saison's expected performance, again, this is the same Saison we're talking about that won the M5 World Championship, that won this same tournament last year, the WEC 23. Today, to me, personally, Gallantes was a revelation.
Oh, yeah.
Gallantes picking up the right ult at the right time and being as aggressive as you could be while still protecting yourself as the linchpin, as the anchor of this draft. It's amazing. He's top kill participation, KP here in this game.
Yeah, he mentioned here the linchpin of the draft. If this was a worst performance coming in from Gallantes, the story would have been different. You wouldn't have had an incredibly reliable Valentina. You would have called for the Focus and the Hayabusa to hard carry alongside the Kali, potentially getting some more deaths. But since Gallantes was so efficient in his play with the Valentina, again getting the right ultimates and applying the pressure at the right time, suddenly Saudi Arabia and their lineup felt more damage than they dealt.
We saw that unfolding. We saw that unfolding in the game. He was definitely the glue to, iron things out.
Yeah.
An amazing, once again, performance from Team Philippines. And if we're going back to the basics, guys, it wasn't a bad draft from Saudi Arabia.
Asterisk, it wasn't a bad draft in the grander scale of the metagame. But when you're looking at their play style and what they want to do against Team Philippines, it might not have been the right draft. because it was a very 4-in-1. We can agree on that. It's all on Sano. Sano is the one who's going to carry the game. That's number one. Number two is maybe there wasn't enough proactivity in the jungle, because it looked like Team Philippines wanted to invade, right? Like they had the Khalid, they had the Hayabusa, they had the Valentina. But even then, they weren't invading as hard, even into the 10th minute of the game. So they gave a lot of leeway to Tarzan.
So was that draft or was that execution?
I think it's execution.
Execution, right?
Yeah, so it's a draft that is good on paper,
Yeah.
but maybe Team Saudi Arabia could have done more with it.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's hard to say or find the universe wherein you'd say the X-Borg would out-rotate the Hayabusa in terms of jungling speed. But then again, that's why you pair it up with the Matilda, so that it can rotate the map better, a little bit quicker, reposition in better angles to throw off the opponents. It's just that it seems like there was I wouldn't call it a disconnect. Maybe a hint of discomfort, again, going back to that idea, a hint of discomfort with the playstyle around the Matilda, Aurora, and the Hayabusa.
All right, Red Mario, now that we're talking about it, it's come to me. It's not disconnect. It's Sano, or no, rather, no. It's Troll getting overloaded. Troll has to do so many things, right, on the Matilda. When you're a hero as awesome and as high prio as a Matilda, you're thinking, all right, we need to get the X-Borg where it needs to be so it can pressure Kyle TZ, pressure Saison, pressure the Hayabusa, win fights when it's a big turtle fight, right? Also, you have to protect Coffin, right? Make sure that after the Frigid Glacier, you're able to reposition because that extra life, the Pride of Ice, isn't free. And then you also have to protect Sano because Sano isn't ready up until the, 5th, 6th item.
Yeah.
So I think it's also a huge factor that Troll was... You know what I mean? That was Troll. That was Troll. And it was evident in the... What was that? The 9th or 10th minute? Where even our casters were like, how was a roamer popped like that by a Hayabusa with a Sky Piercer with no stacks?
Yeah.
Right? Frederick Erickson and Joseph Charles, they were baffled. Like, that's a Matilda roaming to see vision so that the Irithel could farm. And then he pays the price for it. So I think, the Matilda situation also played a big role in Saudi Arabia's performance in Game 1.
Okay, so I guess Saudi Arabia, they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to reset because remember, it is a best of 3. There is still room for them to come back in the second game. And because, when I took a look at the drafts, it made sense, right? They wanted mid-prio. They were able to pick up an Aurora against the Valentina. They were able to pick up a really good gold laner against the 1-1 as well. I mean, an Irithel is an answer towards the 1-1 in the lane. It just so happens that the rotations that were coming through from the Philippines were just a lot more quicker and a lot more clean.
I think Saudi Arabia got so much in the draft, but some things went through the cracks.
Yeah.
And that's where Team Philippines attacked.
Elephant got through a crack, turned it into a massive hole in the wall. It was the Phobius that in the long run wasn't bothered. It was an unbothered performance by Fernandez.
Freddie Fernandez.
Who early on, I think around before the 9th minute, he was already 3-0. That's already a good signal that this Phobius had a really good time. In the team fights, the Phobius would just be jumping up on people. There aren't maybe that many dashers that would activate. Maybe you get the guiding wind dash from the second skill of the Matilda. If ever the Irithel's around and uses the heavy crossbow, that activates it.
Gatos enhanced.
But essentially, it was just Fernandez being proactive with the Phobius, making the most of the crowd control already built in the kit of the Phobius that was also easy to dish out. Then I thought that this Phobius might actually have a little bit of difficulty, but then he was like, what are you talking about? They didn't have the damage in the early to actually mess up that Phobius. They would control him, they could delay him, but similar to that Uranus for Indonesian
He
game
was
number
inevitable.
1, he was inevitable.
He was inevitable.
Half of Fernandez's Infernal Pursuit triggers were off of his own skills.
Yeah.
And I watched the game, he was triggering them himself, just...
Exactly. Yeah. It was just the second skill, the enhanced basic attack, which made me feel like, oh wow, you don't have a lot of dashes, but you're still triggering all of those effects. That's crazy.
So let's see the adjustments coming in from Saudi Arabia for our game number 2 between these two teams and regions. It looks like they are going to be swapping sides here. Philippines now on second pick. We have the Fanny, we have the Matilda being banned out by Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, from the side of the Philippines, we have the Suyo being banned out. So Still very similar. I think the only difference here now is the fact that the Matilda is off the board.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this now. If Saudi Arabia prioritizes the Cho, Philippines take a jawhead third pick in red. Come on, let's just show us a fight. Just show us damage. Just show us pick off. Just fight each other.
Yeah,
Honestly.
Game 1, despite how violent it looked, like, you know, the number of kills that Team Philippines got away with, it was still like the old-fashioned macro playstyle that the Philippines is well known for. So yeah, I agree with you, Remar. Like, maybe just get a Tigreal, get a Jawhead, get a Cho. I don't like that.
I mean, it was banned in the first game. Maybe
Yeah.
we're gonna see it, slide through the drafts for game number 2.
Chip's still open, by the way.
Yves banned though by Saudi Arabia.
Where's Chip?
Yeah, they could be signaling Hilda or a Cho first pick. If Chip gets open here by Team Philippines, like that'll be something.
Troll played it, remember, the group stage?
Yeah.
Would Team Philippines be willing to do that? Is Coach Munsayak the kind to let it through?
Well, I mean, we did see a player from the Philippines. He clearly said Chip. So does that mean ban the Chip? Oh yeah, it does.
All right.
Okay. No
There
Chip.
you go. They were taking a little bit of time there. I think they were discussing as well whether or not to leave the chip open, considering their options here, because now Saudi Arabia, they're the ones with the phobias.
The Alpha.
Yes.
Alpha Val?
Let's go Alpha Edith, honestly.
Alpha Edith? Would you risk it, though? Would you give Cuffin the Val?
Against Alpha, against Hilda, the next mid laner they can come in. Yeah, okay.
Well, then, I don't know. Would you roam Hilda? You think Troll would roam Hilda?
No, I mean like for the Philippines to pick up Alpha Hilda now.
Oh, Alpha Hilda now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just ruin the first pick, like undo Sanji's phobias.
Yeah. I mean they can also steal away the Cho from Troll, but they might actually be inclined to give it. We'll see.
Yeah, and you're procking way too much of the.
Oh, they did.
Never mind.
Oh, they stole 2.
Cho Valentina then.
Interesting.
Wow. So already a lot of tools in the hands of the Philippines right now. Not really showing their cards just yet with their lack of need to pick up the Alpha. Technically, Kyle, wait, what was his real name again?
Michelangelo Saison.
Saison, there you go.
Saison, yeah.
Saison. His cool hero. He could pull up something like the Hayabusa again.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just so adamant on the Alpha because number 1, it deals with the phobias well, and it denies Tarzan a solid utility juggler pick. He's still at heart a utility juggler. That's why his hero pool in the group stage is so specific.
Yeah.
It's because as much as he can, he would rather play utility.
There you go.
There
the
is
Alpha
it.
pickup.
I know my younger brother. That's a deep cut.
Yeah. If you were here earlier, hopefully you got that. Now you might actually just have a bunch of people in chat now just wondering, wait, really? He's the older brother of the players from Saudi Arabia?
Guys, Leo makes jokes.
It's a joke?
Is it not? Are you actually his brother?
I don't know anymore.
Let's go back to the drafts.
Have
Got
dinner
that
later.
pickup alongside with the Alpha.
I would laugh if they just go 1-1 again. That's
Would
sort
they?
of like a flex.
Would
That's
they?
sort of a flex. if
It
they just
is.
go into the
That's
1-1
just
again.
clearly CY saying, rather, Torres saying, I don't care. Here we go. All right. The answer, the X-Borg, for sure, definitely going into the hands of Saison. It is.
Should be.
Oh, well, they can flex it. That's the beauty
Still
of it.
flex,
It's
but
flexible.
have we seen a successful X-Borg in the EXP?
It's possible, but in this current metagame, no, not really. I haven't seen a good XP X-Borg in 6 months.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There you go.
It's mostly going to the jungle.
Yeah.
I'll lean with that idea too.
It's good. It denies the boxes that Saudi Arabia have set up.
It's honest. Philippines are not going to take out mid laners and gold laners is what they're focused at. So this looks like a more proactive 4 Protect 1 from Saudi Arabia. When you have a Gatot, a Phobius, and an Alpha together, whatever gold laner you pair up with that instantly calls for a 4 Protect 1 lineup, which can still find opportunities in the early to the mid game to snowball around the Alpha.
Yeah, it's a rumbling 4-in-1. It's a 4-in-1 that fights in the early to mid, and then they eventually wait for that comeback moment if necessary.
Now the big question is, what is that? What is that comeback moment? They've banned out the 1-1 here. So essentially, we might not be seeing a forced Iritel pick. Natan, exactly.
Natan with a Purify. Get to it. Also, you just if you want to, like, throw a Beatrix on Sano, he doesn't care.
Yeah, I was thinking actually Beatrix.
It's doable.
Beatrix with those 3 as your front line, and whatever mage you decide to pair with it is good. Are they still gonna default into the Aurora for the mid lane, though? It's my biggest question right now, honestly.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Vexana, Valentina, and Aurora. That's what we've seen from him so far.
Wait. Well, I'll be damned. The Angela is also very possible.
Mid
Angela.
Yeah, Angela mid.
And then a Ton pick up in the gold lane.
Sure. Yeah, look at that. You're just chunky boys. And you just keep fighting. You just force fights.
It also supplements the lack of damage if you do want to go for the mid Angela.
Yeah, the only problem is your wave clear is rubbish.
Yeah, which means that they need to pick up a Beatrix along those lines. If they want to go full aggro, then they go Harith. If they want something with a little bit of better wave clear, you go Angela Beatrix at the end.
Nathan does a trick too.
And the Nathan. But to me, it's like, I'm already okay with their magic damage output if they have the Angela and Gacha. You need harder raw damage.
Yeah, but Nathan protects himself better than the Beatrix. That's just me.
Well, that's true. With the Purify, that might help them out a little bit better. Oh, Philippines goes Harith. They're not gonna go Claude. They can go Angela Claude too.
All right, Claude instead.
But if they want to put more stuff on the floor for the Harith to avoid, to deal with, then yeah, I'm okay with that.
So we do see a signature pick coming through from Saudi Arabia. The Claude does get picked up, but how is the Claude right now in the meta game?
He's like tier 2.
Yeah.
He's
against
good.
a Harith in lane.
Yeah, he's good at double laning. Like, he'll double lane better than the Harith.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to coming online, he got faster and then slower.
Yeah.
Is that just me? Like, after the whole mana removal, like, he just got slower again.
Not to me, he's still quite fast.
Oh!
Oh, I wish I said it. That was.
I
actually
mean, we
thinking
were
of it.
talking about insurance into the late game. We were talking about magic damage. That's why we thought about Natan, but essentially the Sicilian does have that same role.
It's the same effect.
Yeah. You know, it's a well-rounded lineup by Saudi Arabia. The first 3 picks is like, oh, they can go early, mid, bruiser. Suddenly, Saudi Arabia with the last 2 picks goes, let's go like, they go mid to late game and they go Hylos. Hylos, X-Borg, Harith. Yeah, very clear. Philippines wants to play fast and early. Saudi Arabia swerve to, hey, let's potentially turn it around in mid to late.
Coffin's not gonna have a good time.
At all.
Coffin has to rock a
At
Purify.
all.
I'm gonna say it now.
And then he doesn't have an escape tool if he goes for the Purify.
Nope.
And yeah, essentially you do have Bat Feast, but it's just...
Are you saying you can give him a flicker? I think he'll die just as quickly, even with.
It's tough. I mean, there's an option of sprint for Sicilian, technically.
Yeah.
But against a Hylos?
The Sicilian bias and me kind of likes the Sicilian thing, but I get why you guys would see it struggle.
Yeah.
Let's ask the casters. Let's ask Miracle, let's ask Naisu how they think and what they think about the Sicilian pick as we get into game number 2. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much to the panel. Once again, Leo, Renmar, you got it right this time.
Got it.
And Eterna, thank you so much. It's me and Naisu back again on the casting stand here. What do we think about the draft, man? Sicilian. I'm actually a big fan of the Sicilian pick.
I would say I like it better than what we saw earlier with like a Lunox pick. Like,
Okay.
I think this could still work. Now, I do agree with the panel here, Mirko, that he's a little susceptible.
Very.
Depending on also there's so many battle spells he could take, but even so, whether it's going to be a flicker, whether it's going to be any of that, like the main thing is there's so much options and utility to go ahead and just get rid of him. Now, the big thing there is they're playing for the long game.
Yeah.
If they're in a similar situation with what they had in game 1, the Sicilian shines. You turtle up in your base, you get stacks on stacks, you're pumping off damage, But I just feel like with this lineup here, specifically Mirko, that it's going to be a little bit harder to get to that extended late game, especially with those last picks that came up from Philippines.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to be confusing here to choose what battle spell to go for, right? You want to go for the Flicker, but there's a Joe. You might want to go for Purify.
Whoa.
But if you go Purify, there's a whole lot of slows, and there's a high-lows that can chase you down. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. We're at match point for Philippines. Saudi Arabia, if they lose here, they will be eliminated. The host country out of IESF 2024 MLBB. Here in the game, Saison,
They'll be going.
on the Purage, same normal export pick.
Just a little correction there. They will be going to fight,
Third
right?
place.
To third place,
Third
yeah.
place.
So they'll still have a chance, but obviously the team that does go forward here will go to that grand finals, lock in that first spot. But yeah, nonetheless, the pressure is up for Saudi Arabia, for KSA, the home team here, of course, trying to extend the series. And again, you know, they were able to go ahead and sweep Indonesia. This time around, we'll see if they can extend the series against a team like the Philippines. Now, based off what we saw in the previous game, Saudi Arabia's, just their players in general have vastly improved, even the last time that we saw them in IESF. But with this lineup, again, it's more so can they execute it properly, especially this time around. You know, they've got to revitalize in favor. They got the 2 purifies. So really, we're going to be paying attention to how Sano and Cuffin play this match.
When it comes to clear, honestly, Cuffin on the Sicilian isn't bad at all, right? If it's just Valentina versus Sicilian in the mid lane, I would actually give it over to Sicilian. But the fact that Gomez is on the Cho gives them so much more pressure to go clear up the waves, especially with the concussive blast. So almost automatic wave pressure in the mid lane. But so far we can see that Saudi Arabia have been able to match that really, really well. Cuffin double laning, something we expected from the Claude is being done by Cuffin to get as many stacks as possible in the early game. Tarzan waiting in the bush.
Okay, already. They're going to force the fight. Sanji quiet low. They're going to jump in. Demonic Force going to be used too. Seisun jumping in back, trying to cook them down. First blow though, Sanji falls. Tarzan also in trouble. 2 down for Saudi Arabia already. Philippines are looking for more. It's a 2-for-1 trade. They're looking for theirs. Seisun will go down in the exchange, so the 2-for-2, but another body falls for Saudi Arabia. So what a battle before even the first turtle comes up.
A big battle. Philippines definitely got the edge there, 3-2. But if we take a look at the grand scheme of things, Saudi Arabia, they want to scale on, right? If it's an equal or almost equal trade, if it's 2-for-2, 2-for-3, and there's no neutral objective taken, I think they're going to be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
The fact that Tarzan didn't lose a lot, and now they can go for a fight again with the Phobius means that they want business. Avatar of the Guardian.
Jump in, forcing them back. Gomez is there, but this might be a situation where Philippines decides to not contest this. Turtle being worked on really quickly. Glorious Pathway already dropped down. Who's going to get it? Seisun does secure the objective. Now going for the fight as Tarzan's in trouble. First to fall, still going for it. Seisun finally goes down himself. And Sanji on the hunt for Fernandez. Gets away with just a little bit of HP left alive. But meanwhile, this whole time, once again, objective secured. But take note, Cuffin has been building those stacks. He hasn't gone down. He's been kind of just hanging out in the back, building the stacks up.
It's all about protecting Cuffin and also protecting Sano. Again, if you take a look at that neutral objective, amazing pick off by Gomez there. Went in for the G Kundo, targeted down Tarzan. So it was a free retribution for Seisun. In the bottom lane, wow, Torres, in a matchup that we would think would be advantageous to him, is actually losing out against Sano, and he's the one zoning Torres away from this cannon minion. Does seem like they're all going to be rotating to maybe pick Torres off. AOG.
AOG gonna jump in. Popping that Purify too. Zaman Force comes down under the turret. Gonna be fine, so they disengage. So that could have gone way worse for them, but again, an attempt from Saudi Arabia to get pick off a kill on Torres won't happen, but they at least get the Purify out. So they might be able to make another play later on before that comes up, but still, eyes set on these objectives. Looks like Philippines just wants to put the pressure now on Tarzan for the buff, and it's taken from the hands of Tarzan here by Seisun. Here's the response though, Sanji joining the fight again, Demonic Force right on Galantes. Galantes popping the Bats Feast there. They're gonna force the fight out of the Seisun waiting too, but Galantes already down. Gomez now is gonna go for the pick off here, going for the way of the dragon. He's gonna go for the kick right on Tarzan as Tarzan is taken out, but Seisun in trouble as well, just can't get away from the grips of Troll. And you can see Sanji feeling really good about it as well.
Well played to Saudi Arabia. Great adaptation from game number 1. Seeing that Philippines know how to get the macro game, the rotation. If they are able to rotate faster, put on more map pressure on the map, they'll get an advantage. Now AOG!
Oh, he's gone. Jumping under the turret. Sanji's been on point with AOGs.
So active, Naisu again. It's the chaos that can really bait in Team Philippines into these brawls. They don't want to go for the brawls, especially with this composition. They want to kite, they want to poke before they go in for the all-in. And now, because of all those skirmishes and because Cuffin has been relatively, well, not relatively, he's been completely safe the entire game, just farming it up, stacking it up. This is a dangerous Sicilian that we have in the mid-game. 5 minutes in, Cuffin is still untouched. That is a free turtle. Turtle number 2 over to KSA.
Definitely a different game this time around in game number 2 for Saudi Arabia. They're completely where they want to be. And the fact that you have this Phobius for Sanji that has just been a nuisance to deal with for Philippines, they continue to put pressure like this around objectives. And it forces Philippines to really have a response. They do try to hold on to this turret. They will do that, utilizing the Zaman Force as well in the exchange. So they might be looking for something else here on the top side. Forcing Tarzan, Spear of Alpha on out, but this is great for Saudi Arabia. Much better game this time around, much better pacing for them as well.
Really good mid-game adaptation as well here from Team Philippines, knowing that, again, when it comes to just the farming game and rotation, Saudi Arabia has just been sticking together with Cuffin all around. So that does leave Tarzan always kind of isolated alone. Oh, they haven't been able to utilize that. AOG again!
AOG gonna find the target right on the Marcus Gomez. Take it out. Zaman Force gonna be dropped down too. Torres looking for Cuffin this time around, trying to give him his first death, but Cuffin will stay alive, and Torres gets punished alongside Gomez and Galantes. Philippines getting punished all around in the bottom side.
They just rely on the brawl to keep on going for these team fights. And if we take a look at the composition, it is a brawling comp, man. They have a Gatot, they have this Alpha and the Phobias. But the main carries are the ones at the back, the ones that are just very, very safe, man. Sano has been doing so well on the weak side as well. Shutting down Torres, neutralizing the Harith threat. Cuffin unable to be picked off at all. That Purify was the real answer. We were kind of like assuming if they want to go for Flicker on the Sicilian, a sprint perhaps. But I guess, yeah, the safest choice up against a Cho. That's the only ability, only battle spell that can get you out of the way of the Dragon. And now they're just swapping again. Saudi Arabia will send the weak side gold laner up top to deal with Torres, and the rest of them will just control around the neutral objective. It's all on Cuffin.
Yep. Third turtle, last one of the game. Fought here. It's a 1-for-1 so far for both teams. They're going to jump in this. Seisan just can't get close enough. Troll and Sanji still going for it more, and Fernandez going to be the one to fall. Zaman Force dropped down too. They want to battle it out. Finally getting Cuffin out of the picture. They punish Troll as well. They get a third body in Sanji, and it's a triple for Torres. Plus the last turtle of the game will go in the hands of the Philippines. And they just switched the game around with that fight.
It looked so good at the start for Saudi Arabia. They were able to get a massive initiation with Sanji getting 2 and then straight into the AOG, but they forgot the prime win condition for their team isn't to go in and initiate onto the backline of Philippines. No, it's to buy enough time or to distract with the chaos for Cuffin to free hit. He was targeted. Now Sano, BMI to the back.
Oh, Sano, he BMI to the back, and they were ready for him as they took him out. We got a very close-up look at that, too. But, man, it's, you know, this is where they have to kind of get themselves situated, because now in the mid lane, they're pressing again with the last insanity coming out from Seisan. Forced to come back. AOG going to find the connection on Fernandez, and they look for Seisan. Turret's already going to be down. Spear of Alpha will be able to find multiple members. Fernandez and Seisan out of the picture, but the rest of the team fight is going to break out. Galantes goes down, and Saudi Arabia will try to turn the fight around some more as Torres falls as well. Gomez, the only one left alive. What a fight for Saudi Arabia.
If Cuffin survives, if he's able to bait out all those abilities, then Tarzan carries from the back, gets an amazing Spear of Alpha in the end. After Philippines overextended, overcommitted onto Cuffin, who this time had the Purify. It's all about the Purify now. If we take a look at Cuffin, once he has it, he can bait out so many of those resources. And Philippines, they've just been throwing everything at Cuffin. Great recovery from Saudi Arabia. It looked like they've lost their lead already, but now we're back to just equal footing. 9 minutes in, 24 total kills. And Cuffin, he's still on the way. He's still scaling. He died once. That's an okay setback. It's not that horrible for him. The fact that he has the Lightning Truncheon now, and Sanji has gotten the Roam Boots. He'll get more gold with assists coming in. Let's take a look at the items here. Glowing Wand as well, already with the Elegant Gem to get him a bit more sustained when it comes to the mana for regen. And also, Golden Staff on the way. Sano's about to hit it very soon.
It's kind of scary that Sanji's that tanky too with just a Radiant armor. Like he is, and that's why Phobius is such a he's such a chonky hero to deal with. And they're gonna have to deal with it again with this Lord take. It started up by the Philippines. You can see Sino rotating for the fight as well. Fernandez trying to provide some of the information, and Galantes holding on.
Oh, Torres?
To Cuffin. Cuffin already going to pop it. They ignore the Lord. They're going to just break out in the fight in the mid lane. Asano's taken out of the picture already. Torres goes down as well. Fernandez to follow. They're trying to fire back. Galantes going to be looking for Cuffin as Gomez is chased down. Run down, but he gets Galantes before he falls. 3 for 3 so far in the mid lane. Still has action as Sanji flickers out on the defensive as Gomez and Seisan are left to fight. And it's up to them at 2 for 2. And he's in trouble. Still has the armor. Gonna be popped, still has Immortality too. Right now, Saeson's job is to keep them from going forward. Immortality gonna be used, still has the armor. There's the last Insanity, trying to cook them enough to take him down. But he gets taken out as Troll gets the health back. Gomez extending the time, and Fernandez will drop down the Glorious Pathway to follow on through. And they finally get Sanji and Troll. Can't run away, but he jumps out with the avatar of the Guardian. And once again, it's a reset for the objective.
They bought enough time for the rest of the team to come back, but now Saudi Arabia, Gata Kacha was able to escape. They baited all the resources.
They go for it. Tarzan will secure the Lord.
Tarzan!
And he's looking for more as he goes in with the Spear of Valful, but the Zalman Force dropped down. Winter's Crown already going to be used as well. And there's the Blazing Duet from Sano. Cleans up Torres, and Galantis will jump in with a flicker. Looking for Cuffin, whose bats are stronger. This time the Galantis wins the fight, and Sano goes down as well. So they trade blows for blows, the objectives for the bodies.
Questionable re-engage there from Saudi Arabia. The composure definitely not there. Philippines to control the situation after Tarzan's Spear of Alpha. Sano and Cuffin were again vulnerable. It's all about playing for the front to back. It's all about playing for Cuffin and Sano once they are vulnerable. It looks like Team Philippines will always be able to get the job done. But for Saudi Arabia, luckily they were still able to get the neutral objective. They bought enough time. They baited enough resources beforehand to get that free Lord. And at this point, despite the team fight loss, they should be able to hold on to all of their turrets. It's actually Team Philippines' turrets that are being threatened by some of these minion waves now. And Saudi Arabia, they should be able to spawn back in again to claim a bit more map pressure that they got with the Lord earlier. But man, what a crazy skirmish. And it really just still comes down to Sano needs to come in at the right time. He can't be the one initiating. He can't be the one in first. He needs to be the guy who comes in the end. After Cuffin has dealt the poke, after Tarzan has baited out some resources, and same goes for Sanji and Troll. Sano is the assassin, even though he's the Claude.
Yeah, that's true at that point. And you know, this is, again, it's such a close game. All these team fights that we've seen, even around the Lord, or if not, it's almost a 50-50. It really depends on the execution factor that you're talking about, especially, you know, that we see Galantis, for example, a lot of times taking Cuffin's ult and just going, you know, toe for toe with him, doing that Bats Feast and everything else. But now we come into this zone of the game where it's crazy that it's only 13 minutes in, but now you have, like, the Immortalities being played its part, right? The Winter Crowns, like we saw earlier. And the longer we get through the game, the more of that comes into play. And even for Saeson, the fact that you have an X-Borg, you have your own armor, but then you have an Immortality eventually when that's available, or a Winter's Crown, you have to, that all is a factor for Saudi Arabia, especially for Sano when we're talking about his entry points, his timings, on when he finds these fights to Blazing Duet into him.
Look at the Faraga armor, melted down, Rose Gold Dog, and the Wishing Lantern also for Cuffin. That will help him out. Faraga armor for Saeson. Taken very, very low. Will need to just reset again. And AOG.
Troll jumps in. Galantis holding on to his own after the Guardian. Might not press the Cine further, so they do call it off. Again, they're, you know, just shortly away from this Lord coming up. So Philippines will just set up to try to get that advantage with the space to work with.
Cuffin is becoming a big, big problem here in ISU. It's a very, very scary Sicilian as we enter the 14th minute of the game. It does seem like they are trying to go for a little bit more poke, and I would say in game number 2, it's a bit different to game number 1 when we talk about the macro control and the side lane control. It doesn't seem like Team Philippines have that side lane control, but they are just going to stay decisive. By going in, that's a Glorious Pathway already used up, a slow push build for Saudi Arabia, and they did not start the Lord. So now they're going to have to back away. They're going to have to deal with the wave up top.
Yeah, they got to deal with a wave. It was an attempt with the Glorious Pathway. They do get a flicker out of it, you know, so Sanji doesn't have that available. But they'll deal with this wave. They do go ahead and send Gomez to deal with that. They still try to get in position for this Lord. And knowing all this, Saudi Arabia is going to go ahead and probably try to start this one up.
Let's see. They have the slow push. It is still going to be slow pushing, so they are in no rush. They cannot let Team Philippines hold onto it, though. There you go. The reset happens for the Enhanced Lord in the 15th minute of the game. You can see that they're going to constantly have to send Gomez up top. That's the only one they can afford to send up top because he is the only one who has the mobility to go back and forth. Not the Harith, not the X-Borg, unlike game 1 where they had the Haya. And now it's all about Saudi Arabia's control over the Lord and control over the wave.
Still taking their time.
They might be doing it.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Glorious Pathway drop down too. Gomez going to the backside. Lord secured by Philippines. Avatar of the Guardian are going to be used. It's two fights happening at once. Blazing duet from Sano to try to get away, but Sanji already gone. And there's the Way of the Dragon right on Tarzan. He's in trouble too. Saison, immortality going to be popped as Tarzan's already taken care of. And in that, no one went down from the Philippines, and they get 3 kills against Saudi Arabia plus the Lord.
Team Philippines just made a decisive choice. They cleared up top, they got an opening, they went straight in for the skirmish, and for Saudi Arabia, they went for it as well. They thought, you know what, we're going to 50-50 it, but now the Lord is marching down in the slow push that was already built up by Gomez. There's a wave in the bottom lane. They still have a Sicilian, and everybody's going to be back up in 4 seconds. This might not be at the end of the game, but certainly it will be a base turret in the far lane of the map. Let's see Saudi Arabia for the defense.
Gomez jumps in, finds the Way of the Dragon on Cuffin. They take out the biggest damage dealer, and they're going to be looking to cap out the game. The base is going to be worked on, and it won't be enough because Philippines will come out with a sweep against Saudi Arabia to lock in their spot in the grand finals here for the WEC 2024 of IESF.
The first grand final slot, and it's the defending champions of IESF WEC. Just last year, it was Team Philippines with a win. But the man you see on your screen, Saison, the jungler. Still the same jungler here today for Team Philippines, but a completely different lineup. They're still able to make it back-to-back grand finals for them. A phenomenal performance. And again, Naisu, it's about that adaptation, the X factor. We were talking about when it comes to clear, Sicilian should still be able to deal with the Enhanced Lord, should still be able to defend that.
Yeah.
Gomez flickers in. Jeet Kune Do knows that the Purify was already used earlier, and it was about the iframes. Getting these little micro wins to control the game. At the end of the day, it was who was more decisive.
Yeah.
Because at that point, Saudi, they were the ones who held control, map control, macro, side lanes. But Team Philippines, they handled it well, they stayed decisive, and they just went ban for ban.
They went for it, ban for ban, man, and yeah, like you mentioned, I didn't think that the game would actually end there because Cuffin was still up.
Exactly.
They should have been able to go ahead and clear some of the waves, but it was that decision from Gomez to just be like, yo, I'm going for it, we're gonna make it work. Sometimes, you know, the Cho is able to do that, sometimes he's not, but Gomez got the right target, and that decision right there ends up getting them the sweep here, locking in their chance to defend that title. Philippines, again, the champions from last year, albeit it's a little bit of a different team, besides Saison there.
Yeah.
But definitely this is, you know, it was a hell of a game, man. It looked super close. Saudi Arabia really fought out for this one, and I was almost thinking that it would be a case where we get to a game 3, but just a couple minor mistakes and some off timings on the initiations and entry points. Philippines with a team like that has that experience and that, you know, that calm mind when it comes to that, they punished when they had to, and they made it work.
Great capitalization, great punishes across the board after every single little mistake that was made by Saudi Arabia. And again, for Saudi Arabia, this does mean it is the end for the championship run. They can still fight for 3rd place. They will be down in the 3rd place match, and they're going to have to wait for Indonesia versus Malaysia. Philippines as well will definitely be waiting for the result of Indonesia versus Malaysia, our 2nd semifinal match that you guys can catch later, because we'll still have that match. And man, I guess we're just going to throw it over to the stage for an interview with Galeantes.
Galeantes, congratulations on that swift victory. I got to ask you though, you look pretty comfortable considering that this was your first international appearance on the big stage. Talk to me about how you felt.
Actually, first, I'm nervous, but at the same time, excited and confident on my first time here in international tournament. I think that's because, you know, even though it's our first time, the 4 of us, we have our Coach Daki, Coach Pao, and Kyle TZ who have the experience in international tournaments. So yeah, they just give us a heads up about the pressure here. So.
Do you feel like playing against, you know, the local hometown hero, hometown favorites of Saudi Arabia affected those nerves at all, knowing that people in the crowd, of course, you got fans of your own over here. I have been hearing them, I have been seeing them. But do you feel like, you know, going up against the local team of Saudi Arabia affected you guys at all?
Actually, I didn't feel any pressure at all. Not because we know that not because we underestimate the Saudi, but because we're just so confident about our gameplay, and we just trust each other.
And my final question for you, your next opposition is going to be either Malaysia or Indonesia. During group stages, you lost one game against Malaysia. So you got to tell me and convince everybody in the chat, everybody at home, everybody here in the crowd, what makes your team better than Malaysia?
I think what makes it better than Malaysia is that, you know, we're much eager to win, and since this is our first time, and I think it's just the same. We know what to do. I think as long as you know what to do, you don't feel any pressure at all, and yes, it's because of the guidance of the those coaches and Kyle TZ, who has the experience in international. So I think that's what makes us much better than Malaysia.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to say your thanks to everybody that's been cheering you on here in the crowd and also in the chat as well. So is there anything you want to say to everybody?
So thank you to our fans in the Philippines, here to all our bosses, and also to our families who is watching and keep supporting us here. And I think that's all.
Amazing. Best of luck moving forward in the rest of the tournament. And it is back over to our lovely analysts.
Guys, places, please.
Yes.
Okay.
We're here.
Oh, I thought you wouldn't get it back in time. They were
calm.
They were very excited with that win. So that does mean that the Philippines have secured the first ticket to the grand finals, and the question is, who will be accompanying them? Will it be Indonesia or will it be Malaysia? And I'm kind of, I was caught off guard with the questioning earlier on by Jasmine.
She went for the throat.
Assuming that it was going to be Malaysia to move forward. I heard that.
Oh, I don't think she was assuming it would be Malaysia moving forward. I mean, she did contextualize it with the fact that Malaysia took a point away from the Philippines in the group stage.
Okay, fine.
So it's a little bit more in that idea, yeah.
Okay, fine.
No, I think she meant that.
She meant that? We're going to have some words backstage then. Jasmine. But yes, an amazing performance by Philippines, taking this a 2-0 clean sweep in this best of 3 against Saudi Arabia. So this does mean that Saudi Arabia will be able to participate once again tomorrow for the bronze match. But when it comes down to the grand finals, it looks like the Philippines have a chance to defend their crown.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but history repeats itself. And what does that mean? If we follow that path, that means the previous champion's gonna become this.
Wait, what are we referring to?
Everything.
Everything?
If we're talking everything, then that means what you're watching now could be.
Are you talking about MSC?
No.
No,
What
the
are we
last
talking about?
WEC.
The last WEC.
Oh, the last WEC. No, because I thought that if Malaysia moves forward and then they meet the Philippines.
Oh, no, why would we say that? Why would we say that?
I don't, because we're professional casters.
Against our own
Yeah,
country.
if you're talking about history repeating itself, you look back at last year's WEC. Anyways, talking about this game specifically, I'm sure everyone watching at home had a grand time. Everyone here in the arena. And I'm sure the athletes as well, because it was a back and forth. This was a matchup that definitely told a story, I think, better than game 1.
Yeah, and I will tell you guys, I'm going to say this now. That's why I like the Sicilian pick. It was Cuffin 5-4 and 10 there in the end that made the Philippine squad struggle. They needed to be able to find that Sicilian. And again, this is one of the difficult things about the Cho Rome, although, dang, Gomez made it, I wouldn't say easy, but he made the most out of it with only 1 death, 4 kills, 13 assists. That the main targets you want to kick both have Purify. Yet you would either force it out at the right time or you would just really wait, buy your time, trigger a Purify with your Jeet Kune Do, wait a little bit longer, then kick them. It was such a difficult job here for this Cho to make it work against that Claude, against that Sicilian. But that's why the Philippines and Saudi Arabia would extend fights for so long. They needed to, because they couldn't just let it be a losing trade. They needed to equally trade every engagement so that no one's base would get pushed easily.
At least twice it happened wherein members would die, some would respawn, and then re-engage and join the fight. And that's what made this, 16 and 30, 16 and a half minute game all the more entertaining because, all right, let me put this out there. If you like it, you can take it. If not, you can send it right back. I think Gomez is the MVP.
I
Yeah.
feel for that too. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
fact
I
that
gotta
this
agree.
hero here can trigger Purify procs and be 4 deaths. Sorry, 4 deaths. 4 kills, right? 4 kills. At least 2 of those were trade ups.
Yeah.
That's why. If this wasn't a Cho, if they didn't prioritize the Cho that early, first pick red side.
Yeah.
If they didn't prioritize the Cho that early, would have been a different story. It's the same situation as Game 1's de facto MVP in Gallantes. Like,
Yeah.
Gomez here.
Yeah, again, it's such a difficult and tough task for a Cho here that we've seen this in different leagues, in our own league back in the Philippines, that if you look at that and how Saudi Arabia was performing, you could have sworn that at one point Gomez would start racking up the deaths on his side. That
Yeah.
one would easily quickly become 2, 3, 4, 5, but again, he just found the timing so perfectly, and that for the Saudi Arabian squad, again, so much effort and so much thought went into the draft, and it was a really great one at that. It's just that the most dire and most important moments, they were just outclassed. If not always by the entire team, but one player in a sequence would step up. Most of that time, it was Gomez on that show.
Yeah, the draft that Team Philippines got in the end distributed the pressure and the responsibilities of damage and CC so well compared to Team Saudi Arabia, who literally just need to get Sano and Coffin on.
Yeah.
If either of them use their Purifies both and miss their damage windows, which is literally Bat's Feast and Blazing Duet, if those are already checked off and Purifies already checked off, Philippines can re-engage.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that even if this did go to the late game, like later game rather, 21, 22, I think some way, somehow, Philippines would have found a way to regain control.
Yeah, there were definitely loopholes to that draft that we saw earlier from Saudi Arabia, but there were glimpses of brilliance in it. And, you know, other than the fact that we addressed that there was an outclass in terms of, like, play style and the way that they rotated from the Philippines, I did see some few mistakes coming in from Saudi Arabia. I think there was discipline issues sometimes. Like, I remember the Lord take, they were able to get the Lord, but yet they still went in for a re-engage onto the Philippines that eventually led them to lose that team fight and lose the Lord advantage. Like, they weren't able to utilize it to its utmost potential, and that eventually also helped the Philippines get to where they were.
I think the dub for the Philippines did come as free as we would like to think, or the way it sounds like for us, because there were some moments backstage where we were watching and there would be way too many trades happening for Philippines. Like, does it feel like our boys are getting impatient? And it might look like they were, but I think that was just conditioning. That was just them figuring out how to get away with the Jeet Kundo Purify kick.
Yeah.
Because you don't get that for free.
Like, with the current brawly state of the meta that we have, like, I don't
Like
have a
that,
problem with that. because-
Brawly.
Yeah, brawly, the brawly meta. Like, it's warranted against both of these two lineups. Because again, so many times in the past, we've seen a team lose one fight so hard at a certain point, suddenly it's over, push with the minion waves, that's it. Teams across the world have improved with managing the minion waves, have improved with the right timings, and understand the power of forcing your opponents to fight you because you're so confident that you know that you can make the most out of an error that they have on your opponent's side, that you can build an advantage from there. That's why it's a brawly meta now. People just won't settle for, hey, we got the Lord,
We're out.
We're out. Nah, you can still continue to fight. So I feel like it's just a little bit more tweaking now in terms of like importance, what you think of when you could actually go for it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Malaysia and Indonesia now are going to play this, because this game number 2 between Saudi Arabia and the Philippines was exciting. And now you feel how we felt for this series.
Why the long face?
Why?
It's going to be a good match.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
This is Indonesia, who has been tearing it up after the playoffs, right? And Malaysia, who, as Jasmine said, scored 1 against the Philippines.
You know, we'll answer that and talk about it more after the break. Why don't we? Why don't we give Eterna some time to become professional again? Okay? So we're going to take to the break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after. Yeah. Guys, I'm stressed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yes, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1. cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to WEC 2024 for the MLBB men's segment. Once again, we are going to witness yet another semi-final match between Indonesia and Malaysia. A long-anticipated matchup since quite some time actually now.
Yeah.
It's been quite some time. You guys are now back watching the English broadcast with me, Turna, as the desk host, and of course, I'm not here alone. I am with what did you ask me to call him? Rep Mike.
You want me to quickly change that I
Rep
am not
Mike.
alone statement to I am now alone? Let's get out of here.
Rep
You know
Mike
my name,
and
Eternal.
Leon.
See, you get the wrong name right for me, and then you're like, what did you say to tell him?
No, because he told me to call you that.
I did no such thing.
I don't
know
have
who to-
evidence,
I don't know
but-
who to trust anymore with you with you two. This is a
It's me, it's
hostile
me.
environment for
No,
me
it's
now.
not. This is the best of the best coming together in a best of three, only one moving forward. And for us to see if history indeed does not repeat itself, Malaysia has a takedown Indonesia.
Yep.
That is history taking a turn.
I mean, we saw some foreshadowing on the stage earlier on with Jasmine. I guess we'll see how it turns out, because once again, whoever is going to be able to win this next match between Malaysia and Indonesia, they will be moving forward from the semi-finals into the grand finals, where the Philippines await them. And of course, whoever loses this match will be going head-to-head against Saudi Arabia in the bronze match to fight for that third place position.
Yeah, and remember to throw it back to last year, actually. It was Philippines and Indonesia that met in the grand finals, and Saudi Arabia finished the tournament at third. At that time, we still had a lower bracket finals. However, it was actually the Egyptians that made it far into the tournament, finishing it at fourth. So they were the fourth best team in the world, last year. Now, for this year, Malaysia, actually, it's redemption for them. They weren't able to make it into the playoffs. They didn't make it this far in last year's IESF World Esports Championship. Well, they weren't even in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they didn't make it through the qualifiers. So it's redemption for Malaysia.
Speaking of Malaysia, let's pull up their official team roster. And here it is for the Malaysian team. These are names that we're not unfamiliar with at this point. Loliel, Yums, Stormy, Sakai's, as well as Gojes.
It's 4-1. This is the trademarks SRG. Although you are used to that XP laner being Kram, he is Filipino. So instead we have here Gojes, who's been there since the very beginning.
Yeah.
All right, and then you have Loliel, a loan from JP Niners, who is fighting for country this time. Also in the bench is Zach Cutie, but Stormy's here, so let's pick Stormy. Stormy is one of the best mid laners in the world right now.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see how he's gonna fare in the team fighting with the timing, because him and Sans have not quite similar hero pools, but when you think of Stormy, when you think of Sans, any mid laner, you could say, yeah, both of them play those really well. They can bring out the Loyes, the Angelos are definitely going to be there. Eve, in contention, Valentina, like, name it all, they can both play it.
I like that you mentioned Sans, because now we're going to welcome the official team lineup for Indonesia. And from Indo, nothing has changed either. We have Luke, Albert, Sans, Keyboy, and CW.
It's the same situation. It's a 4-1. 4 from Fnatic Onyx.
That's true.
Indo and
one from Bigatron.
BTR's favorite. That's Luke. All right, my favorite.
Miracle's
personally.
favorite too.
Anybody from BTR for Miracle. But interesting how about a month ago, under an interview with the press, Go just said, I think based on performance, Indonesia is the best team in the world right now. Now he has to face off against them in a best of 3 single eliminations.
Yeah,
He got what he asked for.
I'm glad that it goes back to Gojes with his statement, because now he's going to be going up against Luke. We've seen way more of Luke than we have of Gojes in year 2024. However, I must say, it feels as if it looks like Gojes has been playing for majority of the year. He's been dependable in the EXP lane for Malaysia, and that's difficult to say as for someone who barely saw pro scene play. He was behind the scenes for most of the time, but it looks like he really prepared his butt off to be ready for WEC, and he's been doing really good.
All right, let me just preface this. The draft is almost upon us. There's some setup, but if you guys have been watching the previous days of competition here, you know that Gojes, man of the hour now, has been playing a lot of Hilda. Just an infinite amount of Hilda, right? Earlier today, we saw Luke and the rest of Team Indonesia figure out the solution
Yeah.
to the Hilda. You think Team Malaysia is gonna ban out the Uranus so that they could still play with the Hilda Gambit?
Or, I mean, with Arcadia in the mix, what if they one-up it?
Oh.
What if they outplay the Uranus?
Don't-
What if
no,
they bait
don't-
the Uranus?
No,
mid?
don't tell me we just end up going back to Esme Uranus again. I'm not
Okay.
ready for that.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that kind of answer.
Yeah.
I was looking for an answer, but I
Hey.
wasn't ready for what if they answer the Uranus.
Okay, I mean, we're talking about the #1 region that everyone is looking at right now, especially after what we saw at MSC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of eyes in Malaysia, and you can also tell that they know that one of their strengths is creativity. Similar to your champions in MPL Indonesia, Team Liquid ID. SRG aren't afraid to get creative. It's not just the Hilda. It's not the most creative because it's literally there. It's one of the picks of the meta. Goja still can play the Hylos and with the Revitalize and all that. But I want to take it away from SRG or Team Malaysia now to surprise us and just go, hey, here's one of the unique picks we prepare out in the gold lane. Here's something in the mid lane for Stormy that you're used to him playing mages. What if they're one of the teams that end up playing something along the lines of, and we see other regions sort of preface it in tournaments leading up to WEC with fighters, maybe even assassins in the mid lane. Like, I want to take it away from SRG to even like consider or Team Malaysia to consider that.
Did you say assassins in the mid lane?
Okay, that might be a little bit too crazy. Maybe I have been ending up with some sabers in my games in mid lane, and they've weirdly enough worked. And
Not even roam?
Not even no. You want to know a funny thing? I played with a couple of Suyo roams leading up to WEC.
Suyo roam.
And somehow they made it work.
Suyo mid was a thing.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, Suyo
Where?
mid was a thing.
When?
Hoon was doing it.
Oh.
When he was very new, when Suyo wasn't even allowed in professional play.
Yeah. So I think now is the best time for these two teams to really flex like what they got in terms of creativity. This Malaysian squad has shown that they can play Chang'e in the gold lane and make it work with a different player. Yes, but
this is Lolia. Like,
yeah, it's Lolia. Come on.
Maybe he can bring out the pocket picks here.
Yeah. I don't know why. Something about this matchup is making me look for pocket picks.
I understand. I understand the sentiment. When it comes down to creativity, I think SRG has an edge. But if we're talking about hero pool, I do believe that, well, Indonesia has it. Fnatic Onyx, right?
Yeah.
Plus Luke.
She's confident now.
No, I'm not.
You're getting a little bit more confident.
I'm just trying to keep things professional.
Okay.
Even though that if Indo lose this, they're gonna have to settle for either 3rd or 4th place.
Oh, come on. I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay.
And
we're going to get a good seed.
They're going to meet Saudi again.
Yeah.
Saudi swept them in groups.
Oh, you're
Oh
right.
You're right.
It's okay. Eterna, it's okay.
No, all right. If this is of any consolation, all right, I mean this in the most professional way.
Okay.
I think Luke is going to win XP.
That's how it's looking like. Right?
Yeah. All right, so that's not a hot take. All right.
Yeah.
So
it's not a hot take, but it will make Goja's winning EXP lane storyline against Luke so much better. Again, it's a disparity of we've seen way more Luke than we have Gojas. So if Gojas comes up, shows up here, makes Luke struggle in the EXP lane, then Malaysia's got a really special talent in their hands.
I don't think it's even a matter of frequency. I think it's really just skill and creativity. Because again, it's one thing to say what if, but already today alone, we saw Luke do crazy things.
Yep.
So now it's on Team Malaysia. What are you going to do? Whether it be from the gold or... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's going to come from Gojas. Gojas also had to play Uranus, but that was, what, a year and a half ago.
Well, that was one of his best heroes. I remember when we were in Malaysia together for a tournament, that was one of the picks that he rocked with in the EXP lane.
So it's something that can come out from him.
Could be.
It's a very different game, though.
I wanna address the elephant in the room.
Okay.
I wanna go to the jungle matchup. I wanna talk about Sakai's and Albert going head to head.
The baby alien.
The baby alien himself.
It's been a while since we last called him
Well,
that.
yeah, it's been so long since we last heard baby alien Albert. Okay.
So what do we think about this, right? I mean, do you think we're going to be expecting some assassins to come out? Or do you think it's just going to be the regular Suyo, Alpha, Export maybe.
That might actually be one of the cases that Malaysia, I can't stop calling them SRG, but
Team Malaysia.
Team Malaysia are going to be looking at. Taking away the alpha from Albert. He's proven to be very confident with it, comfortable with it, and Indonesia play very well around an alpha. So if I am Team Malaysia, I will want to contest that. If possible, make sure that Albert doesn't end up with it.
Here's the interesting thing. Albert knows what it's like to be Sekais right now. Albert knows what it's like to be young and one of the most in-demand, mechanically gifted junglers in the world. And that's literally what Sekais is. He was the MSC 2024 MVP. And he turned the world upside down when he made Alpha a priority pick. That's the reason why Alpha is so priority now, is because he won an MSC championship with that hero. So with that said, I think if Albert wants to step up and Albert wants to, get a win for Team Indonesia over Team Malaysia, maybe. What were you thinking? I was gonna say skirt that, like don't even fight on that axis. Play on a level that Sekais wasn't even a part of. Throw back hard to the Yisun Shins.
Oh.
It's a budding pick. That's a budding pick.
It is. But I'm just trying to think of the picks
Yeah.
right now in the meta.
Well-
Because I understand why teams are hesitant to bring it up.
Yeah. We'll see exactly if it comes out or not. But for now, it looks like the teams are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia and Indonesia for our upcoming match. We're going to throw it over to the stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much for that. Our fantastic analyst desk as per usual. But what an exciting day it has been thus far.
right.
We've just seen the Philippines beating Saudi Arabia 2-0, placing Saudi Arabia in the third place position. That is still up for grabs for them. But let's go ahead and focus on the upcoming showdown. Which of our two teams are going to still be in contention for a shot at winning some serious cash?
Oh, yeah.
$70,000 for that first place. Oof.
So we ready to start? You ready?
I'm ready. I was born ready.
Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world. Let's see it for Team Malaysia.
And their opposition coming hot off the presses, already having won in a 2-0 fashion today against Mongolia. Please give a very warm welcome to Team Indonesia.
Well, here you have it. We gotta have Malaysia going against Indonesia. Who's gonna make it happen? What kind of hype we're expecting? Well, a lot is pretty much gonna take place in this match.
One thing is for certain, confidence is in abundance up here on this stage, but I want to find out what our fantastic talents have to say about this showdown.
And we're back onto the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much as well, Jasmine. And of course, good luck, boys. Good luck, Team Malaysia. Good luck, Indonesia as well. You can see them trading, what is this called?
Fist bumps.
Fist bumps.
That's what they call it.
I don't think they're
Fist
trading
bumps.
fist bumps, but
They're trading fist bumps.
in
I
the
like it. I
spirit
like
of
it.
sportsmanship,
Yes.
they are fist bumping one another. There you go.
Yeah.
I finally got something right.
I'll trade you a fist bump. I'll give you one. You give me one too. There you go.
Yeah.
Trading of fist bumps.
There, follow that. That's a new trend set by Turner now. I like that. Trading fist bumps. Hey,
Trading fist
and hey, don't sell yourself short. You've gotten a lot of things right today.
Something about this matchup is really perplexing you.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
It's not just nerves, is it?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right, just to carry on from the discussion we had prior to the player walkouts.
Yes, let's do that.
Albert, right now, I think there's a lot on his shoulders because I think he's in the Goja situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we haven't really seen much of him for a while.
That's
And then
true.
now, since he's the only jungler in Team Indonesia, he has to step up. And step up he has. Like this is Albert unleashed.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken though, I think we have seen a little bit of coverage or teasers from the... Of course, we know that the Indonesian squad is made up mainly of Fnatic Onyx members, plus Luke. I don't know since when, but it feels like Albert has been preparing for this for a very long time.
He knows what it takes.
Yeah, he knows what it takes, again. And leading up to this, we've been seeing or hearing a lot of things in the behind the scenes that Albert really has been preparing like crazy for EWC. So, or WEC rather. So now that would make this matchup between him and Sekai like even more interesting. Because like, what if the alpha gets taken away? What if you are put into the hands of like very high mechanic, aggressive assassins that we know Sekai is so good at playing in right now in this current meta?
But remember, the Suyos are still on the table too. We saw Albert perform the Suyo earlier on, the way that he was able to rotate, dominate. So, you know, if we lived in a world where everything went right, I would love to see an assassin showdown between Sekai and Albert. That's something that we have not been gifted to see just yet. So coming into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia first pick, Indonesia with a second pick. It looks like the bans are coming through quite slowly, but do you think we're going to be expecting something similar to what we saw earlier on the day?
In terms of the priorities, I think Malaysia is looking into respecting that yes, the Eve. You can't give that anymore to Sans. So that still leaves the Lo Yi and the Angela open up for him. The two other heroes that he's shown so far. And with the playstyle of these two teams, for sure, any of those two mage pickups for Sans might give difficulty or end up becoming a blessing for Malaysia because they're ready to deal with it.
Look at the quick pace of these bans coming up. Like not even 10 seconds past the timer starting and they're already taking out picks. The chip still up, by the way. Is it going to be a blue 3 ban here for Team Malaysia? Because if not, does Indonesia...
Okay.
Malaysia's saying, no, you do it. You ban it.
Yeah. And look at them respecting Luke, taking out the Phobius and the Hilda right away with the most high impact. Because if you're Indonesia, you're not going to be rushing a high loss pickup. So at the end of the day, you get one of the best EXP laners in your hands, whether it's going to be the Gatot or the high loss in the hands of Gojez. It's a comfort.
And this means that if Indonesia are forced to ban the chip here, that Matilda is going to be let go. Now, Malaysia's going to be put into quite a position. What do they prioritize for the first phase? Do they go for the Alpha? Do they go for the Matilda? There you go, chip banned out. So what do we think for first pick for Malaysia?
I'd say Matilda.
Yeah. Yums plays very well with it, but if they're going to respect Kiboy, they go Cho. So maybe a little bit more into that line of thinking here for Malaysia. You still have the Suyo, very open still, but we've seen teams be more willing to take out or actually not pick up the Suyo. It's rare, but it happens.
Oh!
Despite a Cho being open?
Yeah, this will definitely skew Team Indonesia's first few picks just to answer the Fanny.
Yeah.
But you're right. The Cho is out there. You give it to Kiboy. That's his MVP winning performance hero right now.
But this is not what we were asking for?
Assassins.
An assassin showdown? Fanny being picked up?
Yeah. And
what's left?
We're not going to go Suyo here.
Suyo, Nolan, Alpha,
Suyo and Assassin. Suyo's a fighter.
Hayabusa, Ling.
Suyo's a fighter.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think Alpha or Nolan is more of the play. They go Gatot.
They don't care.
They go Alpha.
Oh, man.
You know, if Indonesia wants to pull a card from what we've seen from Cambodia and other tournaments, Myanmar from other tournaments and Philippines from other tournaments, I really want to see them heavily consider a Fredrin EXP lane. There's a reason why he's been popping up a little bit more, but knowing Indonesia, they might default into picking a Cho for your Kiboy.
Or just park like a thought.
Or just park like a thought.
That is very possible. Team Malaysia, looking at this draft, something tells me they might get a gold laner now.
Gold laner plus maybe... Would they consider an Angela, you think?
Golden mid.
Gold laner plus an Angela, because Angela or Cho as a third pick for Indonesia, they all seem really good.
Oh, just the mid then. Lo Yi's open, so they pick that up, and that's actually a flex. Like, I can't say that for sure this is an XP laner.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they also took away a really huge hero for Sans. coming into WC, he's been performing incredibly on the Louis. They take it away. And now last pick. Do they want lockdown for the Fanny? Do they want to pick up something like the Cho? Or do they want to go for something that accentuates their draft a little bit more, like maybe Matilda here still?
That's up to their choice. But they go Brody instantly.
Solid soft counter to the Fanny. Like, she comes in at the wrong angle. He can catch him with the corrosive strike. And then get enough stacks to pop that ult before she can get away.
Would we call it a counter?
It's a soft...
Or just a good lane against a roaming Fanny?
It's a soft counter.
Soft counter.
Like, it can take care of itself.
All right.
Yeah, you get down.
It's like a 1-1 into a Yuzhong. Like, it's made to hunt you down, but you can deal with it.
All right, so coming to the second phase now, we do see the Tigreal does get respected away. They are seeing that the Hylos is flex as well, right? And they're going to respect that possibility. For Malaysia, what would you eliminate here?
Attack mid laners. Choke out Gilak Sans.
Yeah. I mean, the last other option that we've seen Sans play so far is an Angela. Kufra. They're willing to ban a Kufra out.
Dude, they're protecting Sekai's pick here.
Yeah.
It's got to be Cho next, right?
Yeah. Because if the Kufra and the Cho are gone, and you still pick up another heavy frontline presence alongside the Gata Kacha and Alpha, then that might actually bode well for the Fanny, if the Fanny can actually get the farm up and not have that much of a problem getting the resources, because that leaves the back line of Indonesia a little bit more open, so it's a little bit more free for Sekais to go around, swoop in.
So what's it going to be? Last ban for Malaysia.
It's got to be the Cho or
Like,
something in mid.
You can't prioritize Brody with something like a Kaja, right? Kaja, Franco. Would that be a good mix?
I'd feel bad for the Kaja or the Franco up against the Loyi and the Hylos.
All right.
You can answer with mid though. You can answer with like Aurora.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you ban the Cho or the Aurora.
I'm still thinking there's still maybe still room for an Angelo,
Nope,
but no, yeah,
Cho.
they go Cho. Yeah, they respected Keyboy's picks. Wow.
They're shutting him down. They want to protect Sekai's here. So they go for the Vexana pick for Indonesia. They're going to utilize that onto Sans.
Okay, so far we don't have a pick for Luke yet. We don't know. We don't know if Keyboy's playing the Gatot or... I don't like Edith into Fanny. Or Edith into a Luyi. Like, those are two bad ways to go.
Agree. Another frontliner from Malaysia will be really good. I think this is already a go just EXP lane high loss. They could potentially pick up another roamer that could pack Revitalize, although the main options for that are already gone. So probably won't see that.
It's weird,
Do you want more lockdown? There you go, Edith.
So they get the Edith, right?
Yeah.
It's better for them than it is for Team. That is a XP lane Masha.
Yeah, that's an instant response to that. You're thinking about the 1-1, you're thinking about the first entry coming in from the Fanny that just want to swoop in. It'll be the Masha bursting down that Fanny.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen a Masha versus Hylos with a Revitalize most likely going up against each other. So I'm interested to see how that's going to fare in lane. It's a matchup we don't see.
Yeah, because the Hylos doesn't need much. The Masha, on the other hand, scales.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. We're going to throw it over to our casters, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you game number 1 in this match. Indonesia versus Malaysia. Boys, what do you guys think?
Well, I'll tell you what we think here. Eterna and panelists Renmar and Leo, we can feel or see. I feel like we can visibly see how nervous Eterna is right now with this matchup. Again, it's a semifinal here. The winner of this will be heading on over to face off against the Philippines in the grand final. The loser of this will be going off to fight for the battle for 3rd or 4th place. This is all happening tomorrow. This is our last live stream match here. And again, I'm Naisu, joined here aside with Mirko to bring you the action to close out our day today for the MLBB Open WEC 2024 for IESF. How are we feeling about the draft, man?
Honestly, I mean, looking at the draft, for me personally, I like Malaysia's draft, right? But those are some signature picks for Indonesia. That is Masha. That is Super Luke's Masha. Back when he was in Geek Fam, he was a absolute beast on the Masha, was able to beat a lot of the Fanny picks, a lot of the Assassins, but mainly the Wanwan. I think the Wanwan will definitely struggle a bit up against those resets coming in when you try to kite away from the Masha. Insane gap closure.
You got to be pretty happy. I don't know, is she still your main? Like,
Yes.
is Wanwan still the main? Because she's come through the meta again, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into this matchup. The Land of Dawn again. It's the best of 3 between Malaysia and Indonesia. We already know what's at stake here, and they started off with game number 1. We'll find out which team finds their footing first. We've had a great series today, especially the last one that we just witnessed, where Philippines, the defending champions, will be waiting for one of these teams in that grand final. Wow, P-Boy already taking quite a bit of damage, and you know, our panelists really talked about how things were set up. The fact, too, that Lui Yi is a big pickup here for Malaysia. They do take it from Indonesia. And even that, man, I mean, the first pick, Fanny, that was really early priority.
Yeah, I mean, when you have someone like Skies who can play the Fanny at that level,
yeah,
it's first pick prio, definitely, you know. And I think it is a strategy from Indonesia as well to leave it open. We've seen the Fanny just always ban down the red side, respecting so many of the other Fanny users. And we saw the Brody pick very, very early as well. First phase Brody pick to counter the Fanny. It's a very good way to counter the Fanny, but then you see the Wanwan pick, right? Wanwan actually does have a little bit of an advantage in this lane. You are able to get that weakness point in the back quite easily, and you can see that CW has already burnt out the flicker, so it's already working right now early on.
The early matchup is not going to be fun, I would say, for CW, and part of it, too, again, is just he's hoping to survive, you know, survive against this.
Whoa.
Okay, he should be fine.
Yeah, just forced to use the Spear of Alpha defensively, but Skies, he was able to steal it away. Now jumps over the cables. Luke, no level 4 just yet, so doesn't have that Thunderclap.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait. And this is kind of what you expect from teams like this from Malaysia and Indonesia, you know, really kind of testing the limits even in the early game with what they have. And a lot of this also comes down to just very comfort picks for key players here from both sides. And what it'll ultimately lead to is now that this turtle is up, those level 4s and what's available are going to play a big part of this. You know, again, Gojes has that Glorious Pathway plus the Revitalize. Keyboy's still waiting, though, right? He's only level 3, doesn't have the jump that Avatar the Guardian, but they can still extend a fight simply by having a Revitalize themselves.
Okay, come on, Eternal Guard locking him down right now, but look at Skies coming in with a Shatter Flicker from Yums. Good flicker up from Sans there, but it's going to be first blood over. Yums picking it up with that level 4. Skies going for the chase, but unable to get Sans down. It will just be a 1-for-0 trade right now.
Right now, Luke, enough to just kind of keep them at a bay, really, from actually committing to the objective, because Sakai's also needs to go grab his buffs. But that is first blood, right? First blood in the hands of Malaysia. They're going to work on that. They did get Albert out of the exchange, and they'll go ahead and set things up. Once that buff is locked in, we'll probably see the rotation up here. And right now, Yum's going to keep Keyboy under control. But it looks like for now, you know, neither team really going for this objective just yet until Sakai will eventually make his way there. But Albert back up to this too, does grab his buff, and they'll work for this. They might look for a pick off here, but ultimately, this is going to be the main focus if they actually go for this turtle or not.
You see that Keyboy is already forced back. Might actually still walk up. Skies with the cables, looking for Sans right now, doesn't have the flicker. Throws out a terrifying Eternal Guard, will be able to connect out the Skies, but he just goes in with the cables again. One last shot is all he needs. Meanwhile, Keyboy with the EOG, connecting to 2, getting in the taunt down. Yo's very low, the Thunderclap over. Yo's still able to survive. Will Luke be able to do it? No, he gets bursted down.
And Albert in trouble now. Sakai's looking to clean up the kill. Yo's jumps back in. It's a triple for Sakai's.
Triple kill for Skies on a Fanny. It's not just a random triple for a random player. This is a signature pick for Skies.
Oh man, as we were just talking about these signature picks for certain players, yes, Sakai's, he loves the Fanny, and the fact that you get a triple kill this early on, diversion. Oh, CW, he's got to be careful on this one. This is where the patience game comes into play. We'll see if he's actually able to, he gets some information.
Good read.
So he's going to be fine. He should be able to go install the sound. He's got backup from Keyboy here too, so I think that ultimately does keep that from happening. Good try, though, again, from Malaysia, because they've got this lead. They've got this kind of momentum in their favor right now. They can play around. Look at this early Malefic gun.
Is that first item?
First item, I think, for CW.
That is very, very interesting. Try to put in the poke, I believe here. Trying to outrange the Wanwan very early on. Good damage from the Cursed Blast, but Yeah, for Indonesia, the fact that usually it's already really scary to go 50-50.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. Yums. They caught a frozen strike earlier. Now should be a kill. CW picks the kill up. No stun over from CW. Skies good cable management to get away. The AOG from Keyboy just to get a bit of reinforcement in that bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, seeing Yums go down there just reminded me of the last team fight we saw break out. The fact that he didn't go down and, you know, he's able to even jump back into the fight, get a kill. And this is one of the things about Edith War Cry under the turret.
Luke, now with a thunderclap, just a few more cables. Good read by Skies. Reading the flicker from Luke, getting the kill up top, and that's another. Make it 4 for Skies.
All right, anytime this happens, Mirka, we know when a Fanny gets this kind of scaling, it's really difficult to deal with, especially in a player that specializes in this hero. You can see what's happening here, even topside.
Again, Sans good terrified down, but there's going to be another cable. Eternal guard, Skies so clean. Surgical on the Fanny.
Man, how do you stop this? You know, how do you stop just Skies alone from snowballing further? He's already snowballed. He's already a snowball for the team themselves from Malaysia. So you've got to be able to respond to this for Indonesia, trying to, you know, find what they can across the map. Turtle's going to be up here. They might still go ahead and try to fight for it.
Spirit of Alpha over to Gojis, now with the Thunderclap as well. Good glorious pathway, Keyboard amidst it all. Now the cables coming through. Albert will be targeted down. The AOG doesn't connect onto anyone, forcing out the Revitalize. Meanwhile, Skies again getting an off angle. Thunderclap over from Luke. Now stun onto Gojis, a Terrify as well. CW putting the stacks down right now. Does he get a turn apart? Never really does. One last shot, Gojis burning down, but still able to survive. Skies looking for the cutthroat, gets stunned up, and now a few basic attacks. Yums!
He goes in. Yums wasn't able to clean up the kill either. CW, but there goes Stormy. Stormy will clean up CW.
And Stormy now trying to run away. Sans with a flicker forward. Doesn't find the curse glass. And the Eternal Guard. Stormy getting away, throwing back a few shots at Sans, zoning him away. He will be taken down, but it's an execute.
Well played. I am so surprised with everybody around Stormy. The fact that he gets executed after all of that. But going back to now, the fight for the purple buff, it is going to be taken. Albert doesn't grab it. The turtle's still up, mind you, against all of this. So what a play. I mean, very down to the macro decisions from Malaysia to play around Indonesia like that. We'll see how they adjust. Albert this time is going to go ahead and start up the turtle. And Yums and Gojez looking to go for the sandwich again.
Defensive Spear of Alpha already. Keyboy in the midst of it all. Caught again. AOG defensively. Luke taken out to his 1 HP bar. Those are all the HP bars taken out already, forcing out the flicker. Meanwhile, Gojis in the back again. Keyboy able to find a taunt right now. Sans goes in, but no. It's the Skies continuously dealing out damage. Finding another Alpha with the Spear of Alpha, locking Skies down still. Getting out with the cables. Luke didn't come in time to get the Thunderclap, to get the assassination.
Didn't come in time. And look at what's happening here. Malaysia, full force forward. They got the objective. They're possibly going to get some more, at least a lot of damage here on the tier 2 turret already at this portion of the game. It's getting really difficult for Indonesia to go ahead and find the space to move around the map with the way things are going. And every single time they approach some of these choke points around the jungle, it's that utilization of having a Hylos, plus the fact that even Noobs can jump in, and not to mention, you still haven't solved this snowball effect coming out from Skies on this Fanny. They might try to make a play here, though. Keyboy charging on up.
Getting the taunt down onto Young. They will throw out all the abilities down. Keyboy, AOG defensively, good timing. Gojis will go for the chase right now. Slowly will be caught, but Spear of Alpha. Last shot, Luke finds it. Cables from Skies. Albert still able to get the angle to escape, but the lethal ignition just ticks down on him.
Again, they're trying to find these moments where they can win these team fights, but every single time Malaysia's able to find another way into the fight, to find another way to get it out and disengage. And again, a buff diversion here. Diversion up top. Luke could be in trouble. They're going to go for him.
Luke will be caught. Thunderclap coming down. Oh, no! Not enough damage. Skies just bursts him down. 100-0.
8-0-4 right now for Skies. Look at the damage. This is what I like to call big damn. And right now, it's all Sakai's here on this Fanny. Just 46,000. And that's why I'm saying it's going to be great when Indonesia finally shuts him down. Because look at the amount of
shut them down.
If, yeah, that's the big question. That's a big question mark right now for Indonesia. How do you catch him? How do you even stop just a Fanny in general in the tracks? You know, and that's what they've been struggling with at this point in the game. Almost 10 minutes in. Lord is up. And Indonesia wants to go fight for this. Lolio does pick up his own Malefic gun this time around. Skies will go ahead and start this Lord up. And it looks like Indonesia wants to get in the zone to contest this, but is that the right decision? Eternal Guard.
Well, they can't look for an angle at all. Indonesia will just have to concede the first Lord of the game, and Malaysia takes it no biggie. Good zoning, good control.
At this point, we've seen this before. Indonesia now on the defense, and you have to kind of break down and look at the lineup that they brought to this fight. We haven't seen just yet, albeit maybe one moment when CW was able to get some marks off, but he couldn't clean up the kill with a torn apart memory. Maybe if they can buy some more time, he's going to have enough itemization to actually clean up those kills, but he's got to survive too. Someone's got to protect him. Here comes Skies again. Was going to try to go for the purple buff. Doesn't get it this time. At least Albert secures it, but they've all got to be ready for this push from the Lord. Mid lane, they might just get the shields down to the base turrets if Malaysia does do that, because right now Indonesia should be able to clear things up. Luke!
Bottom lane, thunderclap, one last shot, the crossbow, tang in time, Loliel cracks open the weakness points. Now in the mid lane with the glorious pathway slowing them down, Skies is looking for an angle of attack again. He needs to be very careful about CW and the stun. Keyboy trying to catch him mid-air, will not be able to find it. The Holy Defense popped into mid lane, but actually it hasn't popped into mid lane. Interesting, the Lord went in, but the Holy Defense is still intact for Indonesia.
Still holding it together. That bottom one did proc, so they get that down, and like I was saying, you know, Malaysia most likely off that first Lord won't be knocking on these base turrets just yet. Indonesia does have a pretty good defense so they can clear things out, but ultimately they just hold it together for now. Still 2 shields, holy shields here. CW does pick up some defensive items here. Wind of Nature now available to him, and that's what I was saying. Hopefully he's got enough damage on this Brody that he can actually clean up the kills, but also survive that initial, you know, just Skies flying around.
Yeah, you can see just how much damage they're able to output with a big lead here. It's a 9k gold lead, Naisu. That yin-yang reaction to Keyboy to such low HP.
It's like half health right there and there.
He can't deal that damage, not just yet. He can't soak in that damage.
You just need a lot of time.
Diversion.
Really, when you're looking at this, pathway.
But terrifying, and an Eternal Guard to stop the initiation from Malaysia. Now Skies will walk forward. Purple buff will be taken. And actually, Albert is the one who secures it with Retribution. No risk of not having the Retribution by the time the Lord spawns, because, again, there's still 40 seconds on that Lord.
Indonesia really doing a lot to be able to, you know, get some of the resources that they need, because it is crucial here. And as we look at the items kind of falling into place now, you have your second items locked in and working on the third. And when you look at it, right, where's most of that damage going to come from? There could be the surprise factor from Luke. He does have that Blade of FCs. He's got the BOD, but he just hasn't been able to utilize the Masha pick like we've seen him in the past. Maybe if they buy some more time, then his whole job is literally just, you know, thunderclap someone to death at that point. And hopefully that you have a numbers advantage. But even, that's just one minor thing that Indonesia needs to happen here. This is going to be another objective just taken for Malaysia. And really, it's kind of just buckling up for Indonesia, waiting to defend, waiting to turn things around. And that is a big factor, because the best place for them to do it right now, man, is just their base. You know, turtle up in the base. Hopefully you can go ahead and withstand that initial punch through. Now, big thing that they have to look out for, again, when even defending in their base, is Stormy. The Luo Yi, we've seen it happen time and time again, especially if they use the diversion kind of on the upper part, and it's a surprise factor where they come and cut off, especially with the Glorious Pathway. So Indonesia has a lot of things to worry about as this Lord approaches this mid lane. Again, they still hold on to their 3 base turrets, but they're definitely going to lose some here. With this type of gap in terms of economy, they're going to have to make this one work, because now Lord making its way to the mid lane. There's the charge in.
They're going to sacrifice the mid lane. Oh, Yums with Earth Shatter, finding him onward as well. Now Albert taken down. Keyboy in the midst of it all, taken out as well. Yums now gunned down, has the immortality. Loliel popping into the nature. Stormy goes in with a flicker, finding the yin-yang reaction and a double. An onward from Luke. Sands will flicker forward. One desperate attempt to save the game, but Malaysia will close out game 1.
Very decisive in what we expected here between these two teams, but man, Malaysia just looked like they made it look so easy here in game 1. I mean, for them to come out swinging and for Skies to get a triple kill early on, snowball it into what he did here, and the rest of the team to just play at peak. I mean, I'm even talking about Humes. The fact that Humes was on this Edith just pumping out the damage and not dying when Indonesia was looking for him, man. This is a phenomenal game one from Malaysia here. Very tough for Indonesia really to find any moment in that game where they could make the adjustment they needed, make the proper decisions that they needed because of the fact, again, mind you, if you guys missed the draft, this was a first pick Fanny.
Exactly.
A perfect pick for Skies.
Absolutely, man. We saw exactly how perfect that pick was. I forgot the final score for Skies, but he was 8-0 at a certain point. And we were talking about if he gets shut down, it's going to be massive, but that's a big if. And when Skies is on the Fanny, he's always flying, man. He's just like his name. He's in the sky.
He's in the sky all the time. But I know we're going to have to throw it over to the panelists here for them to break down game one. And, you know, hopefully, Eterna, hopefully you're feeling all right. There's still another game.
Eterna, you okay there? You good?
This is where you talk.
You alright?
Guys, Fanny. Guys. Joe. Guys.
Yeah.
Okay. This is where you guys fill in.
All right, you want to say it?
Yeah.
All right.
On three. 1, 2, 3. Draft.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a very dominant victory from Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much, Mirko. Thank you so much, Naisu, as we're going to break it down for you.
Yeah. You know, one of the big questions we had going into that one was high loss and the last pick Masha. Because in my head, even though that's a matchup I don't see a lot, I was thinking, wait, can't high loss literally just be like, I'm right here, you're getting hit, before level 3 there's not much you can do to me, I have revitalized, I'm okay. And I thought maybe they picked the matchup because they know something we don't about the matchup. But no, Luke was frozen in lane up against that half-man, half-horse high loss.
It's not even before level 4 you can't do anything to me. For a good 10 minutes, there's nothing that the Masha can do to the high loss. So that alone undoes the whole discussion of how we think Super Luke with the Masha is going to dominate Gojes in the XP lane. Not to mention how in the first phase alone, it seemed like Team Indonesia was so confident that with the Gatot, Alpha, and Brody, they can stop Sekai's Fanny. But there you see how the Cho was open.
Yep.
Like that was such a telltale sign that maybe Indonesia were thinking, yeah, we got this.
Yeah, and usually when you open up and give a Fanny and a Cho is open, you take that Cho. Because that's the single target lockdown that you want to help control. It's not always the hard stop against a Fanny, but it increases your chances of not getting snowballed on by an incredibly talented Fanny that is a comfort pick for Sekais.
Not to mention the Vexana in Sans. Usually, I'm here glazing up Sans, right? Gila Sans, he's my guy. Oh, but here you watch him, he's like...
That was literally Gila.
It
like
was
in the wrong way.
In a different
the
kind,
wrong way.
right? The Aurora was open, not at all banned. He could have picked it up. And what were you saying about the Aurora? I mean, mages that have second lives?
Yeah, mages that have a second life, that's usually what teams want to chase for when they're up against a Fanny that could potentially snowball. Because that means you make a Fanny have to use cables, cutthroat, second skill, overextend to get the second life out. The passive of the Aurora, the passive of the Nana, the passive of the Lilia.
Yeah.
That's why there are times where you see even teams be willing to give a Fanny, and in other leagues and tournaments be crazy enough to pick a Nana up against it because that has a second life. Wherein, if you are hoping that Sans, one of the most talented mid laners, can catch Sekais, one of the best Fannies in the world, mid-air with a Terrify or a knockup from the EG, that's asking too much.
He tried. There was like 1 or 2 moments in the top lane where he's like, all right, come on, come on. Nope. And the San just dies, leaves the EG, and then Sekai's like, see you later.
Yeah, there were so many moments, and I mean, if we're talking about lockdown too, we spoke about, you know, the mage pick, we spoke about the EXP lane, but also the lockdown hero that I was looking for Keyboy. Like, even if, let's say, they wanted to leave the Cho to the second phase, it gets banned out by Malaysia in the second phase. Couldn't they have used something more reliable as a stopper? Were there absolutely no choices other than putting the Gatot, committing that into the roam, and going for a Masha in the
That's the
EXP
crazy
lane?
thing. No, there were so many other options even going into the second phase that it's odd that this is the solution Indonesia came up with. It seems like in the first half of the draft in red, they had a game plan. And then when the Cho and the Kufra got banned out, they're like, yeah, we're doing the Vixana Masha. Like, it's such a... It's like a movie was written and directed by one director in the first half, and then a whole nother crew took over.
Yeah.
Like, that's what this feels like.
Yeah, okay. So from the side of Malaysia, they first picked Fan, right? First 2 picks on the side of Indonesia was the Alpha Gat.
Yeah.
Usually when a team already prioritizes their jungler in the first pick, I mean,
no need to
all
rush.
the time, you don't need to rush your jungle. You go ahead and chase the power picks. You pick your jungle in the third, or flex your wide hero pool in the jungle and decide to pick it up later in the second phase of the draft. So what could have been, instead of Alpha Gata Gacha ban, if they're hard set on the Gata Gacha, okay, Gata Gacha XP, you put the Roam Cho, or you surprise and then you steal what could have been a pickup for Yums, you pick up the Edith, you pick up the Cho for yourself. So if ever Malaysia decides to pick up the Mathilda that we thought would actually appear in the draft,
so no show.
then at least you have another single target lockdown
no
that
show.
can either target the Mathilda or the Fanny. It's quite perplexing to me, the decisions here, in terms of the pattern and the order of which things were drafted.
Perplexing, more like heartbreaking. Sorry.
Am I right?
Yeah, I'll give that. I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you.
It's okay, guys. It's a best of 3.
I mean, after having watched Indonesia in action earlier today against Team Mongolia, they were honed in and they were so focused.
Yeah, they were locked in.
And they were punishing the even creative drafts that Mongolia brought out. It's odd that now against Malaysia, they seem to be more adventurous in the bad way.
Yeah.
They're more like, all right, maybe this will work. This is Malaysia we're talking about.
Okay, so coming into the second game, would you think that this would warrant a Fanny ban? And if it did, and if it should have been banned, wouldn't you say that Malaysia kind of dug this hole for Indonesia in the first phase of the bans?
I think already it's very telling that in this game, Indonesia did not ban Fanny. For a majority of their run here in WEC, they've been banning Fanny. Like a random last ban slot always just randomly goes to a Fanny for Indonesia. Why now suddenly changed?
Exactly, that's a question.
So I'd say, yeah, just number 1, ban it out, have less problems.
Because what they did was Jushin, Harith, and Chip ban. Because Malaysia did a Hilda ban in the final third pick of the banning phase. So do you not feel like that was forced? What do you think about this Harith ban?
Yeah,
do you like the ban? Do you want to leave the Harith open instead and replace that with the Fanny?
I'd reckon it's the Harith ban that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, just added into it. That now, I think you also have to appreciate what Malaysia ended up doing in the draft here. The low E and the high loss coming. The high loss was expected. I mean, we already did say after the first phase banning that high loss 2-3 for Malaysia looked good on the blue side, but then suddenly bang, low E. You already take away. You've taken away 2 heroes that Sans has shined with in WEC so far. That's why we were thinking maybe the Angela's going to be coming in if they're going to be a little bit more offensive-minded. Or the Auroras that we mentioned. So, as much as it is perplexing the decisions that Indonesia made in this draft, you also have to respect what Malaysia has done that may be forced out reactions from Indonesia to make them draft themselves in this scenario. You also cannot discredit the efforts that Malaysia did in this draft to maybe shock and awe Indonesia.
Yeah, the draft is a majority of what caused this dominant win for Malaysia, and it goes hand in hand with the execution. It's just great picks wherein you cornered your opponent into a weird composition, and then you punished clearly. That's why it looked like there was nothing Indonesia could do in game 1.
Yeah.
Did they like have 1 kill at the end of it? Do you remember the kill score line?
I try not to.
No, they weren't killless. They
weren't
like
killless.
1. I think I saw 1.
They weren't in objective. Were they objectiveless?
From what I can recall, yeah, they should be. Maybe they
It was.
have 1.
It was a clear struggle, but you're right. It wasn't a perfect game.
But it was a struggle.
It wasn't a perfect game. So, it's not like Indonesia had no game plan going in, but against a team like Team Malaysia, you have to have a sound game plan.
Yeah, they have 5 kills and no objectives.
It was a little scrappy.
Yeah, they were able to secure their buffs, but in terms of the turtle, the lord, and the turrets, Indonesia wasn't able to secure it.
But man, Sakai's on the Fanny. That's why I screamed at the pick. I was like,
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, and that's why instantly my reaction during the draft was Fanny with the Cho open. Apparently that wasn't a problem.
Because they didn't pick up the Cho.
Because they did pick up the Cho. That's what exacerbates this whole situation. So now, I wouldn't say instantly ban out the Fanny. Maybe this is Team Indonesia growing. Maybe this is Team Indonesia developing. What if they're saying, guys, we can't become champions if we constantly have to keep banning the Fanny. Here in the semis, we learn how to open the Fanny and play with it. And here in Game 1, they learn a valuable lesson.
Can I one-up it?
Sure.
What if it's a bait for the second game?
That is a possible strat as well.
Conditioning?
Yeah.
Teams have been vocal about doing that. Opening up comfort picks, it does really well in the first game.
The long
But then
game.
the real strategy for what you're supposed to do to actually counter it comes up in the second game. You force game number 3 or whatever game that you find yourselves in. So that is definitely a possibility. But again, if it is Malaysia blue side, Indonesia red side, and Malaysia picks up Fanny in the first phase, I want to see the answer right away already locked in. Because even Malaysia were respecting the answers that could have come up. They respected the Hilda for Indonesia. They respected the Kufra as well that Kiboy has shown to be incredibly proficient with.
They respected Luke in the first phase alone. It's the Phoveus and the Hilda ban. So it seems like Malaysia is locked in, and Indonesia are the ones who have to find a way to get in that same space. Now Indonesia's on the play.
And now you can see them on screen as well, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
They're very serious. You can see it on their faces. And this is the answer towards the second game as we welcome you into the drafting phase. This is a Fanny ban straight out of the board, answered with Yves as well as Malaysia banning out the Jushin.
So is it just me, or does this throw out the whole theory of conditioning? Like, it wasn't on Indonesia's terms. Like, that was just a difficult game.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like here. I mean, yeah, you know what? I will move on personally as well from game number 1. Well, if it's available, I'd want to see Indonesia still rush that show. Take it out from the hands of Hughes. Put it in the hands of Kiboy. Allow Kiboy and Sans to work together to pressure the jungle and the rotations of Malaysia in the center of the map. Pick up the Cho if it's possible.
If they do go first pick Cho here, since Chip is going to be one of these remaining bans, I gotta ask, how often does it happen, Eterna, that the Cho is flexed in the XP lane in MPL Indo?
Yeah.
We've seen it a few times. We've seen Rez pick it up. But it's not something that we see too much of.
So what is it, like 1 in 10 Chos get flexed?
Like maybe, yeah, 1 in 10. 2 in 10 maybe?
Or 1 in 5?
Yeah.
Fractions.
That's how math works, guys.
Interesting.
That's
Okay.
Matilda from a prior snub completely.
Seems like either a Hilda or a Cho now, huh? For Indonesia.
What if this isn't the chip ban? Does Sans go chip? Or does Kuboy go chip?
If this is suddenly not a chip ban for Malaysia and now the chip is wide open here, I feel like there's going to be a lot of overthinking from both sides. Like, guys, we're opening up the chip. Like, oh, what now? But then, of course, you want to consider that Malaysia already knows what to expect and what to do because they're the ones that opened up the chip.
Now you're seeing the strength of red side.
Yeah.
This is the red side strikes back.
If it's not going to be the chip ban, I'll be very surprised.
Oh, there you go. Chip is left open.
Do it.
Chip.
1-1 gets banned.
Chip, Hilda, Suyo, Cho.
Is this a bait though?
Suyo's open.
Oh, excuse me. Suyo got banned, yeah. So Chip, Hilda, Cho.
Technically, Phoveus is open too.
Yes.
Yeah, Focus is also open. If Indonesia goes chip here, one of the answers that you can pick into the chip is the Tigreal. In terms of the very one-dimensional counter,
Arlo
with Exit out, yeah, and Arlo as well.
Aurora.
Because
Not falling for it.
Alpha Rush. Okay. You take what could have been potentially an Alpha chip together for 2 sides.
Alpha's a good counter to chip too. If
Yeah.
you get jumped, you
Yeah.
spear in or out.
Big spear of Alpha to counter the entries coming in from the opposing team.
So now is Malaysia gonna pick up the chip?
If they go Chip and Joe and suddenly put like one of those in the EXP, it's a very, it's a working theory that's I believe getting tested.
You know what else is possible given the bans now? Chip and Lo Yi.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
You just fold the map in half, and neither team giving it up.
And there's also a possibility that Chip really just doesn't show up in the draft.
Yep.
we've seen very rare cases of it happening where with the chip open, teams will be like, yeah, never mind. It's just not.
Yeah, chip has could end up with like a 98.9% contest rate.
Yeah.
What do you think about this? With the Valentina being picked up and the high-lows, do you think the Luo Yi can still come through for Indonesia?
Yeah, 100%. Low Yi, Alpha together, you give a little bit of difficulty team fighting-wise, and you can go around the map if you want to. Chip Low Yi is a little bit overkill for my taste.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, they can go Low Yi.
I'd prefer just the Low Yi.
Huh. I wonder if they can consider Claude or... Oh, no. They're just going to go ahead and pick up the Hilda right away.
All right.
I'm not a fan of Hilda Low Yi. They have very little interaction.
Yeah, the interaction looks like... Together, you can stand, be killed.
I mean, it's just... It's win more. Like you're building up on top of an advantage you have anyways.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that, yeah.
More winning is good.
Yeah, it's just there's very little it does from behind.
Okay, I can see where you're going at it.
Yeah.
Okay, from that perspective, yes. But then again, that's one of the reasons why Hilda. Oh, are they projecting a potential assassin pickup for Malaysia? That this might actually be a Hilda Roam instead of a Hilda XP.
There it is. There's the assassin. I'm not so sure if the stats still line up, but there was a time where Sekais was 13 for 13 on Nolan.
Oh yeah,
the legendary Nolan.
He was popping with that hero. So if ever the possibility of the Hilda Roam, yes, you need something to be able to quickly get around the map, check bushes, just to make sure Sands is safe, upper safe as well. Strong burst, another source of magic damage for Malaysia would be good.
Tigreal gets banned here, but essentially, if they really want to, Malaysia can still utilize the strategy that Indonesia brought in the first match of the day. They can still pick up the arenas, flex the high-lows into the roam.
Yep, that's also very possible. Great ban here by Indonesia, the Harith. That's what I was looking at earlier, given how the Glorious Pathway interacts with the Zaman Force.
I think that's going to be a Claude for Indonesia later,
yeah? Yeah, Claude ban.
Not a Harith ban, so...
Or a Bea ban.
Oh, could be.
Because one's already out.
Yeah, what do you see?
No, it's too crazy.
Go for it! We like crazy ideas. Let us know.
Gila.
No, I want to see what happens.
So you're not going to say it? So you can't say I told you so?
I mean,
Write
okay,
it down,
Gatot gets banned.
Write it down and then prove to us later if it does show up, like, you know, what the idea is.
Okay, I'll write it down. Go ahead, guys.
Okay.
I mean, I pulled the trigger on there's a Nathan. Instead, it's a Nathan, rather. Okay. So you still have the Lunox, you still have the Matrix, you still have the Moskov.
I think Moskov or Claude was the farewell for Indonesia.
Or the Claude, yes.
High loss, valid. Yeah, Indonesia respected the magic damage. You don't need to rush magic now. Oh, there's a Cho for Yubes. Like we were talking about this earlier, they needed something to rotate around the map real well, check it, goes Cho.
Cooper's good against a Cho.
Yeah, if you want to just keep the Hilda on Luke, then you throw the Kufra on Keyboy. But what's Chewe to play? What's CW going to pick up here?
I still want to see this. Like, it's fine. Like, you already have the Lu Yi. You want a little bit more
Claude
big
with
damage than get their turn.
Claude with a Purify.
Claude with a Purify, it definitely has to be.
Is that enough DPS to push through a high-low still?
You do have the Alpha, the Low Yi interactions faring very well, so... Okay, they go for mobility instead. Harder to catch, I understand. And a Khalid.
So is this a Khalid EXP or Khalid Roam?
Up until the very last moment before we load in, that's where Malaysia has to think. That's the beauty of the Hilda and Khalid together.
Yeah.
However, I'm leaning a little bit more towards, like, even with just, don't see the last weekend, I'm already leaning towards Malaysia to draft. There's not a lot wrong that can happen right now for the pick. They can just go Dea.
Yeah.
If they want that hard single target lockdown, they have no more options for the magic damage. Did you see Malaysia really considering it? Nah, they're not going to be China, no.
Will they 1-3-1 here? Possible.
Yeah.
You can throw a fighter into that gold lane.
Gold lane. they'd be
That's
lacking,
really
though.
dangerous, though.
Yeah, with the low E, that's actually going to fare very well for Indonesia if they decide to go fight or gold,
What
like
is
a
it?
Ruby or something.
Whoa.
Yeah, Bruno. Okay.
Classic.
They go single target lockdown, chunky burst, which is the Bruno.
All right, game number 2 here. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the final game that we see as Malaysia have the possibility of going for a full clean sweep. Real quick before we throw it over to the casters, what do we think about the drafts?
I'm leaning a little bit more towards Malaysia here, but yeah, they're just going to need to respect and be able to catch the Eartho.
I hope Indo can brawl hard enough, because that's one way they can beat Malaysia here at their own game. Because Malaysia is serving up real good damage, real good easy engages. If Indonesia can leverage that low yi and force Malaysia into uncomfortable, chaotic fights, I think Indonesia can force a game 3.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last statements, the final statements from our analysts. We're going to throw it over to the casters for a potential final ticket to the grand finals.
Hey, Eterna, we didn't get your prediction. That's what we were waiting for.
What the heck?
What the heck is going on, right? But we already know who you're voting for. Mirko, this could possibly be the last game. But I think both of us can agree we need a game 3 here.
Yes.
Everybody watching online as well.
We need a game 3.
We need a game 3 here. I got to ask you before we jump into the game, how's the draft looking for Indonesia?
First 3 picks, Indo, for me.
Yeah.
But then the last 2, that's where it gets a bit scary, right? You see the Irithel, but then you see the Bruno come in for Loliel as well. I've seen him do amazing things in the Bruno and MPL Malaysia, so I guess we'll just have to see here, right? It's just so good for both the compositions, but honestly, it's all on Luke, on the Hilda. Is he able to put in the pressure onto Skies? Because if he's able to shut Skies down, I think they should be able to get that early game death ball going, as Indonesia likes to get going in the early game.
I think Leo hit it on the head there. The fact Malaysia was controlling the game from start to finish. And a big part of that was the fact that, again, Skies he unleashed the Fanny. This time around, we saw it banned out. So they're setting themselves up to have a better early game, I would say, for Indonesia, especially the fact that they have some key pickups here. And, you know, as our panelists mentioned, part of this could just be the fact where you want to go for that brawl style, you want to brawl it out, you want to get that early game going, you want to be able to get the momentum you're looking for that Indonesia is known for. But so is Malaysia. Let's be honest, you know, they've done this many times. They've won, of course, their own international tournaments throughout this past year and everything else, and everybody's very familiar with these players from Malaysia, just like they are from Indonesia. And I would have to say, you know, at least looking at the draft and everything else, I'm going to side a little bit with Malaysia here too. I think they did really lock things in with those last couple pickups. And if they're able to just go ahead and secure themselves the space that they need, the time to farm up they need, hey, Bruno is a monster later on. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into Land of Dawn once again. What could possibly be our last game in this best of 3 semifinals. The winner of this heading on to the grand finals tomorrow against the defending champions, the Philippines. And the loser will be going off to fight for 3rd and 4th. Look at this, guys.
Exactly, the pressure that we were talking about early on, not just for Luke, but Keyboy too. You can see the utilization of the Kali. Now, very deep. Skies forced back. Keyboy will just run away. Early lead going to Indonesia. And whoa, Keyboy actually wanted to cancel the recall again. Will be kind of a tough spot here. I think Yums will be able to rotate around towards him as well.
Okay, he should, yeah, he gets out, but
he's good.
He did his job. Like, his whole job was just to go ahead and delay Skies. Look at this, Yums.
Yeah, Albert is rotating as well. Yums will dish out some more damage onto Keyboy. Decides to go back in. Albert is right there. But Albert is more focused on just the farm. Will go for the jungle to take it away from Skies. Good Yin Yang reaction to the mid lane as well. Stormy out-traded here. Has to respect this. Okay.
Man, look at this delay, though. So Skies, the delay proved the point. He's going to have to rely on the team to help him, you know, kind of adjust from this. Keyboy will go in, gets the vision. Yums is there, though, too, so they're just going to force Keyboy out. Keyboy has been threading the needle, man, with this early game already, the pressure that he's putting. And it's working so far. You know, he is going to be able to go ahead and heal up with the quicksand guard there too. So doesn't have to go back to the base. And we'll just continue this on. Luke waiting patiently. They all want to go for Skies.
If it's not Luke, it's going to be Keyboy. Pops into Vengeance as well. Now Albert rotating over. Has a Spear of Alpha. Keyboy walks up. Gets a Concussive Blast. Baits out the Revitalize. And just like that, they have taken control over the enemy jungle. Skies walks up. Goes in for the Red Tree battle. And wins out the Retribution. But I think they've gone that. Keyboy very low, forced to flicker, and there you go, Gorgeous with a stab and hem in. No retribution for Skies. Albert should be able to get the turtle. It is a kill for a turtle traded in.
So even though first blood going in the hands of Malaysia, because of the fact that they were able to get that retribution out from Skies, that does get them that first turtle. So a trade across the board for both teams. But Keyboy's doing his job. You know, that he's doing exactly what he has to do here. He's going to continue to do it even when he doesn't have the level 4. Yums, though, is there this time.
Sandstorm steal from Stormy, and Yums just Jeet Kune Do's him to his death. Sans will only just be able to poke Stormy down in the mid lane. Good maneuvers from Stormy, but still caught in the yin-yang reaction. Forced back.
Wow, that is a whole lot of damage again, why we were talking about the Louis specifically, but I would say Malaysia has at least stopped maybe Keyboy from doing this continuously. Like, he's already been punished. Diversion's going to be used, though. They know the orange is coming up right here, but Skies knows that they have the Louis. They can play with this.
SOD Raging Sandstorm. Yums just ambushed. Skies walking up forward. Albert should be able to get this for free. And the Skies wants to gamble by walking up. Glorious pathway by Gorgeous. Skies zoned away by Luke. Now Gorgeous goes in for the sun, but it's only on to Albert. A lot of damage placed down on the Gorgeous, but Stormy goes in for the flanks. An interesting one. Luke goes in with Power Wilderness. Lolio has a few stacks, but Luke pops into Vengeance, gets the dub, gets the orange buff to take it away from Skies.
So you can see the struggle right now that Malaysia's having when they're just trying to secure the bust of Skies, and the whole plan, like we said, if you missed game 1, it was the Sky show early on with the Fanny. And so the answer has been to deal with the Sans. Oh, he goes in.
Walks up forward, Skies with the fractures, assassinates Sans. Keyboy putting some damage back onto Skies. But Sans also used the Purify earlier.
Yeah, he used it up. Skies does get a kill. He's still behind, though. I mean, look at the difference between him and Albert. Albert level 7. Skies just hitting that level 6. And this might make it a little difficult to fight this Keyboy.
Again, way to Dragon kicked into the fracture. Skies, despite being 2 levels down earlier, he gets 2 kills on, and now he's not that far behind. Luke trying to put on more pressure again onto Malaysia. But gets caught by Jeet Kune Do, stunned again by Gorgeous. Will be able to escape for now. Turtle number 2 spawning in the game again. Whoa, Luke putting in the damage onto Stormy, trying to go for the poke onto him, maybe forcing out the Raging Sandstorm. Turtle number 2 contested. Albert on it already. We'll look for the red tree here. Skies is nowhere to be seen. A diversion to the top again with the Spear of Alpha connecting onto Gorgeous. Even with the Glorious Pathway, he'll be able to escape. Actually runs out from 4 members of Indonesia.
Able to get out with the Glorious Pathway plus the Revitalize, but that is an objective once again for Indonesia. Trying to find what they can. The gold is pretty much still, you know, relatively even. Nothing too crazy right now, but Malaysia has been able to get kills. Skies as well. Again, he's sitting at 2-0. Look at the pressure he's doing at tier 1 in the bottom side. So even though there was so much focus on dealing with him, Skies is still finding these wins across the map, trying to go ahead and even things out, because even when you look at the gold, top side.
Doing really good. Raging Sandstorm, good. Wait, dragging over CW, but he's still able to kite away. Lolio just taken down. Diversion play to the back. Where is he going to go? Straight into it outside of the map. They find it now, but they're all going to be caught in the midst of this turret. It'll be Stormy with some damage. Purify on with the Raging Sandstorm. Sans will fall, but Albert claims a double. CW in the bush, looking for the crossbow. Yums will be able to shun Pooh out of there. Meanwhile, Albert pops in with the Spear of Alpha. Stormy, no chunk. We'll be able to get the Terrified down to some healing from Keyboy. Skies walks in again. Still Albert dishing out enough damage, just standing over Albert. Still able to survive for a bit. Gets assassinated. It's a killing spree for Skies, but CW shuts him down.
What a brutal fight in exchange for nearly a minute there between the two teams. And really, when you look at it and how it breaks down, the gold goes in favor with all of that for Indonesia here. Now, furthering the gold lead that they had, you can see this too, split between, of course, CW and Albert there. But Malaysia is showing fight. They're showing that even when they're down, like they had in the early game, they want to fight it out. Keyboy, once again, up to his business on this Khalid, giving the information they can. The fight for the purple buff, though, for Luke, does get that retribution out for Sky. So now Orange, he's got to secure that as well, relying on the team for every buff that he can get at this point. And they're just trying to bring it down, bring the heat down a little bit, because Indonesia building things up. And they actually break it in for this third turn of the game. Keyboy takes a couple shots. They go in.
Raging Sandstorm from Keyboy. Yums. Deleted turtle taken for free. No retribution from Albert. Now with the Queen's Wings and a diversion. Go to the bush. Stormy to be caught in the Spear of Alpha. Yin-yang reaction. Stormy disintegrating.
Oh, it's too much. Fighting under the turret. They're going to have to disengage from that fight too. Keyboy doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm, but they still go for it under the turret, in between the two. Spear of Alpha won't land that time, though. Look at how much pressure Indonesia is putting on Malaysia.
That's the Lo Yi we were talking about. That's what Leo was talking about for Indonesia.
Yeah.
They just gotta force out more of these brawls to happen. With the Lo Yi, makes it way easier. With the Hilda as well, that's a signature Indonesian pick when you want to force out fights. For Malaysia right now, they gotta calm down. It seems like they have been able to kind of recover really well in the early game, but now the chaos is getting to them. It really is. It's kind of like reeling them out every single time for these skirmishes. And unfortunately for Malaysia, the composition is, well, at least when they play with the Bruno and the Valentina, it's very front to back, right? And for Skies, I don't see an angle where he'll be able to actually go in with the flank. Luke's always there, Way the Dragon. Don't think Luke's going to be taken down here.
Uh-oh. Diversion.
Diversion over. We got Raging Sandstorm again. Keyboy gets the kill. Stormy steals away the heavy crossbow, but it's another pickup for Indonesia.
Again, this is why the Hilda is so picked up all the time. It's such a hot pick because of the fact, I mean, look what Luke just did. He was enough of a distraction against multiple members, plus gets the Way the Dragon out. Didn't need the Vengeance. Tanky enough. And Gojes could be in trouble here. Even he's a tank.
Spear of Alpha, everything thrown at the horse, and the horse surely goes down. Meanwhile, Luke in a 1v3 situation is a diversion into the back. Skies will be caught again. Indonesia just go with the back, finding a double kill for Sans. CW with a heavy crossbow, and Yums even not able to soak in the damage. Everyone taken out, only Lolio left standing. 13 kills and a big goal lead for Indonesia as the Lord spawns.
That is a huge thing to deal with. And Lolio, look how much damage just that interaction does. This is why the panel was talking so much about the Lo Yi pick. It's what Leo mentioned earlier. It's surgical chaos, man. Like, that's what Diversion is. That's how they play around it. And that's why they love to prioritize this hero. So far, Malaysia's head is on a swivel, but there's no way that they catch up because of the fact that they're just falling further and further behind. I mean, think about it. We're at like 9,000 gold deficit, and this all ballooned in the last probably 3 to 4 minutes. And a lot of that had to do with, yes, Diversion was great, but Luke doing the work on this Hilda, man, and the fact that Keyboy. Half the time, Luke's not even using the Vengeance, though. So that's the difficult thing here for Malaysia to deal with as they approach this fight now.
All right, Albert with the Spear of Alpha, able to catch on to Skies right now, and that's just going to be them utilizing the Lord in the mid lane to go for the turrets. Keyboy with a healing again. Lolio very low, heavy crossbow fights from CW. Not enough to take him down just yet. Now for Malaysia, it's all about the defense. Mid lane, the Lord is still there. They'll be able to clear it out. Malaysia still standing their ground. Good hold by Yums to stop the Holy Defense from being procced in the bottom lane, but they gotta be real careful with this. Very, very careful. Yums, Jikundo, back into the base. Malaysia has another wave to play with.
They're gonna have another wave to play with. They're still in this game. They can keep things together the best they can. But look at the pressure already being put on these turrets. They're gonna lose the top one as well. They're trying to do their best to keep things together and just kind of clear the waves. But again, it's all up to Malaysia to be able to defend, even with a deficit in this manner. Oh man, it's gonna be tough as they get prepped up and ready to deal with this. Because again, when you're looking at the lineup that they have, can they withstand these push-ins, this kind of pressure even, from a lineup that has so many options to initiate fights, to find angles, Diversion or Raging Sandstorm, any of that falling into place here. They hold on to this one base turret. There's the Sandstorm.
Keyboy finding Lolio in the back now, goes in for the healing as well, but there's only one cannon as Lolio is able to dash away. Keyboy gets the kill onto Lolio. An assassination, that's a 1-for-1. Keyboy for Lolio. Now in the mid lane with a big wave. Can they do it?
They're gonna keep it together again, clearing the waves out. The 1-for-1, 4 versus 4, trying to hold on to the base turret.
Spear of Alpha from Albert. Stormy isolated, has the heavy crossbow, will try to run away, but CW pops in the split, goes in for the chase, gets the monster kill. 2 members down, Lolio back in 8.
Waves pushing in top and mid lane. Indonesia with the lead that they have. Can they end the game here? 2 members still down for Malaysia.
Lolio spawning back in. Luke comes in with a vengeance all the way to the back line. Diving onto Lolio, might be able to get the kill right here, but Sans gets Gojes. Luke able to escape. Yums very low. Albert on the base. Some of the minions crashing down already. Malaysia holding on. Luke still able to survive. Bottom lane base turret taken down as well. 17 seconds for the Lord to spawn. And Indonesia disengaged from the siege.
And all of that work, the base turrets are gone. Diversion to go ahead and send it to the purple buff. They're going to prep up for this Lord. And it might look like Malaysia might not have a choice to contest it. They might just have to defend this. Get ready. Gojez just comes up. And Luke, once again, given the information here, that here's Malaysia.
Keyboy too, looking for a set, perhaps a Raging Sandstorm Flicker. Not on the board just yet. They'll get the Lord for free and they'll be happy with that.
Okay, at this point, you already know, huge lead for Indonesia. All the time that they have in the world for them to push this in and get them to a game 3. How can Malaysia keep this together and possibly turn this around? Well, it's going to be pretty much a miracle. They have to have a miracle in their favor. They have to be able to manage the waves that are going to push in with this Lord as well. And it's like, do they have enough damage? Because Loliel's just picking up a Malefic Gun, and we haven't been able to see him move around on this Bruno the way that you expect towards this later portion of this game too. And right now, waves are going to be managed up. They time up with this Lord. They're going to be pushing this in.
Go just pops in, Lewis rapidly, Yums goes in, but CW is able to read it out. Now Yums taken down, CW is godlike, that's a double for CW, a triple for CW, looking for the base, and that surely is the equalizer for Indonesia in the semifinals of MLBB.
We knew it. We knew that we needed a game 3 for this matchup against these Titan teams, Malaysia and Indonesia. And right now, the Indonesian fans around the globe watching can breathe a little bit because they were holding on after game 1, and I know I'm seeing a turner right now too. Her hands are in the air. She's feeling good because, and I know you too, you know, we're trying to keep it neutral here, Mirko, but I know you feel good about that because we wouldn't have it any other way. Game 3 ahead of us. Great adjustments. Even the fact how the draft went for both teams here, Indonesia, the fact that they got their big picks, which again is the Lu Yi, really a big part of this, and Keyboy, man, what a way to start the game. What a way to handle the biggest problem from game 1, which was Skies. Keyboy started that whole thing alone, basically, on the Khalid, and was able to stall out Skies enough in the early game to keep that from happening, what we saw in game 1. So just great decision-making coming through.
Amazing decision-making, but honestly, just really good picks, right? The Hilda plus the Khalid. Just one of them alone is able to control the early game so well. And the fact that they already set up for that too. They saw the Suyo ban, they first picked the Alpha to set up for the Hilda pick because the Hilda wouldn't really find that much value on the other side, right? So Malaysia couldn't pick it up, they picked it up knowing that there were no more fighter jungles that could actually neutralize that Hilda in the early game. You either pick the Nolan, that's probably your best bet for farming in the early game, but still will struggle hard against the Hilda, plus Khalid even more so. I mean,
everything struggled against the
Hilda
too.
Level 1 for like first minute, I think, right? A while.
He was a while, and again, it was great usage of just the ultimates, the utility that came from this lineup from Indonesia as well. There were so many instances where, I mean, you're sending a full-on Sandstorm with Diversion. Like, if that's not Surgical Chaos, which the panel mentioned earlier, I don't know what is, because Malaysia was really, their head, it had to be on a 360, and they just couldn't keep up because at the same time, they were so busy taking care of Skies. Like, they had to make sure that half the time this guy, you know, he needed his buffs, and he was having a hard time because Luke on the Hilda, again, this is why it's so priority. Luke was enough to go 1 versus 3, just post up wherever he wanted to, and give all the information that Indonesia pretty much needed at that point. So again, very difficult when you have, that's the instance, that's the case, and then you're like, how do we deal with this, you know? Like, and it was pretty much the same thing. It was flip-flopped from game 1 to game 2 on how both teams kind of approach that.
Really good choice of battle spell as well, right? Vengeance, not Revitalize. I think the analysts can, you know, deep dive on that.
They'll deep dive on that. Eterna, Redmar, Leo. Let us know what you guys think about game 2.
You guys like that?
We'll deep dive head first. Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much, Naisu, as well as Mirko. And it looks like finally we are going to game number 3 after 2 2-0s.
Yeah, finally you're smiling and calmer now.
I like that.
Yeah, it's great. I'm happy for you.
Show your true colors.
I'm very happy that Indonesia showed theirs. It's rare that we find the lineup in an adjustment to your final draft that was so aggressive, that is just laser focused on one job: stop the rotation of Sakai's. He made you struggle in the first game, shut him down. still really wish Yums took a little bit more time protecting his jungle before he decided to get vision into the purple side of Albert. Maybe that could have changed things. But one of my sneaking suspicions that I had heading into this game was that it might be tough for a Joe and Valentina to outpoke and out-aggression the
Khalid.
rotations of a Khalid and a Low Yi, and that was 100% confirmed. Fantastic adjustment with Indonesia that it completely flew over my head, that they could just do this from the very beginning. Just be aggressive. Just constantly throw bodies into the jungle to the point where it shuts down the presence of Yums and of Stormy.
Yeah, you'll see here moments wherein Yums was overloaded. I think it's the same situation as we saw earlier, where I think that was Saudi Arabia versus the Philippines, where Troll, the Matilda, was given way too much to do. Here, it's very clear that in such a short amount of time, you already pointed out, Yum should have helped Sekais.
Yeah.
Sekais was under so much pressure. Maybe putting an extra body there, like a Cho, to guard those buffs, those even small camps, to make sure that your jungler secures it, would have gone a long way. But Indonesia was going way too fast. And one of the things I mentioned about the draft wherein, yeah, that Hilda and that Low, yeah, very little interaction. When you're behind, didn't even matter because they were never behind.
Yeah.
Even when it seemed like Malaysia had 1,000 up or 2,000 up, which they did here in this game. Like, they were trading back and forth maybe the first 5 minutes when they would kill Keyboy often. It didn't even matter by the end of it because they were really just sending dudes down towards Malaysia's base. Like, that diversion was always on the offense.
So it was a lot easier for Indonesia to kind of control the tempo, right? They had the speed in both the Khalid and as well as the Hilda. They also had the Iritel, and they also had the Luo Yi to kind of bring all these members around whenever they please. And so the tempo was set from the early portion of the game. And the one thing that I really wanted to point out was, despite Indonesia going against Yums' Cho, by the way, CW on the Iritel didn't go for Purify.
Yeah.
He went sprint.
Straight
It's
up sprint.
how you deal maximum damage with a crossbow.
904.
Yep.
Not taken down once. That's impressive stuff from CW.
Yeah, and that's like big faith that Indonesia will get the game that they'd want. Because if it was somehow flipped around, it was Malaysia going into the 8th to 10th minute with a 3 to 4K gold lead, yeah, you'd be scared for that Irithel. But even there in the end, CW projected Yums' entry, and he just used the heavy crossbow jump of Leo, the tiger of
It's Irithel's
of
crossbow.
Irithel, not you, yeah. So Leo's jump, so that you could just use that to dodge the entry of Yums. He used Flicker, Jeet Kundo, and my goodness, that was a fast hands reaction by CW. It's like Indonesia went into this game knowing that, guys, we won the draft, we got it. Put a vengeance on that Hilda, that even though the Hilda, like, you'd want that healing, nah, we'd want that little bits of reflect and the damage reduction so that the burst and the pokes that they have in the little bursts and pokes that they have in the early will be nothing to that Hilda.
Yeah, no, even before the game started, they understood that Luke is going to live this close to Malaysia. Like, he was just going to get in there, it's like, all right, punch me, hit me, right? So, what has Luke put on Hilda so far? Sprint, Revitalize, Vengeance.
That's 3.
What else, right? Like, is that not the most variety you've seen on a laner in battle spells? Because when you're a marksman, it's usually Flicker or Purify.
But I think that just shows the kit of the Hilda in particular,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because technically you can also go Hilda Sprint. So
Hilda
there
Flicker.
are a lot
Hilda
of options.
Execute.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
actually, I mean, I don't know.
You
Would
can do it in
would
ranked
that work?
games.
Yeah, maybe in ranked games.
A bit too aggro for my taste, but I mean, I'm not gonna knock it. I've lost to execute EXP laners, sub Z longs.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah,
Plenty of that.
I gotta respect. You gotta mention, like, Indonesia first picking the alpha. You don't see that a lot, but then they built around it so incredibly well. They again picked up the Low Yi in the first phase. Then they showed the Hilda, which was a flex. Now they projected it was going to be an assassin on the side of Malaysia. Sekais did get the Nolan, still ended up with a 5-2-1. But then they brought in the Khalid, paired it up with the Low Yi, outpoked the Cho, outpoked the Valentina, controlled the jungle. That even though the Nolan got kills, it wasn't able to get the game that it wanted because it was pressured. You shut down the Valentina, you shut down the Cho, hence you also shut down the Bruno. And that's another thing that Malaysia needed to consider. They picked that Bruno and knew that they were going to go into that game with less than stellar wave clear. Their wave clear was risky and their wave clear was tough, and they chose to go down that route. That's something that Malaysia needs to double check themselves with the Game 3 draft.
This shows that Malaysia wasn't expecting the speed and aggression of Indonesia. Like
Yes.
they played and they drafted a lineup that plays conservative to slightly aggressive.
Yeah.
Not to the point of, yeah, we're going to go throw bodies at you. They were expecting a boxing match. Instead, they got a street fight.
Yeah.
All right. So, I don't know. At this point, we're going to game number 3 finally. We're going all the way. How do you think Malaysia can come back from this? How do they win this 2-1? Is it drafts? Do we start there? Was it execution?
Well, I think game number 2 was a little bit more, again, it boils down to even, it feels like not only us, even Malaysia and Humes didn't expect the sheer aggression that would be coming out of the gate from Indonesia.
Which I think, to answer your question, I think it's execution. They drafted okay. It's just when it came down to it, they didn't respond with the right kind of reaction and with the right kind of movements in the map to survive that early barrage. Because look at, all right, let's be honest. Look at Indonesia's lineup. Look at it, all right? Again, the Airtel with a sprint, that's not an Airtel with a Purify. If it went down to like an 18, 20-minute game, don't you think maybe Malaysia would have come back? If it lasted that long.
But again, it then goes back to the idea of that wave clear is not that great. It's a risky type of wave clear, even so.
Don't think, change things enough so that Malaysia would not have suffered the whole base exposed.
Yeah.
What if they were able to do, as you said, Humes bodyguarded Sikais instead of Loliel? If they could have gotten to that point, then maybe. Because I think you change 1 or 2 picks from Malaysia and you add the extra respect to Indonesia's aggression, they would have maybe put up a better fight.
So now, do you think that they might want to swap sides? Do you think that was a factor as to how Indonesia was able to get game number 2?
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. If Indonesia was the team that decided to pick blue side for game number 2 and then they went ahead and drafted that way that they did, that's tailored. If game number 1 could have been a tailored approach into potentially shutting down a lineup that had a 1-1 that didn't work well, gotta credit Indonesia in that game number 2, they tailored a lineup that will shut down the opposing jungler. So we might not see that specific an approach for both of these teams in this game number 3.
They can't do that same thing again and
Yeah,
again.
you can't do that, exactly. You can't do that same thing again. One thing that might change is the trade in the mid. You might want to consider taking out a quick prio into the Valentina and change it up with something along the lines of what Stormy, with great precision with backline mages that he's known for. Pick up something like the Aurora or the Vixana, something that can wave clear from behind a little bit safer, something that can stop aggressive plays because of that early crowd control that you get to punish. That might be something Malaysia would want to consider.
Now in hindsight, I'm talking about that one pick you switch up. If that Valentina was an Aurora, maybe that would have been enough to like just put up a barrier between Malaysia and Indonesia's aggression. Maybe that's what it is. So I'm going to double down on that. Put an Aurora, less of Vixana, more of an Aurora, onto Stormy, and then add a little extra respect, whether it be your picks in the draft or through your gameplay. Where's Matilda here? Oh yeah, Matilda got banned out.
Yeah.
And then maybe this could be more to Malaysia's tempo, because I'll be honest with you, both these teams now in this best of 3, they're feast or famine. Like they're either in control completely or they're doing nothing and struggling. That's the story of game 1 and 2.
And I'll also add one more thing that I know you would really like. CW's been monstrous this WEC. He has been just stellar for Indonesia. That I think that's another thing that Malaysia has to consider. What is CW going to end up with? And do you have an answer for it? Are you pressuring it enough? If not directly, are you pressuring the rotations of Indonesia enough? The CW is having a little bit of a hard time sustaining lane because there's pressure coming in from the side of Malaysia. As much as we're looking at the center of the map, you also have to look at the gold lane.
Okay.
Forget about Gojes and Luke. Like that's I hate to say it. I used to think Luke would have won that lane 100%, but no, Gojes is so reliable.
Dude is money. He is money right now for Malaysia.
Okay. We'll see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 3, our final game in this series, our final game of the day as well. Malaysia back on first pick. Indonesia was second. Eve Luo Yi banned out by Malaysia. We also do see a Fanny and a Jushin. What about the Hilda? Do we just completely let that go? The 1-1 gets banned out, and this should be a chip, unless they let it go again?
It just might. We saw it in the last one. It wasn't a factor. Really, like, both teams didn't care that much about the chip presence.
Also, there's Fovius Open. There is also
Hilda Open.
Suyo, Alpha.
You ban out even Lo Yi, it's a little bit better for the Fovius or the Hilda. But then again, if Malaysia would rush to Suyo for Sakai, it's like I would have knocked them for that. Albert's shown that to be one of his comforts right now in this tournament.
I mean, Indonesia, they're taking their time here. Oh, there you go. That's it. That's the Harith ban coming through from Indonesia. This means that Matilda's open. This means that Suyo is open. Alpha is open. Chip is open.
Fovius. Ooh, they go Alpha. Now you're going to have to consider Indonesia. You're thinking in the back of your head, is Malaysia now going to play like what we did in the last one? Not exactly the same draft, but are they going to go aggressive this time around?
Just live in your jungle, keep attacking, choking out Albert.
Yeah, and that turns off a Fovius pick for Indonesia as well, now that you see the Alpha.
And what about the Hilda?
Hilda, that will get locked in, as it did. And they go for the Suyo. Sick trade, pick up the Aurora here if you're Malaysia. Aurora.
Yeah. You need a stopper.
Yeah.
If you know you can't be as aggressive as Indonesia, respect that fact and draft into it.
Yeah. Could be Aurora high loss, or maybe they want to pick up something a little bit more proactive in the EXP lane. The Hilda's just having a run of a mill of a great time. So if it's not high loss Aurora, it might be a switch for the EXP lane. But then there is a chance that Malaysia will just forgo the Aurora pickup and decide to pick their gold laner now.
What about Matilda Fovius?
Ooh. Matilda, Fovius.
So the Matilda can synergize with the Fovius and the Alpha.
Might not be a good time for the Fovius in lane. But they go Matilda, you call them Matilda, but they decide to back it up with a high loss instead. So it's a Matilda for Yumes. I wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia go ahead and lock in the throne here again. Or they could even surprise and just pick Tigreal.
Interesting how Malaysia seems to be answering the Hilda in a different way. Like, they're not trying to cheese it out. They're not trying to even acknowledge what happened in game 2. Well, now I think they can better because Matilda is on Yumes. So they can better protect Loliel and Sekais. And Sekais is taking care of himself. Finally, the Aurora comes out. Is that the first Aurora of the day?
Of the day, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
And we've been calling her out like she's...
We've seen Aurora.
She's been absent.
Against Philippines.
Oh yes, you're
Saudi
right.
Arabia.
Saudi Arabia picked it up.
Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second Aurora. And we did mention that the hero pool of Asans, this is the first Aurora they might have picked it up earlier today. But yeah, they picked up the mid laner that I thought Malaysia would pick up. That we thought that Malaysia would pick up. So that's still respect coming in. Right now, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the lineup with Aurora. They just need to find the right roamer to mesh well with it.
Both teams seem to be attacking gold lane. Instead, no, look, Malaysia's gonna deny the double rusher again.
Yeah.
Take out they already got the Hilda, so just take out the Khalid.
Yeah, I think it was a little too much pressure for Malaysia in game number 2.
Scars of game 2.
Exactly. And again, Indonesia, they're showing a lot of highlight emphasis into the gold lane, right? We have the Harith ban, we also have the Natan ban. Are they looking to secure a good lane for CW once again?
On Red 4?
Probably. Yeah.
But that's what it usually means when you attack gold this hard.
They go Nathan Harith, then you're out of the magic option, you're out of the true damage option. So you're going to be a heavy physical lineup that mainly relies on the Aurora for magic damage. Which might mean that Indonesia, they take out the Moskov as well.
Why Moskov?
Moskov, they already banned the Nathan.
Because Moskov is what Malaysia wants. Look at this lineup, right? Look at that chunky front line and that extra assist from the Matilda. That's going to be heaven for the Moskov.
There's going to be a Brave Lilia-Tricks, or maybe just default back into the Irithel for Indonesia. But if you're looking at the damage output, it might be tough to get through that high loss in the Alpha.
Does Lolial want to pick up a Lunox?
Might be a bit too risky. Oh! I was considering this, that I thought, okay, there's a Beatrix. Indonesia might actually want to consider a Jawhead, just to match the Jawhead Matilda matchup, but they decide to ban it out. Indonesia might just end up with something along the lines of Cho, so you're going to be seeing two heroes here that might be packing Purify or have a second life.
Last couple here for Malaysia. The gold laner, the mid laner missing. Vex here? I don't like the look of a Valentina anymore.
I guess if you want something a little bit more versatile, pick up something like the Lilia if you want to win Prio. Mid lane, you clear quickly with the addition of the Matilda. You should be able to roam around to the side lanes in case they lose this matchup in the side lane.
Yeah, I'd like that too. I'm a little bit more iffy now on the Vexana as well.
Faramis Matilda, disgusting! And then they close off with another Bruno pick on Loliel. They're literally rewinding game 2 and doing it better.
I think it's a good deny, honestly, this Faramis. Because with the Beatrix here, you would think of something like maybe the Franco or the Kaja. But with the Faramis in the mix now, do they really want to put all their eggs in one basket and go for a pick-off kind of composition?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It might be a tough call for that. Even Cho might be tough to pull off here because that hill is going to experience a lot of pressure fronting. You need a stronger front if they go for the God of Kacha instead. They get the magic damage, a little bit more of it coming in, and that makes Stormy's timings with the Netherrealm all the more important. Because if Stormy isn't careful, it's going to get taken away real quick.
But just the same, he has a huge margin of error. There's a Matilda.
Yeah.
That's extra layers of approach that they were not afforded in Game 2. And this is a similar approach to Game 2, but all the more now, it's a clear 4-in-1.
It's a quite squishy, high magic damage poke, roam mid combo. Huh, interesting. This could either go very right or very wrong. I feel like it's one of those battle of extremes right now.
I've never seen a Matilda Faramis go wrong.
It's been a combo.
It's so good. You rarely get away with that.
Historical combo.
Yeah, but then when you're up against, historical combo. If you're up against a Beatrix, Gatot, Aurora, I don't know. I'm worried for Stormy, man.
I think it all boils down to execution here, and what better way to close things out in this epic match, best of 3. We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Naisu, Mirko, take us to game number 3.
And that we shall, because this is now the final game for a final series of the day here. Thank you everybody again before we jump into this for being patient with us as we get through this. It's been amazing so far, especially match 2 and match 3. It's been smooth sailing, and now we have down to our final game, this best of 3. If you're just joining us, there's one game to decide who's going to the grand finals tomorrow to face off against the defending champions, the Philippines, and then the loser of this match will go to fight off the place for 3rd or 4th to face off against there. So this is what it's down to, right? Again, I'm sure, some people in the comment section online especially are like, Malaysia's got this, Indonesia's got this. Mirko, unbiased, what are you thinking about the draft?
Matilda Faramis, like they said, plus the Alpha is a crazy combination, but I think they have enough AoE to deal with it. And they got the Contra pick in the end. It's great against all the physical damage that Team Malaysia has. Honestly, like Eterna mentioned, I think it'll be a battle of execution at this point, right? It comes down to how they bait in a lot of these resources and outplay each other.
Not only that, I think part of this is just really, again, when you put it all face value here, both these teams have their own playmakers. They're all playmakers, really, but
all of them.
They've been able to do it throughout the series, and even back, through group stages and when you've seen them in international tournaments, we were even saying, signature hero picks for them to come out, and then even to have some of those curveballs or swerves come out in this final draft for this best of 3. Really, guys, it comes down to the execution factor. Who's able to go ahead and execute this better? And even with the lineups, like I could say when we look at both these lineups here, it's a relative 50-50 because the pros from earlier when we have like the pros and cons of game 1 and game 2, they're all playing their part here, and I would love to see it. This time, if you're looking at Malaysia, I would love to see Lolil be able to utilize this Bruno a little bit better, right? Because he was not able to do much the previous game, except win the lane matchup, I would say, for the most part, right? He was able to shine in the lane, but then as the team fights broke out because of the momentum set by Indonesia in game 2, they weren't able to adjust. So maybe, again, this Matilda pick is part of the equation. You know, you get so much utility, you're able to move around the map, but we also have seen this earlier today, Mirko, where the Matilda, it didn't work out, and it's actually shooting yourself in the foot, because if you use the circling a little bit, not the right timing, too aggressively, you're caught out, you know, and I think that's also why that Ganacontra was also clutch, because whether there's an engage or disengage, the Indonesia could just go ahead and jump on in. So there's a lot that could fall in place here.
You were talking, obviously, you know, we were also just trying to predict the drafts here behind the scenes. They have their own panel. We here at the stand, we're just talking about it. And man, wouldn't it have been great if we saw the Tigreal come out, right?
Yeah, we were hoping for it.
It's a certified key boy moment, right? I mean, we want those moments to happen, but hey, we went for the Ganacontra. I think it's obviously the
You can
safer
still do
choice.
it.
Yeah, we could. AOG isn't as big of a crazy game changer, but if he gets into 5, if it's comboed together with everybody clumping up, there is a chance that the key boy comes out.
I'm wondering, like, you know, maybe the chat can tell us too. Isn't it still heroic? It's still a pretty heroic moment. Either the Tigreal 4-5-man implosion or a 4-5-man Avatar of the Guardian. Like, what's cooler? 1 for Tigreal or 2 for Ganacontra?
I think the CC, like you CC with the Tigreal a lot longer, right? So there's more of a moment. Meanwhile,
It's like a
Ganacontra,
chain.
just like boom.
Yeah, you just jump.
It's like
in. It's almost, but then you have the Unbreakable, the taunt too. So like,
If you get the ult on top of the taunt, on top of all the AoE Bennett's range, then yeah, that's a certified hero moment for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us. We're still waiting to get
jinxed
into
it, man.
game number 3. This is why
I caster
assume
cursed it.
We gotta learn from LaFell. We gotta learn from me. We gotta learn from DJY even. He's not even a caster, but he has a curse. Every time we say something, the opposite happens.
it's either the caster curse or the caster bless, man. You know
It's
what?
very convenient for us.
They gotta have things smoothed out though, because again, this is a final game, guys, in this best of 3, and really the way they've been playing, it can go to either team. And you know, yeah, I guess I just channeled my inner LaFell.
Channel your inner DJ Yapper.
DJ Y.
He's at this point, he's the curse. DJY is
Just in general.
Yeah, he's DJ Y.
Well,
Yapper.
good thing maybe DJ Y is not watching right now.
He can't. Well, probably he's watching, but he's not like, you know.
Oh well, what time? Yeah, you know, that's actually not too late. Like I feel
Not
like
too
you know,
late.
again, we've been moving
He's probably
along
watching.
here.
You know, Malaysia is playing. He's
That's
from
true.
Malaysia. He's an SRG fan.
That's true. He is. He's here to support, and I know, you know, I took a look at some of the streams earlier on. By the way, there's multiple streams going on for this one, and there's a lot of support for both teams. I don't know if there's one that's like, you know, more than the other, but I will say that I think both fan bases are just ready to see who's going to face off against the Philippines, because again, we know that the Philippines are defending champions and everything else, but again, this is a different iteration of the Philippines besides Kyle Teasy or Saison, right? So there's a lot of, I guess, hopeful people, especially with what Malaysia has accomplished this year alone. In this area, by the way, not the specific arena, but what they did earlier this year, how they were able to go ahead and win one of their international major tournaments and surprise a lot of people who were the lineup from last year's WEC. I mean, think about what they've accomplished. I know, you know, there's a little bit of changes here with the lineups here for Malaysia as well, but still, ultimately, it's that experience that they're bringing now. And I feel like when you look at Malaysia in general, they've always been, we've heard this from our fellow Malaysian caster friends.
Yeah.
Like, Malaysia has always been that region, that team that do relatively well. Like, you know, top 3, top 4, I think they would say. But now that they've been getting their position up there where, you know, they are number 1 in the most recent international tournament aside from this, if they end up winning this, if they end up winning against Indonesia right now, going off to the Philippines, and let's say they win that, I would say, man, it's a big shift that's happening here for the Malaysian teams and fans.
They're already on the rise right now, and it'll definitely just show how good they are, on top of the fact that they're playing with different lineups, like you mentioned, right? The fact that they have already won one international tournament with a completely different lineup with imports. Now with a full Malaysian lineup, this is proving grounds for them, right? Because a lot of the doubters, a lot of the haters who are watching, they're saying, yeah, Malaysia, you do well, but you need your imports. What if you don't have your imports? So far, they're doing quite well. They're doing very well at IESF here. So again, it's proving grounds. It's time as well for Malaysia to try to show the world that they don't need no imports.
Well, you know, we just got the word, guys. We cast a Kirsten. We are going to have to take a break here before we jump into game 3. I'm sorry, man. You know what?
Say to them.
Guys, I'm looking right at you. We'll be back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it is Barano find him, can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open, now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yes, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. 환영. 요코소. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nab. SEF Arena.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us after that little break, again, thank you for being patient. It's me, Nice, who joined here with Mirko. The last game for this best of 3 between Malaysia and Indonesia, looking for that grand final spot against the Philippines. If you missed our thoughts and the panelists' thoughts about this matchup in the drafts here, you'll have to rewind because right now we are in the game. And looking at how things are falling into place, again, that's a whole lot of purifies. And look, double revitalize for Indonesia here.
Double revitalize, trying to out-sustain Malaysia in a lot of the skirmishes. Again, Gatot Kaca plus the Hilda. We've already spoken about this, right? You have so much pressure around the map, especially for the first neutral objective. So definitely want to try to utilize that, the sustain that brings them a lot of the pressure, actually, too, just with the passive alone, right? On top of that, revitalize, definitely playing towards their strengths here, Indonesia, that brawly style.
Yeah, going for the brawl between the two teams, looking to get the momentum going early on. And even with that being said, you know, you're playing against, Purifies, but utility from Malaysia because of the fact that, you know, we have a Faramis plus a Matilda. This is also a combination that, you know, typically it's usually talked about the Matilda with the Alpha, but also now that you throw a Faramis in the mix, who is a hero that provides so much with his ultimate alone, but also the fact that Stormy is playing this, and you can also actually do quite a bit of damage that kind of builds up with a Faramis in your roster for the lineup here. Oh, wow, look at the damage. Could be in trouble.
Snipe down Sans with a flicker. First blood over to Sans.
That was so well layered. That was so well timed already early on from Indonesia, playing into the fact that they can play at range, good rotation down. And that first blood going to the hands of Sans here on this Aurora pick is really going to help early damage profile for the Aurora. So Turtle comes up, Keyboy on this top side wants to go ahead and get a little bit of that extra XP here in the hands of Luke as they go ahead and get ready to fight for the objective. Humes still doesn't have the ultimate available to him. Stormy does, so we'll see if they actually go ahead and commit to this. They're going to take their time, get the buffs they need. And Indonesia, they're going to send up that front line Keyboy on the Gatot Kaca. Again, 2 revitalizes still available even for this fight. So they'll go ahead and start it up. Albert starts up this Turtle.
Glorious pathway into the back. Sans doesn't have the flicker. We'll be able to find the Bridge of Glacier now as the Netherrealm comes down, but the Netherrealm will be dealt with. Keyboy with the Revitalize now. The Spear of Alpha will be able to connect onto Albert, and he will be slain. But now, Skies, that's a guiding win, and he saves him. Yums, well played. Luke still with the chase, looking for the chase onto Skies, but he will not be able to gap close in time. AOG, Keyboy, very aggressive, jumping in onto Skies. One last hit, he finds it. Skies traded for Keyboy.
Aggressive, and also a 1 versus 1 kill down on the bottom side. CW gets the kill against Lolil, so we're back at it. Turtle for the taking here. Both teams getting some kills, but now who's going to be able to grab the objective? Luke's in trouble.
No revitalize, knocked up at the circling eagle. Gorgeous taking a kill back. Control over the neutral objective back in Malaysia's hands.
That's a whole lot, man.
It's a whole lot.
For all this first Turtle that doesn't get taken yet, either side. But I guess this is also just kind of painting that picture for us as we get through this game number 3. And we also have to talk about the fact that, yeah, CW got that solo kill against Lolio. Lolio's having a tough time in the early game. He's 0-2 right now on a pick that, again, didn't work out for him in game number 2. And part of that is, you know, you're wondering, is Lolio, does he just need to be taken care of a little bit more? Do you just leave him to the lane and hopefully that he is able to scale up on this Bruno pick the way that he needs to? Or is he just going to really rely on Humes later on to go ahead and be that provider of damage from usually that you see with these Bruno picks? Or is he just focusing on turrets? Once again, though, we find ourselves here for the objective. Apple will start it up. They want to go again.
Glorious pathway this time on the Sans again. Finding it, circling Eagle, the Bridge of Glacier, only connecting onto Gorgeous. Spear of Alpha from the skies. Look at Sans very low. That's a passive locked in as well. The AOG not on point. Luke in the midst of it all still has it revitalized to sustain a bit more. Luke gonna be caught, pops into Power Wilderness. Still Stormy taking him down. Keyboy with the Vitalize, unable to survive. And Malaysia gets the dub. Still fighting for the first neutral objective.
Still fighting for it, but hey, they put in the effort, Mirko. They make it work. And mind you, they went through 2 revitalizes. So that was a whole lot that Malaysia had to go through. The turtle is finally secured here. Flask of the Waste is also picked up now by Yum, so providing a little bit more of that extra shield to the team here. And again, this is, you're playing against, if you look at it value-wise, the fact that you have a Netherrealm, it almost kind of comes toe-to-toe in terms of balance against two Revitalizers. You can extend the fights already for Malaysia just with that. Keyboy gonna jump in with Unbreakable.
2 taunts over, Lolio dishing out damage, forcing the Circling Eagle. But that's about it for the skirmish. And yeah, man, a lot of these skirmishes, it's just been the Netherrealm plus the Guiding Wind, giving them so much more sustain. And again, the Alpha.
Yeah.
We have to talk about the Alpha, because we were talking about this too during the draft. Picking a Hilda against the Alpha, you can be shredded down by the Alpha.
Can be shredded down, and it makes me wonder too, again, like you have Revitalize, and when it's not available, Luke isn't going to be as effective as he was in the previous game when we were seeing him, you know, go 1 versus 3 so easily. Because even then, like, when you have this Hilda and you're not able to just go ahead and sprint out, for example, like we see such variation when it comes to battle spells for Hilda, but you can easily get dragged in. There's a Spear of the Alpha going to be used.
Taunted up as well. There's a Guiding Wind. Keyboy should still be safe, but he's going to be shredded down. Jumps back in. AOG. Oh, that could have been bad. Circling Eagle onto CW, but it doesn't seem like Skies was on the same page. Decides to go to the other side, and now both teams just playing for the bottom lane.
Yeah, it looks like the focus is going to be here. Malaysia wants to put the pressure on this tier 1. They know they have this Frigid Glacier going to be used too. They're trying to hold down the best they can.
Spear of Alpha coming down as well. Sounds of the flicker. Now Netherrealm gives them enough sustain to go for the dive. Albert's still able to escape right now as Luke goes into the back line. Loliel, can he survive? Luke still pushing out the damage. Revitalize is still there for Luke. Stormy very low, able to escape. That's a double for Skies. They've again out-sustained Indonesia.
Again, it's like, this is the Hilda we were talking about and why it struggles against the Alpha specifically. Luke runs into the backside, sees Loliel low, but even though he pops Revitalize, he can't move. He can't get to where he needs to be and doesn't really, he's not able to provide that same value. And that's going to be purple buff taken by Skies. Turret goes down now as well, and this next objective for the taking after that mid turret goes down. Malaysia, they seem to be flipping this switch, playing around the fact that they have that amount of mobility. With this Matilda,
Stormy?
they can play around. Oh,
no, Netherrealm Stormy taken out. Overextending. There was no flicker there to be used by Stormy, but he has the passive, so he'll be back up instantly, saving him a little bit here. As Malaysia will start off the turtle. Keyboy putting some damage down again.
All right, he's still waiting for that Netherrealm. He's got it now. They might break out the fight.
AOG into the back, not finding anyone, but the Circle Eagle will connect onto CW, forced to flicker out the Spear of Alpha, catching him, CW. No more flinker. He'll be taken down by the slashers of the Alpha. Luke in the midst of it all. Keyboy versus 2, and Loliel gets him down. 3-4-0 for Malaysia.
Malaysia is getting everything right now, and they just go ahead. They ignore the turtle. They just want to go for these turrets, get some damage down on the tier 2. And this is where I was wondering, when does Loliel come online? When does he start to shine? He's like, you know what? He called that help earlier on to go get that tier 1 at the bottom, and now he's just able to go along with the team. And all this translates to a better position for Malaysia to grab this Lord. Oh yeah, Indonesia's not going to make it in time.
They're still trying to get in there, Luke. Moving forward, that's a glorious pathway to slow Keyboy down. Luke will be caught by the Circle Eagle, and Skies again just melts through that HP bar of Luke.
You called it, Mirko. You said this in the draft when the panel was going through it. You know, you pick up the Hilda, but you already saw the Alpha early on in the draft, and you still pick it up. And it's such a difficult time when you're talking about hero versus hero, the Alpha with the Hilda. You're already seeing that struggle from Luke. Revitalize or not, a lot of times he's just caught and can't in. Here, top.
CW's gonna be taken down. No response from Indonesia. Keyboy goes for the AOG, but it doesn't land. CW is down. That is their main source of damage when it comes to defending the siege.
Still gonna be gone for another 14 seconds. They're gonna have to deal with this Lord push in.
How are they gonna deal with it? Sans will try his best to poke it out. There's another mini wave to help Indonesia to try to go for the defense. Only Lord 1, but it's looking grim for Indonesia. CW will be back up again. It will not be the end, but still, first Lord, 1 base turret.
It's not the end for Indonesia just yet. They're going to lose a couple more turrets. The tier 2 is going to be worked on top and bottom side, pushing from those minions. And you're wondering, where is this time when Indonesia can turn this around? How can they actually keep this together? It's not a crazy deficit we're talking about in terms of the economy. They need more time to build up, but not only that, but really, how can Luke turn this around himself? Just because, again, he hasn't been able to find that backline he's looking for. He's only got a Thunder Belt, man. Like, he's not much. Like, you can't really do much on this Hilda. So it's almost got to flip towards Keyboy. Can he actually get that setup they're looking for with the Avatar of the Guardian? Oh, hold on, Glorious Pathway again.
Great one. Now Sans covers Spear of Alpha. Passive already propped. Flickering out now with the Frigid Glacier. A desperate one at that. The Netherrealm saves them all. CW's Loliel gets the kill onto Luke. Keyboy versus 4 trying to save Indonesia. But what can he do on the Gatot Kacha? Not a damage dealer.
Just one minion.
One cannon in the mid lane. Cleared out by the Bennett. Malaysia look towards the bottom lane. The Holy Defense still intact. Indonesia, it's Albert and CW. It's a stun from Albert. Now look at the waves. Albert will be slain still. The base is wide open. Malaysia will go for it. And Indonesia, for the first time in 3 years, will not make it to the grand finals of IESF. Malaysia have etched their names in the history books, going to the grand finals to face off against the defending champions.
Oh man, I know people are excited about that grand final match. We're gonna see that again. Philippines versus Malaysia. And it's tough to see, of course, here Indonesia, fist bumps around. Sportsmanship very important here, but man, tough for Indonesia not to get to that spot that they've had so many times years past. But this is what we were talking about. You know, Mirko, the improvement, the rise of just this country as a whole, Malaysia as a whole, their players, the organizations that they have, the coaching staff that's there behind them, and even the fans that have been rooting for them all year long. They're getting one step closer to getting another title under their belt, to accomplishing another big achievement for them, for the country here. And I mean, that game 3, man, they made it look relatively easy, you know, to a point where, you know, they might have struggled a little bit in the early game, but then they just flipped the switch. And they're able to find all these windows of opportunity when it comes to the teams that they play against. And this is what has made these players shine so much. And if you've been tracking these players from Malaysia for so long, you've been following them, their stories are amazing. The way that they've managed to go ahead and just defy adversity in a lot of situations now leading here, they're going against the grand final. We'll see if they can do it again against a team that, yes, they are defending champions. But remember, this is a different team in the Philippines. So it's going to be a great one, I think, for the grand final tomorrow. And, of course, Indonesia still battling out to see if they get the 3rd or 4th place tomorrow as well.
Against Saudi.
Against Saudi Arabia. So still a lot, of course, on the line. They could still be going for that bronze medal, that bronze match, Indonesia or Saudi Arabia.
Definitely, you know, and again, for Malaysia, this is kind of like almost the same arc that we saw from the last international major, right?
Yeah.
Philippines versus Malaysia in the grand finals. We got Saison as well. Remember, part of the previous lineup that won ISF just last year in Romania, beating Indonesia 3-1. But unfortunately, again, man, Indonesia, for the first time in MLBB ISF history, will not make it to the grand finals, and they'll have to accept 3rd or 4th place, depending on their performance tomorrow against Saudi Arabia. We know what happened the first time.
Yeah, we do. Back in the groups, right? And so I'm sure they have a point to prove themselves. But again, you know, for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, we're going to see more of them before the year ends. You know, even after we round things up here for the WEC 2024 for ISF. But there's a lot of great things that are going to happen tomorrow. Of course, this was our last match for the live stream today. Again, I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you guys for being patient with us, because it's been, you know, it's been a journey, and we love to bring you guys these games on live stream. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. We are going to be thrown over to the stage, though, to have an interview with Gojez. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage.
Well, first of all, amazing job, guys, with the casting, beautifully, and you've been firing it up for the entire scene. And of course, I'm here with Gojez with a gorgeous win. So, how do you feel about that?
I feel very happy because Indonesia is not a region that is Indonesia is a region that is really strong. So we really feel proud to bring Malaysia to the grand final.
All right, amazing stuff. So, speaking of the grand finals, facing the Philippines, how do you feel about that? Are you prepared? Are you ready? You and the team members.
For the Philippines, of course, we want to get our revenge because we lost last time. So yeah, we are going to prepare and get ready for tomorrow.
Oh, there's a vendetta going on over here, revenge. So you want to say to your fans and family and friends and everybody back in Malaysia, even in Malay?
First of all, I want to thank my parents because they come a long way from Malaysia to Riyadh just to support me. So I really love them and I'm really proud of them. And to Malaysia fans, keep supporting us because yeah, we're going to the grand final and maybe if it is our luck, we can win it.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. Pretty much luck, hard work, and just consistency. It was pretty much an amazing ingredients all for that, reaching this far right here at the WEC 24 ISF. Well, it's back to you guys. Let's go.
Thanks, Vara. Congratulations once again to Gorgeous up on stage. And of course, congratulations to Team Malaysia. So it looks like they are going to be on their way to the grand finals and on their redemption arc that you guys touched on earlier.
Yeah, the last time they made a significant run in the WEC was way back in Bali. It was in 2022. In 2023, they didn't even make it to the playoffs. They didn't even make it to the event itself. Now in 2024, grand finals up against the defending champions. A lot more that we can discuss tomorrow, but I just want to say the character growth on Gorgeous, man. When we were first introduced to Gorgeous middle of last year for another tournament back in Southeast Asia, we were told that, oh, he's this brash young kid. He plays aggressive. He's also like that, the personality, but he's a humble king this one. He's even saying that maybe if we get lucky. The old Gorgeous would say, nah, we would win, but Gorgeous seems to be like landed on his feet, and yeah, it's great to know that his family flew all the way to support the young man.
Already, any player who has a great relationship with his parents and his parents supporting him likewise is a W in my book, and I'm pretty sure that parent buff is going to be playing a role in tomorrow's grand finals as they face off against the defending champions in Team Philippines. Back to that matchup, talking about Indonesia versus Malaysia, there was a small moment in this actually very quick match that it seemed like some way, somehow Indonesia was able to repeat what they were doing in Game 2 and just be as aggressive because, truth be told, the only real hero that can't do or can't keep up with that kind of aggression would be the Beatrix. And CW was coming in through the windows in the first, 8 minutes? Because starting with this death right here, he couldn't get back on his feet.
Yums and Skies really played very well together. And Eterna did mention it's a tried and tested legendary combo with a Matilda and a Faramis together. Play with that with a quote-unquote utility type that actually deals a lot of damage with that Alpha. It was Sakai's protected. He wasn't immortal, he wasn't deathless, but it is much easier this time around for an Alpha to do Alpha things if you have a lot of support around you. Loliel is probably also going like, oh, thanks guys, it was rough for me in lane. I'ma get it back with help you get turrets later on when I'm out of here. But then eventually Malaysia, around objective team fights, played better than Indonesia.
Yeah, no, look, you watch the highlights, you'll see that Gorgeous was such a key role player in that campaign to regain the early game. They lost so hard in the early game because, again, Indonesia ended up with a lineup that's capable of throwing bodies and denying, who in this case was Loliel, a difficult early game. He was at 0-2 very early. 0-2 at 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And then because of Gorgeous, because of Stormy and Yums, they were able to you know what? No, it's fine. Sekais, do your thing. You're reliable, true damage. They'll eventually ease off of Loliel soon enough.
And it worked. It worked out perfectly with the timing.
10:44! Is this the fastest game today?
10:44? No, it's not.
There's probably a faster game. I wasn't keeping track of the time of it, but
I think it's the fastest game today.
It's not one of
I think our fastest was 11:55 today.
Prior to this?
10:44.
See, look at the swing. Again, I credit this to the Alpha on Sekais, which is a thing of wonder, thing of beauty. That's a hero, and that's a combination that has won them another major tournament in this very ground. And then the Faramis Matilda, rarely should you get away with Faramis Matilda.
Yeah.
Faramis Matilda is like Angela Ling in the same pick swing.
Yeah.
And I was actually, again, worried that Stormy's timings here, no matter how well he would time things, would still struggle to keep a good hearty Netherrealm up. When they got the Kacha, the Beatrix, and the Aurora, even the Suyo in those team fights. But all throughout, Stormy's timings were quite on point. Even the time where he was punished for overextending came at the right time. He had a lot of stacks of his passive that he was just back in 3 seconds.
So it did work out for him in the end, right?
Yeah.
The only death that he got was that point. But like we mentioned, it all came back down to execution.
Yeah.
And the fact was, Keyboy always utilized his ult on the God Thought before Stormy utilized it, because I thought that maybe other way around, that could have been punished
Yep.
in a way because they're crowding together.
But there's always a catch. There's always the Netherrealm, and there's always Yums to save them. Look, Yums is rocking the Purify. That's something I didn't notice up until it actually mattered in game. No matter what comes your way, CC-wise, from Team Indonesia, he can always pop the Purify, Guiding Winds, or Circling Eagle if necessary, and save whoever needs saving. Loliel, maybe even Stormy at the time, Sekais. He saved Sekais a couple of times. That was pretty funny.
The Indonesia squad felt one of the best trends that we saw from Malaysia in their series up against the Philippines earlier in the tournament, in the group stage, wherein those were high kill score games. Because Malaysia are relentless with fighting around the objectives. They understand why this brawly meta works so well. They've shown that even beforehand, that the brawl popped up. They're willing to trade, they're willing to be aggressive, and make sure that you do not get major wins around objective team fights. So that's one thing that now also the Philippines teams, even though they were able to defeat Malaysia earlier in the tournament, still have to respect against Malaysia tomorrow in the grand finals.
Some unfinished business.
Absolutely. And I think there's also a little bit of unfinished business as well in our bronze match tomorrow. So let's take a little bit of a recap of what happened today. Ladies and gentlemen, we had amazing matches. 4 matches in the quarterfinals, but at the end, it was only 4 teams that were able to move forward. Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Earlier on, we saw in the semifinals, Philippines was able to take down Saudi Arabia 2-0. And so Saudi Arabia forcing to make their mark in the bronze match alongside with Indonesia.
So from
16
to 8
to 4,
and 2 of which can only truly become champion.
Yep.
Tomorrow, it all comes down. Tomorrow, we see if Indonesia gets revenge against Saudi. We see if the Philippines can defend their title despite playing with new players.
Yep.
And if it truly is the MY era.
Yeah, this could be a spicy matchup. Again, a lot of history. If you weren't following the stories of these Malaysian competitors, the Filipino competitors, well, we are going to share with you all of that tomorrow because there's a lot of deep history between those two from just a few months ago, from right across where we are right now for the World Esports Championship.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. After months and months and months from all the regional qualifiers, we had AEC as well. We still have one more day left for the MLBB men's scene. So who will pick up the victory? Who will be able to be the new crowned ISF WEC champion? Will it be Malaysia walking away with that 70K, or will it be the Philippines? And what will happen to Indonesia and Saudi Arabia tomorrow? We're gonna answer that the next day. So it's been me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with our panelists. We have Leo as well as a Reptar Renmar. And we're gonna be signing out for the day. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.